And welcome back to the Collegiate Esports broadcast of the day. We love it here when it is Overwatch time, and the collegiate competitors, they're ready to take the stage and get a shot at this LAN finals in just a month. We have 5 teams that remain, 4 that are battling it out for that spot. My name's Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty and Jesse. We have some action to go through in our 4 best of 5s today.
Yes, we have, like you said, 5 teams remaining here in the lower bracket, but only one will make it to the grand final to face off against Northwood, who clinched their spot yesterday. But we're going to do a quick look at the schedule here, show you all what we got going on today. First off, Fischer College against Bellevue, as Bellevue will look to pull off the upset. And then later on, a rematch of probably one of the best games we had during Super Weekend. Cumberland against St. Clair College. St. Clair looked fantastic yesterday and will be looking to keep their momentum going.
Yeah, and of course, it's a long road. I mean, we look at this. This is a lower bracket run. So these teams, some of them, we're going to see somebody 3 times throughout the course of today. And it's a test of endurance, especially for those teams. And of course, the most difficult opponent being Winthrop University, pretty solidly in a top 2 spot after struggling against Northwood, but have shown too that they can bleed for the teams that can step up. And so far, it has been that St. Clair roster. But of course, we have a long ways to go before we actually get to that point. And, you know, Jesse, we have been talking about how these teams and kind of the shift of the overall collegiate Overwatch landscape, because not only has it taken a step towards a huge overlap with the OWCS top partner teams, but it also shows how the competition has gotten closer in these top 10.
Yeah, the top 10, even to a degree, the top 15 has really gotten closer over this last semester or so. Part of the reason is, Illinois State is nowhere to be seen. Their roster kind of disbanded before this semester began, which did open the door for a Winthrop, a Northwood, a St. Clair to jump into that top spot. Up to this weekend, it was Winthrop, but then Northwood said not so fast and already ran their way through uppers. So it does feel like this is the closest Overwatch Collegiate has been from, a top to mid level in a very long time, and that's shown so far in some of these results.
And we'll take a look at that bracket to break down those results a little bit further too, because we had 32 teams that entered at the start of the weekend, got down to 8, and then we transitioned into our double elim phase after that section of single elim. So out of these teams you already said it, Northwood, they won their way through the upper bracket. They have guaranteed themselves a spot in our LAN in April. Now someone else is going to be looking to meet them there. We'll be looking at the lower bracket for the entirety of today, again, starting with that Fischer-Bellevue match.
Yeah, Fischer-Bellevue will kick it off. Obviously, Bellevue, they were the first victim of that Northwood upper bracket run, so they got sent down to lowers very early. But they also already extinguished the Fischer Navy squad, the B team for Fischer. So back-to-back games against the school out of the Northeast for Bellevue. And then Fischer fended off Cleveland State, one of the, up-and-coming teams in the collegiate landscape, but then fell to Fischer. So both these teams wanted to get their groove back a little bit, as potentially, at least for Fischer, eyeing a rematch against Winthrop.
Yeah, Fischer has been that team that's been hovering in a weird bubble situation where they're kind of above a lot of the top 5, between 5 and 10 teams that we'll see in terms of our rankings, but above that, they've really struggled to punch up further, and I think that St. Clair team may be a good match for them, especially when they've been as hot as they have been. But of course, all up for deciders, as we know Bellevue will be looking to come out swinging against this Fischer squad. And, you know, we'll get into this a little bit later, but we talked about the things that we have to offer you. Well, how about, let's add a little more on top of that. We got drops for you people, and they are pretty dang cool. Look how adorable they are. We are almost in springtime. I mean, we were joking earlier. It's like Midwest fake spring for us. You're getting some snow up there today. So we all get to look at these beautiful sprays, emotes, and name cards and be like, oh, I want that. It's just a fresh reminder of the spring semester that we are in.
You have no idea how much I would love to be sitting there in the grass with the Zenyatta, Rabatra, and Bastion right now, considering there's, at least for me here in Wisconsin, almost a foot of snow on the ground already from the last 12 hours. But make sure you got everything connected on Twitch, your account linked. This is the final day for drops, everybody. There is no reruns, so final day for drops. Make sure you get everything that you need from these drops because they're adorable. Let's just be real. And even though Kenobi, I think Friday talked about it, that spray, I don't know if Rabatra would be kind of chilling there with Zenyatta and Bastion right now. But hey, that doesn't matter. It's good vibes over here.
Exactly. We go beyond the lore to just have good vibes. That's how it goes. And it's a pretty good old jolly time. And that's what we're going to be having here today on the broadcast. But also, at this LAN event, it is for the first time that we are going to have Collegiate Overwatch back on LAN for a championship tournament down at Full Sail University for the NACE Grand Finals. So make sure you come out April 25th and 26th, again, to Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida, for an in-person showdown featuring the top 8 varsity teams and the top 2 open teams battling it out to be crowned varsity or open champions. And the best part, people, entry completely free. So make sure, come out, feel the energy of this crowd. It is absolutely electric. See your favorite collegiate players compete live in person as they fight for the biggest title in the Overwatch Collegiate scene. It is a really big deal. You and I are super excited to see what this event has to offer.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hey, like you said, it's the first time since before COVID. Like 2019 was the last time we had an official OWC LAN to end the season. So to finally be back, to have that be the magnum opus of the season, it just feels so good. It feels so right. But also, yeah, guys, it's free to go. So just, obviously, yeah, if you're not in the Florida area, yes, there's the travel that is included. But it's free entry to get in there, and it's a beautiful venue. You and I have both worked events there several times. It is just gorgeous. So if you can get down there, and you see some of your favorite collegiate players already, Northwood squad confirmed. Even if they don't qualify here at Open, there are several teams here also competing in OWCC Varsity. St. Clair, Winthrop, Cumberland, I would say are all expected to be there at this point. It'd be kind of a shock if they were upset in the varsity bracket. But yeah, it's going to be a great time, everybody. Get down there.
Absolutely, and we hope to see so many of you out there, but of course we got to figure out what teams we're going to see there first, and that's kind of where today is. For that open side, there are only 2 that are going, one guaranteed to be Northwood, and then the other, one of the 4 teams that we have battling it out for the match, and Bellevue versus Fischer College will be our very first matchup. Nebraska versus Massachusetts. And hey, quite a bit of a difference between those 2 landscapes, and quite a bit of a difference between what these 2 rosters looks like and the experience behind them.
Yeah, so we look at the first roster here, and it's again, it's been weird because Bellevue, we got a lot of history, but we're going to start off with Fischer, and obviously, if you've been around Overwatch Esports for a while, you're going to recognize the man on the far left in a Hydron, Overwatch League veteran. This is his 2nd year now with Fischer, and it's been incredible to see him kind of return to the space. It's been really getting better over the last few months, kind of seeing that pre-M80 form, and even trying out with Team Brazil as we speak. But even elsewhere, Kiwi was with Frost Tails over in EMEA for OWCS. Talisman has really been on the rise. So, and even Grapes, I believe, just made OWCS for this season through the Last Chance qualifier. So, there is a lot of phenomenal pieces here for Fischer, even though, like you said, they just haven't been able to punch up to that next mark yet. But this will be a game to show that they're still one of the gatekeepers here of the top 5.
And Fischer, they were so close to it, too, last semester in the homecoming tournament. They came second in the fall open and are hoping to make it there first. And they can always make the top 4, Jesse. They just can't get to that first place. And they are yet faced with another chance to do it. Bellevue, now the team that stands in their way. And if you take a look at their roster, a ton of familiar faces, especially if you've been around with the Calling All Heroes scene. Regime, Avery, and Ivory in particular been fire in that specific tournament, as well as Stone coming in and having one of the best performances I think we have ever seen from him, as we got to see him on broadcast yesterday with the Vendetta, with the May, you name it. This guy is on one.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It was probably one of the best series as a whole I've seen from Stone all semester, right? Like, it has really been, it's been a rocky road here for Bellevue. And I was talking with Regime earlier this week, heading into this tournament, like, hey, how are you feeling? How is everyone going? And it was kind of up in the air of how everyone was feeling. It wasn't the best results that they've gotten so far this season. They obviously feel they can play better. It just hasn't really been the case so far this semester. They've lost games that they really shouldn't have to, like, NC State and Briarcliff, or at least they feel like they shouldn't have, but they're in a good state of mind. So this is, again, a team that can be really scary if they're in that right mode, and if everyone plays like Stone did yesterday, there's a real good shot at that.
I think for Bellevue, too, as you said, they've had a rough patch for the start of the semester, and I think it's just now that they're finding their groove. No better time than the present, I will say. It is going to be an uphill battle, and even they themselves said that everybody is beatable except Fischer, Northwood, and Winthrop, so it is going to take extra firepower from this team to give Fischer that real test that they perhaps aren't ready for from this Bellevue squad. It will definitely have the power of being underestimated in this event, and sounds like our players almost ready to go in, as we have confirmed our map pick and our bans. For now, it will be Lijiang Towers selected by Fischer. They'll elect to ban May, whereas Bellevue will take away the Ramatra.
Yeah, the May ban, that feels pretty targeted. Like, Stone, we saw how great you were yesterday, right? Like, we don't want any of that, especially here on Lijiang Tower, where, especially, you know, on Night Market and on Control Center, the May can really shine. The Ramatra ban on the other end, yeah, it's good. Avery doesn't play a ton of Ramatra, so it's not really getting rid of anything in their hero pool. And then for Iron, I will say that's the one thing with Fischer right now. They're pretty deadlocked into a few comps. Iron doesn't have a ton of flexibility on tank, more of a traditional off tank for the most part. So I'm expecting to see maybe Zarya here for the most part for Fischer.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking to come out with this and having the confidence of, I think, Iron and Avery in their hero pools. It's going to be a great look for this particular team, but you know what isn't going to help boost their KD ratios? Well, it's In Touch Credit Union, but they can help you level up your financial game. So make sure go visit itcu.org to learn more. It's federally insured by the NCUA, and I know a lot of these teams, they're looking to be as confident as possible in this matchup, but I think is when they look ahead financially, they'll be great because of In Touch Credit Union. But I think Bellevue, in the face of Fischer, gonna start to feel the pressure early. I want to see the Stone Avery, the Iron Talisman kind of matchups, the Zarya Vendetta that still stayed in the meta, Jesse. They're gonna roll it out here for map 1.
Yeah, just when we thought, oh, maybe the Vendetta Zarya meta is gone, here we go, everybody. Round 1,000? 2,000 at this point of this matchup between these two teams, but it will actually be Hydron on the Emre compared to the Sojourn of Ivory.
Interesting. And Sojourn, of course, the hero that Hydron has made a name for himself on. The Emre, little micro buffs. Might be time for a micro nerf. I think he's had a good spot in this meta and offered some variety for the hit scan, but it is, of course, this Vendetta, the star of the show. Talaman gets the Suzu and gets out. It's all about these cooldowns, the bubbles. Of course, yes, the Suzus to go in. This Bellevue, of course, that are currently on the objective. I mean, that Fischer, after an attempt to take space on their own, they'll have the cooldowns up. Talisman dives back in onto Avery, who is struggling with a low health bar. Bellevue have to back off this objective just to get their health in a better situation to repush. It's Fischer. The time to move in. They'll get the first cap. But this is where Stone wants to get aggressive. Iron at full charge, ready to pull full microwave beam that contested the point. still very much on. You can tell how cautious these teams are playing, but not cautious enough. Iron gets his head ripped off by Ivory with a nice headshot. It'll be Bellevue to take first control.
Yeah, there's an extreme back and forth. Neither team wanted to make the crucial mistake, but eventually, yeah, Ivory cleans it up, and that is going to be the one benefit here, running the Sojourn compared to the Emery. Yes, those nades can still do a lot of damage, and that, especially from range, like you said, with that small buff recently, it has helped. But we do have a pause already queued up. It's almost like we're back in Overwatch, everybody. It's just like it happens from time to time. But having that disruptor shot for Ivory is really going to kind of stunt some of these initiations from Fischer. You don't really want to push into it. It's a lot of damage and a lot of ult charge for Ivory. So that's something you can tell Fischer's a little bit wary about, but also forcing Kiwi to play a little bit of a subtle position because they also can't play up in some of those main chokes. It sounds like we have a ping spike for the pause. So we're going to come to us just for a minute here as we wait for the ping to kind of settle down.
I want to talk about a different kind of spike. How about the fact that Regime already has sound barrier? Whereas Grapes is at like 60-something%. I can't really remember. That's not an ult that builds quickly, and that is one of the most important ults in this particular meta. So having that up as early as they do, I mean, Bellevue, I think things can get a little dicey here for Fischer if they're not ready for it, which that's a kind of a hard ult to track because we're talking with all these sub-roll passives coming in. You're telling me I now have to track 125% of a lot of these support ults, and then that kind of resets. Now I'm only tracking 75. I don't know how they do it. That's always been something that I have never understood how that has happened, but these players, they can get it down to a science.
Yeah, I used to be okay at it, and like you said, until they added that sub-roll passive, and I'm just like, oh, well, they should be like 2 fights off, and then they just popped it. So I'm like, oh, they must have had this amount of... It gets way too in the weeds, so I will say I got to give credit when credit's due, especially to it's usually the main supports that do it. So I bet Grapes, and they're like, okay, he's probably, Regime's probably close, and meanwhile, Regime already has it up and is building the overcharge at this point. It looks like we are now ready to go, according to our wonderful TO, Reno, which I will say, if any of you have been playing this tournament, you know how much she has had to do for this tournament. So thank you, Rito, for all the help you've had. You've given us over the last month or so. But everybody is back, and we're loaded in.
I want to see if we pull a tempo beat play, because I personally, I don't have a thing for tempo beats. They kind of scare me.
Yeah, you got beef with the tempo beats.
I do, but it just doesn't work out well. I think you have Kitsune Rush, though. Like, that seems to make a lot more sense for an engaged pool. And Hutch agrees, thankfully. So we'll throw that down as Avery wants to get a bit more aggressive. It's really just Stone goes in, loses LOS. Both bubbles are burned, and it's just a fantastic height from Fischer.
Yeah, but pseudo fight win, at least for percentage-wise, already 50% now for the Bruins on this point. But Kiwi now has the Kitsune Rush of his own. Ooh, that way I got a little sticky over by coast.
Well, it's about to be sticky against the wall because Avery says, hey, let's have a hug over here. Will be a one-for-one trade. Hutch going down makes this a lot scarier for Bellevue, especially since Regime had the earlier beat. That overhealth wears down faster. Fischer Esports will take advantage of it. Bellevue just going to see how much extra percentage they can stall before this point is inevitably forfeited.
Yeah, point flips over 76% for Bellevue in the time being. The Avery grab, it actually worked decently. It isolated Kiwi, just stuck them on the side of the wall, but because of how awkward of a position it was and the Kitsune Rush, nobody was actually able to finish from that grab. So, a little bit rough there, but Hydron has the override protocol. Wow, it just has to live for now.
I was going to say, Hydron almost didn't have life there, which would have been a much bigger issue for Fischer Esports. But I don't see how to go into this, because I think Ivory having the overclock, it can kind of counter the override protocol, poke him out of the sky. But a little hard, like Stone just says, hey, that's another way to deal with it, just slice him in half mid-air. Cool. Hydron going down there, that was kind of the tool that Fischer were expecting to win that fight with. Decide, you know what, this one, probably a reset in order for the team. We'll save them with just Talisman's ult.
That has got to be one of the craziest ult cancels with the Vendetta I've seen in a while. That was just an unreal play. We talked about it. Stone, unreal form yesterday. We knew that he had to keep it up if Bellevue wanted a chance, and so far, that's exactly what he's doing.
That's final fight. Fischer, they gotta get their move on because they gotta get to the point, but you're not gonna have Iron to do it. It's only Talisman now with the sword slice, and it will be enough to chunk down Ivory. Without a tank here, it's so difficult for Fischer Esports to sustain, especially as Ivory begins their journey back over towards this objective over time. Still hit now. Talisman has actually managed to buy quite a bit of time. Iron will be back momentarily. The Kitsune Rush from Hutch. It's zoning everybody off. Regime still has an extra sound barrier. Not that they're really going to need it in this situation. Will use it just to be safe. Iron blown to bits. I saw that L-Tar go in like half a second. And Bellevue looking clean to finish out round number 1 here. And I gotta say, Jesse, for a team that kind of doubted their strength against Fischer, looking pretty good to start.
Yeah, no, so far, I don't think those worries were warranted, Molly. I think this is a Bellevue that can be quite a scary force so far. I just felt like Fischer never really got momentum going, and then, yes, they used a ton of ults to win their one fight, but again, it just seems like the Sojourn is getting more consistent value, and Regime has been building up that sound barrier consistently quicker than Grapes, which is going to be an issue. Like you said, it is one of the best ults in the game right now, just because you gain so much overhealth, you get a second life in the fight, and even when during that last engage, you know, Stone very low on Coast, I think even Hutch was out there to try and assist, sound barrier changes the entire tide of the fight.
And Stone already in, and yeah, by Grapes, it just got dice on the cutting board. Stone, though, won't be able to get out of line. That's a great punish out of Fischer. Recognize the overextension there, and getting ouched too. I'm not Bellevue. They're just gonna flat out back off.
Yeah, no reason to int for this fight, especially when the control point hasn't even unlocked yet. They may actually be able to touch you before it even flips, just due to how quick that of a fight that was.
You did the thing where, oh, I won the fight too fast, and well, you do get stoned. So this time, that should be a firm cap for Fischer. They've been pretty good about turning and burning on this Vendetta, who's been this main initiative tool for Bellevue. We'll even get a couple more picks off the back of it.
All right, Fischer. Now, starting to warm up here are the Falcons just a little bit. And Hydron has made the swap now over to the Soldier. This is going to match it. The Emre, definitely better at the longer range maps. Like, if we go to a Rialto or something later on in this series, you could easily see it. But here in Control Center, a little bit of a tighter squeeze.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's very squishy, and I think that Fischer, because they have this sort of defensive setup around Control Center, they'll exploit that. It's a lot harder for Stone to get away with nearly as much as he did on the first objective, since you have to take a lot of poke damage often to get to those places or burn cooldowns. As a result, Bellevue at least are on the objective this time without losing anybody, and will punish Talisman for the same crimes that Stone has been committing. And an immediate flip over. It's great for Bellevue, especially since Fischer don't want to push in too fast. Kiwi puts the Kitsune Rush down, almost was curtains for Iron, but he'll stay on his feet, and again, get this punish onto Stone. The Vendetta's not allowed to play the game much at all here on Control Center. Hydron pops the overclock. Not really sure if it was needed, but it looks pretty cool to say the least.
Yeah, I don't think it was needed necessarily, but some nice icing on top of the cake. As it felt like Bellevue had the momentum in that fight, and then as soon as Stone tries to start up another fight as Fischer are backing up, Kitsune Rush is used as a counterpunch from Kiwi, and it shuts it all down. Sound barrier now available for both, but it will be Hutch now with the Kitsune Rush set up.
Yeah, Hutch has the better entry tool, but Iron could put a full stop to it if he just decides to press the shiny button. There's the red carpet laid out for Bellevue. Graviton Surge onto Avery, and Ivory Regime decides, you know what? They can't push the guy, but no! They end up using the beat anyways! That's a 2v4 beat scenario that Regime thought it could buy the team a chance, but there's too many members that were missing. It was final fight. You had to give it a shot, Jesse. But that's going to be it here. Fischer Esports might be taking us to a round number 3. Avery escorted back to the point with Hutch on the cat, and that actually gives them a shot. Iron hasn't gotten back to the point yet. Couple of elims going the way of Bellevue, making Fischer sweat for it. No support available. Iron solo grabbed on the point. Still has a health bar because the 2 bubbles are there. DPS are enough to shred through, and Fischer, close call, but they'll get it in the end and take us to Gardens.
The Gardens will be the cider. Yeah, definitely more of a warm-up for Fischer. Yeah, they just kept on pushing. Didn't really let Bellevue have any sort of setup, and when they did, with that Kitsune rush, just grab right on it. I don't know if Regime was just out of LOS maybe, or didn't want to Ajax. I'm not really sure, because they had the beats, I'm pretty sure, at that point. So I'm not sure why it didn't go out right away, but regardless, it ends up in a round win for Fischer. And we go back, again, like you said, now to Gardens. Not much of a change here. It'll be pretty much what we've had this entire series. Hydron will stick onto the Sojourn after the TP. But I think if you're Bellevue, again, as long as you keep giving the bubbles to Stone, and then you cannot let Talisman get away with some of these pushes. But he's getting a little in there.
That's a good way to put it. It's creative positioning, and it's fun, it's entertaining, but it also makes your heart race, and not a great way if you are a fan of Bellevue. But Talisman, great damage onto Regime, ends up finishing them off with the extra secondary fire, and this is kind of what we've been seeing. Bellevue have struggled to find a way into this fight. Stone playing noticeably more passive, and it's been Talisman like, all right, bet, I'm going in.
Yeah, Talisman has really started to light it up here. 2 more kills for the Puerto Rican superstar. And yeah, this has been a great turnaround. Obviously, yeah, Talisman is inherently an extremely aggressive DPS player, right? That's been the case for years now, since they've been, on the come up from tier 3 into tier 2, and now into tier 1. But he's really mastered some of these combos with the Vendetta, and it's showing.
Yeah, it's such a Talisman types of hero. He loves to just hands check anybody that he gets that chance to, and so far, I gotta say, it's working out for Fischer on Gardens. We just keep seeing him fly up, get his overhead strike in, use the shift to get on out, and it's those kind of trades. It's making Bellevue reconsider their approach. They're still in this choke, but they've tried to go over the bridge. There's a boop available. That should have gone to Grapes. Avery will cancel the extra ultimate charge, but this is all Grapes that's been setting this up with Talisman to get a quadril to clean it up.
Yeah, what the heck, Gabe? That was the Grapes movie that just didn't get the direct credit, but yeah, Bellevue just keep trying to push bridge and no dice. There's so much damage for them to try and push through. It just doesn't happen, and you can see the immediate change is made. They're going to rotate all the way through White Room, and they have a Kitsune rush of their own, but it could be matched by Kiwi.
Yeah, this is a lot better. Oh, look at the poke damage. They get onto Iron. Sub half HP there. Forces it with the healing resource. There's this goes Kitsune rushes. Problem is, you don't have Regime's cell barrier up just yet. They'll get it, but at the risk of an Ajax. Doesn't end up popping, realizes this is a lost fight, so Bellevue, they're gonna try to get one more fast contest, and because it's a team kill, Jesse, they might have a chance.
They might. Hutch is going to go Jetpack Cat here, I assume. No, it's gonna be Avery on the Doomfist instead, but ults galore off ramp.
And Regime used the cell barrier just to get the point. Grapes denies them, but there is still a player, I believe Stone, who got the touch with the Tracer. But it's not looking all that good for Bellevue. Fischer now the Graviton Surge, Grapes, and denying player after player entry. Even as Regime gets the Lucio diff, I fear it is all for naught as Fischer, they found their rhythm. They gave Bellevue a little too much slack in round number 1 and said, hey, we're top 4 for a reason. We're going to take Lijiang Tower to kick off our first series.
All right, Fischer. Yeah, that first round, just a little bit a borderline, like, hey, what's going on here with Fischer? We know they've had their ups and downs, but no, that was the Fischer we know and love the second and third, and especially Talisman. Again, these overhead strike combos with the alternate fire, if they land the hits as well, yeah, it's just been fantastic so far. Yes, Vendetta isn't as good as she was in previous patches, but yes, she is still a phenomenal DPS in the right setting, and we'll see how that kind of goes on, but that was still just a nasty alt cancellation from Stone. And they're going to need more plays like that from Bellevue if they want to bring this series even after 2.
Yeah, like as soon as this first round ended, it was really difficult to see Bellevue find their stride. You know, they started off strong. I think Stone had a lot of free space, and it was kind of right here. Goes in, gets the kill, but instant turn and burn onto the Vendetta, and kind of from that point, it seems that Iron was on Vendetta duty on both ends, making sure Talisman had the resources to succeed, while making sure Zone wasn't just murdering the backline with the big sword. So both jobs were done incredibly well, and the swap for the Sojourn, I think, helped with the survivability of Hydron a lot more, made it difficult for Stone to nail down an easier target.
Yeah, so now the question is, Molly, where do they go here in map 2? And obviously we got a little bit of an interesting map pool because, you know, the joke is always like, oh, King's Row is, you know, the collegiate favorite, but there is no King's Row in this map pool. So I'm curious actually which direction they want to go. I wouldn't be shocked if they went more the dive route. And if we saw a Blizzard World or an Eichenwald, something to that degree, even a Watchpoint Gibraltar, like something to get Avery on the Diva. Maybe you ban out whether it be the Zarya from Iron if you want to go rush, something like that. But I have a feeling we're going to go more the dive route here from Bellevue, depending on what kind of map we want to go.
Yeah, I think something that's very interesting about this tank matchup in particular is Iron and Avery's strengths are identical in terms of their hero pool. Yeah, the Zarya, the Diva, the Sigma, those kind of traditional off tanks that we were used to seeing from Overwatch, Overwatch 1, like the OG 6v6. That's what I'm looking for. I did air quotes on that. You didn't see it, I realized, but you get what I'm throwing down here. So with those particular strengths, Diva and Zarya, of course, being two of the strongest heroes that we have, and the Sigma, it covers kind of those main 3 comp bases that we're seeing at this point, and I think it leaves the door open for whatever Bellevue want to do. I think this patch is very much in their favor. Stone can have the power to succeed. I just think they really struggled once Talisman got cooking. I mean, he's having a fantastic showing just through map 1, and Fischer clearly happy to just go in his backpack for that bit of time.
Oh, yeah. And it felt like Fischer after round 1 was like, okay, Stone is someone we actually have to watch out for here in this series. And once Stone kind of got marked a little bit more consistently during the 2nd and 3rd rounds, it denied how aggressive he could be in some of these engagements, and it kind of snowballed from there. Nobody else from Bellevue able to kind of fill in that gap that Fischer created, leading to the map win for Fischer. Still deciding here from the Bruins where we would like to go. They are not deadlocked into a certain map type. They can kind of go wherever they would please between hybrid, escort, push, flashpoint. All those options are on the table here for Bellevue. So a lot of thinking, and obviously the bans are going to be something that they're thinking about as well. The Ramatra is gone, but obviously could be banned again. We do have it ready now, so let's see where we are heading. It actually will be Blizzard World. And the Vendetta, as much as Stone probably enjoyed playing it, will be banned here from Bellevue.
And I feel like that's going to lock us into likely a Sigma or potentially a bit of Diva, depending on which side these teams are going after. And it forces a bit of a pivot. I think we've seen a good amount of Mei be played on this map. That will be available for Stone. It can be very useful on a first point defense, has the bit of a range, it's sustainable against some of this poke that we might be more used to seeing, but the options much more open now for Bellevue. I think the Vendetta ban, it had to happen, and if there was a place to do it, Blizzard World makes a ton of sense.
No, Blizzard World, yeah, it makes sense. We're gonna be either, if you're on the defense here during first phase, maybe more poke orientated. I think for the majority of the rest of this map, even on the offense, it's going to be more dive. We saw it yesterday with Winthrop a lot, especially in their game against St. Clair. More playing that dive setup, trying to play around the chaos. And even though I don't think we're going to see Wrecking Ball play like we did from Infected yesterday, it's going to be that same relative concept. Fischer will start on the attack, and it will be that first phase, more poke style from Bellevue, but it will be Avery on Domina, who actually has had a decent amount of playtime during this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen the Domina stocks continue to rise, even with the shield getting a slight nerf. It is still massive, and it is very helpful for holding down space. Domina can shut down pushes super easily. Playing Diva into her can be challenging, and Avery, a player who has definitely shown their prowess, the longest player to have played on this Bellevue roster, actually in their last semester now, as they will be graduating in a couple of months, and I think this hero been another one where they've really found their home on.
Yeah, this is just another one to add on to the hero pool for Avery. And super quick rotate up on the height from Fischer, but half and half go to low ground, and they already find Ivory.
Usually it's the attacking team that will get caught out on rotation, but nope, it was just Ivory taking a couple straight shots from Hydron. Now it's full access to this high ground. Not a place you want to see this player, Avery, burn down like it was absolutely nothing once the whole team was on top of them. The Bellevue, and not striking much better luck here on their first point of defense. Fischer Esports will get a couple ticks.
Stone does find Drapes on the back end, and Fischer didn't get onto this point super early, so it will leave open the potential for a recontest here from Bellevue. Fischer seems content right now just for the one tick. Slowly play this out. Hydron already low and has to retreat.
And the pick from Stone, make sure that Bellevue will get another full fight. You saw Avery come back onto this objective, and Fischer on a full retreat. Talisman on a decent angle on the high ground. Regime very much on tracer duty. Instead, is turned into the dive target. That's the nice part about this Lucio. You have such great ability to deny, but we'll get caught up in a disruptor shot at the cost of demeching Iron. That will hurt Fischer Esports a bit more if they can't get Iron back into the mech, but that means Bellevue has to take some sort of move now to deny that play before it can happen, and it's difficult with how low Avery's health bar is. There'll be a pulse from Talisman, blowing them to bits, sent back to the spawn room in first class. Bellevue are out of luck. This Talisman Hydron DPS line working wonders.
Yeah, the support line is keeping everybody on Fischer up, even though time and time again you see those health bars critically low. Barely anybody will fall, and Hydron, man, he still got it. After all these years, man, Fischer will lock it up here on point A, add 2.5 minutes onto the clock, and just over 4 heading into the second phase. And this is when it gets a little awkward here for Bellevue, because how long do you want to stay on this poke, and when do you want to swap over to the dive, considering how much high ground is involved here in second phase?
And I think for Bellevue, I think it makes sense for them to stay on this comp. They're going to have 5 ults up, and same for Fischer. They just need to find a way in, and Blizzard World's second point is really difficult if you don't spread out your angles. And Stone already looking for something early. That is a yeet of a pulse bomb and a half. Doesn't quite get Hydron there, but we'll scare him enough to back off. The continuing rush from Hutch, doing an even better job of that. And it's just another rush that Fischer fully back out of.
Yeah, it's just a great reset from Fischer, and now they're like, okay, arts are in now. Overclock from Hydron, and everybody will try and hide, but Avery left all alone.
Yeah, no shield. It was put so far up in the front line. We'll make it work. Sound barriers were dropped from both teams there, and that's gonna be about it for this point. I think Fischer just have a better idea of the stability. Their kind of ebb and flow of their pushes has been fantastic playing around Iron's Diva. Talisman and Hydron have all the space to work with.
Yeah, that's just an easy fight win for Fischer. As soon as the Kitsune Rush is gone by Hutch, it's just an open carpet, right, for Fischer just to waltz on in. They still have a rush of their own. Tally has another pulse bomb in hand. We saw them landing onto Avery last time. Will he put it on Avery once again, or onto one of the squishies?
There's a Panopticon available, but that's the problem. You can't let it get smoked up by the Diva. Iron will take that, say thank you for my lunch. Avery falls, and Iron right back into mech. No tank again. For Bellevue, this Domina experiment has not been working out for Avery. It's found so much success on this map, and Fischer, they have that composition stalled and have gotten themselves all the way through second point with a killer time bank.
Yeah, this is an incredible push so far from the Falcons, and they will push for the staggers. Ivory left all alone, did not swap spawns, and that choice will come back to bite them. Ivory staggered out, and yes, it's not going to matter a whole lot, but it gives so much positioning now for Fischer that this first corner is going to be even harder for Bellevue to try and hold, which is usually where a lot of teams get stuck.
Yeah, if you're gonna put your foot down, it's gotta be here. Bellevue, this particular corner. One of the best chances they have is rolling out the payload, and if someone can get a pulse bomb stick here, that'll be the great way for Bellevue to get back into this fight. But already met up with Talisman as they'll take a 1v1 in this small room. Recall force early, Stone likely gonna have to forfeit the space. Well, Talisman gonna back off too, so all for naught in these little battles on the side lanes. And there is the shot that needs to land. Ivory gets the diff onto Hydron. And couldn't have come at a better time for Bellevue. It's quite a time make to whittle down.
Yeah, that's the mentality you have to have here for Bellevue. Just one fight at a time, chip away at this time bank. And the big thing was 0 ultimates used by the Bruins, so they still have plenty to go. And what a stick from Talisman!
We didn't see it from his perspective, but we saw it in the best most cinematic way possible. Regime going flying. It's 2 for Talisman. The trade outs are decent, nowhere near Bellevue where they want them to be. Look at the self-destruct out of Iron. There's still 2 minutes, Jesse, to put a stall.
That was disgusting. You just see Regime just flying around, and somehow the stick comes through. Sound barrier available for both sides, but it will be Fischer again with the support advantage, which rush up shortly. Avery will have the self-destruct though if they need to remake.
Yeah, but you don't have Stone. That is devastating. Hydron going out with this overclock. Sound barriers exchanged, cushioning his ultimate. Ivory almost up to 1 of their own, and you're going to need Ivory to be the heroes. Avery denied the remake. Another fantastic shot out of Hydron, firing away on the Sojourn. It's only been Ivory to silence him so far. Fischer, you're at the final bend. Less than 5 meters remaining for a cap, and Grapes making sure that it will happen. Sweeping up player after player. Fischer, they'll drive it home. Minute 24 in the time bank remaining, and fantastic way for that to go out. I'm not sure Iron died.
Yeah, I'd say I would love, Prod, if you can hear us. Could we get a little bit of a scoreboard check? I don't think Iron did. At least off the memory that I have. I mean, unless maybe once in that full, I don't know if it was a full wipe right here in this corner. No,
Nope.
Iron has not. 19-12 in 0 for the tank of, that is disgusting.
21
My
and 1 on
God.
Talisman too. Like, this is just a showcase of these players. And Talisman, of course, helping lead the charge. And Hydron has had a lot of great opening picks for this team. And it seems like Bellevue, they just can't get a fight started off right. They struggle with the poke damage. I think the Domina lasted a bit too long when they were attempting it on the defense. Swapping over to the Diva does help. And I think staking it here on this attack is the best decision that they can make.
Yeah, it's like, especially here in this first phase, yes, the poke can be a really good asset. But once you get in the second phase, you just get ran around, and that's kind of what happened. And of course, the one big ult that Bellevue were kind of, waiting on with the Domino gets eaten up anyway with the defense matrix of Iron. So that gamble that you took there for a while ended up being for naught, and was a storm they really couldn't deal with near the end. But now, on the attack, still plenty of time to work with here. Can easily have a similar time bank. As long as they have time remaining, they can guarantee themselves a push in overtime.
But you gotta start it off right on this first point. For Solid Fisher, they made a slow push, but they had very few casualties because of it. Like, I love the discipline that I'm seeing from this roster. It's something that we've seen them struggle with throughout the entirety of their season. They seriously pulled it together here in this lower bracket matchup. Bellevue, they found their way onto the objective. They're yet to clear Hydron off this high ground, which really can't. Iron and Grapes are basically his bodyguards at this point. You need this guy to stay alive, deal the poke damage, and of course, help keep Ivory in check. Avery, though, in a very sticky situation, didn't have the boosters to skate on away from Iron. Tanked too many shots, and that's Bellevue losing out on their first push.
Yeah, that'll just be end of fight there. A little bit of shenanigans near the end, but it is at least one tick for Bellevue during all of the chaos. But yeah, you can almost say like Hydron's the president, how much he's getting protected right now on that high ground. It's insane, the level of peel from Fischer, but that's what you need here on this point. If you deny that first pick off by the attacking team, it is so hard for them to really gain any sort of significant space and the poke at some point is just going to be too much. Regime has had to play super passive during this, almost halfway through his attack, not even halfway to the first beat.
And you have to play so scared if you are Bellevue. And you saw the last attack round. Hydron was getting pick after pick if he had the sight lines to do it. And it's something that Bellevue are conscious of. But that's an opening. Just Fischer are pulling out. It was the 1v1 that Iron swooped on in to get the final blow. Yeah, you get the inevitable goal of Hydron, but at what cost? Well, the entirety of your team in this sense.
Yeah, everybody gone, and poor Avery just left all alone on point, staggered out, but actually somehow still got the wave spawn with Hutch. That's maybe a little bit of a silver lining for Bellevue. I'm not sure how. That must have been like by a millisecond that they were able to get it. But yeah, I think this next fight, a lot of pressure on Bellevue to get something going. Kitsune Rush, Pulse Bomb from Stone, more than likely will be used to chunk down Iron. Oh, but Suzu's already out.
Suzu's out, but Talisman Pulse Bomb will not hit. So that's something Bellevue can work with. It'll be a trade, Sojourn for Sojourn, and this Kitsune Rush working out much better for Stone, taking out Grace because there's no sound barrier to be the saving grace of Fischer. This time around, Regime still holding on to theirs. Unfortunately, gets popped when Avery is out of mech, but you make that work. Oh no, Talisman lives. A sliver of health means that they'll be allowed to fight. Again, if this comes up, and Iron self-destruct buys all the space, Grapes is back into the fight. Avery launched out of mech, couldn't get around the corner in time, and Iron has sharpened this team once again as Fischer will hold on.
So close yet so far for Bellevue. Avery, like you said, can't get around the corner to avoid the self-destruct, and that pretty much sealed the fight right there. 30 seconds remaining, last push for the Bruins on their map pick of Blizzard World. Overclock in Ivory's hands, but the question is how much value will they actually get? Will they be just, honestly, there's no space right now for them to even use.
This ends now.
We're overclocked now from Ivory. Last chance for Bellevue to break on through, but Hydron has a response ready to go, and Avery up in his face denies most of it. But there's still so many things that Bellevue need to do. Just one tick remaining. But everybody from Fischer on their feet. Talisman, as the Pulse Bomb, knows there isn't a Suzu available for this team. Stone, Pulse Bomb out. That one is going to go wide. And it's going to cost him his life. Hydron rips his head off. But Ivory comes back. Little healing now for Fischer. There's a chance for Bellevue to close this out, but they need to keep Regime on their feet and let this fight extend as far as possible. It's continuing back and forth with these trades, but the touches are bringing on in. Avery demech'd. Grapes running amok for Fischer Esports. Knows that he loves this Lucio and it's paying off in the best way possible. That's map 2 for Fischer up to match point.
It just seems like Bellevue's so close. Every single fight just cannot get over the final hurdle as Fischer take a 2-0 lead and are now on match point for a guaranteed top 4 finish, which it's been the standard, right, for Fischer. And second place runner-up in the fall, looking for a similar finish here. But yeah, great map there for Fischer. Great attack, able to stave off the Bellevue attack, whether on defense. And again, Talisman at least for me, continues to be the MVP, even though Iron, probably the MVP of that map.
Yeah, Iron had a fantastic back on the Diva, but again, Talisman putting up some ridiculous numbers. There's not a fight that goes by that we don't see him in the kill feed at least twice. It's what it's been feeling like, and you know, I think Fischer really found an answer to this Domina. I think there was a period of time where, you know, this team kind of had a difficult time adapting to all of the new heroes being released, and it chunked them down in the rankings. But now, you can tell, Jesse, that they have put the work in. They are not letting that new hero be an issue at all, as Avery wasn't allowed to exist the majority of the defense. And by the time Bellevue swapped things around, Talisman was already awake, turned up to 100, and there's little you can do to stop him.
Yeah, once Talisman gets to that level, there's very little you can do to turn it around. And I will say Regime very unlucky here. Like, you wonder if like Talisman gets picked off there, maybe something happens. But yeah, Bellevue just runs out of gas near the end of the attack and now sits 0-2 in the hole. And I will say this, for Bellevue to get some context, it's still, I believe, their best ever finish in an OWC event right now, even if they lose this next map. So regardless of that, it's been a great season for Bellevue, but they don't want it to end here, obviously. They want to continue this and start the reverse sweep. So now, again, push, escort, and, Flashpoint is going to be left here as the options. So I have a feeling not the dive. They at least looked a little bit better in that rush mirror. So I could easily see us going to like a Saravasa. We've seen way more New Junk City as of late, which I'm mixed on. You know, New Junk City with the reworks, it's all right. But let's see here what they would like to do. Actually, I shouldn't say Saravasa. It's not in the map pool. That's why we're seeing more New Junk City as of late. It's Atlas instead.
I don't understand what the Atlas hate. Like, I love that map. It's so fun to play a lot of those close-quartered comps. It can be a bit wacky, I think, especially on that first objective station. It feels really challenging to try to push through a lot of those narrow chokeways. So I can get it, but at the same time, for Bellevue, the one thing we haven't seen from them yet is this May. They are one of the few teams that I think we've seen really shine with that composition. Fischer may have pulled it out a little bit. I don't think we saw it yesterday. But if anything, it may force Talisman onto a different hero that he isn't nearly as well known for compared to something else if that were to come out. The ban's already been used, and New Junk City has by far been the best map we have seen for that particular comp this tournament.
Yeah, no, I could easily see it. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked we haven't seen the May actually from Stone at all. But I don't blame them in map 2. Like, you're not going to run the May there. Maybe third phase if you want to get a little creative. But with the kind of the gamble they took of running more of a dive comp on map 2, didn't work out. Could easily see them going more to a rush now with the May involved to try and change it up. We are still waiting for the bands to come in here and the pick for the next map. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good shout, honestly. I'm just looking at the map pool right now. Hybrid, again, Hybrid's gone, so push, Coliseo, Esperanza. No, you're not going to see May on either of those. Flashpoint, you can maybe see it on New Junk. Escorts, Shambali, I would say is probably the best option there for playing the May. Havana, it can work if you want to run a close hold. We've seen Cumberland actually run it a few times on that map. But I think that's more of just a Cumberland doing Cumberland things rather than, you know, May being a good pick on that map.
Yeah, I don't know if we can count Cumberland when it comes to comp selections. So. They're kind of the oddball team that we have in our top 5 right now, which we'll touch on them later because we got a couple things to say about that. I think Bellevue and Fischer have definitely leaned more towards what traditional meta is, which is different from Bellevue's approach to last semester. They themselves identified as a team that, you know, we don't care what you are telling us is good. We're going to play what you want, and you're going to have to deal with it. I think it worked out. They had a good amount of results for that team. Not the best finish I think that they wanted within that open bracket. Ironically, falling to Fischer, of all teams. And it might be in a spot, Jesse, where Fischer is the one to take them out again. We're really seeing Fischer tighten up today. I think that's the one reason I never want to fully bet on Fischer until I see a map or two down, because I can really tell day by day how this team is going to play and who's going to show up.
Yeah, it just feels like with this Fischer team, you don't know who is going to be the star, right? If you're looking at it from an outside perspective, like, oh, it's Hydron, right? Like, it should be. You know, he's former Overwatch League, da-da-da-da-da. But again, map 1, Talisman. Map 2, Iron. Like, it really can be anyone. And Grapes and Kiwi have really been solid. And these kind of compositions, sometimes the supports and their impact on the game can get a little bit lost with some of these giant flashy plays with, you know, multi-kills and whatever. But they've been just silently incredible in this series. There's a reason why Iron had 0 deaths. And that's because of the unreal support from the backline. So it has really just been an overall fantastic performance from Fischer. We do now have the map and picks ready. So it is going to be New Junk City as our potentially final map of this series.
Okay, and a ban on to the Baptiste from Bellevue. That is I'm assuming more of a target at Kiwi, who has been known to pull it out on more of these brawl-type maps. So really that just tells us we're sticking with this Lucio Kiriko. Maybe some Juno Brig, but I highly doubt that. And then the Sojourn ban from the other side. Does that mean we're going to see more Hydron Emery or perhaps a Cassidy?
I think so. Yeah, I think with this map especially, the Emery can really work. A lot of these flashpoints are longer. This first one, we've seen it before. Just teams go ring around the Rosie, kind of just shooting each other from across point up on the high ground. And yeah, I think the Emery is going to be a nice little asset here for Fischer. But I do expect the May to return. And with the BAP gone, there is no immortality field for the tank to maybe play around a corner. So it's going to be even more pressure if a Kiriko is in for those Suzus to land at just the right moment. And as of now, Hutch, I'm not even going to fall for the bait with you right now. Fischer, yeah, this is exactly what we thought Fischer was going to run.
But no May. I was wondering how Bellevue
Yeah.
would approach it. Are they going to do this Zarya Vendetta, or are they going to go in all to this May? And I think it is something you could pull out later on if you struggle to have Stone have that same impact that we're used to seeing from him. Then yes, it is an option. But for now, Fischer, they are ready to match it. Talisman putting on a showcase so far. One more map for Fischer, and they'll move on to the lower semis.
Just one more to go. It will be Ivory on the Cassidy. So even though, yes, Talisman may get checked a little bit more due to that matchup, it does open up the door for Hydron to really gain that range advantage.
Iron just looks like he just got vacuumed into Bellevue's team there. It still has half HP thanks to the support, but you can kind of tell the, like, whoa, 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 what's going on here? Kind of moment happened. And Hydron, Talisman, you think would take a bit more damage from that dive in, but absolutely not. Stone, again, the main point of focus, struggling to get anywhere near this backline as Hydron shuts everyone else down.
Yeah, how does Hydron get in the flank right there? Right in
Yeah.
Hutch's face. And nobody turns around to see Emre just in their face. But great fight win for Fischer. And yeah, this range difference is going to play a factor, especially once Fischer gets set up here. You can see Hydron, oh, just send some nades, already chunks Ivory low. They have to play a little bit more safe. Avery already down to half. It's a lot of pressure on Hutch to make sure they are healing the right targets in the right moment.
Hey, for Bellevue, guess it gets your support ults faster? Yes, but it only works if the target you're healing is alive, and Avery just exploded at the front. Hydron's Emery is disgusting.
As soon as the Suzu was thrown by Hutch to save Avery, everybody just jumped on Avery as soon as the effect was gone. It was such a quick fight in that regard. And Bellevue trying to avoid some of that early poke that kind of was their dismay in that last engagement. They're just going to run it down lower.
One more touch that they really have to go on this, and it's not looking good. I see this Graviton surge up for Iron. Grapes can push a shiny button if things go wrong, but and the grab might be about it. That's 2 nades thrown in from Hydron. Nobody can get to the objective, and Bellevue looking silent on their own map pick of New Junk City so far.
And Hydron, yes, just trying to back off, even though Bellevue does get a few staggers near the end of it. But yeah, like you said, nobody's able to touch. Next flashpoint unlocks, and it will be a mad dash over now, over there. Both support ults for both teams. Override protocol for Hydron to go up into the skies, but Avery still only 68% to this Graviton surge. We'll see if they can pop it up during the mid-fight.
Well, that's if Hydron allows them to. It's an override protocol. Stone's like, nope, I'm out of there. Strawberry comes in the nick of time from Regime. But if you support ults, it will get Bellevue to the fight. They got the early point capture because Hydron was stuck in the sky, and that's a shot that needed to land. Yeah, it takes care of one threat, but you're ignoring the others. Fischer Esports, like a 5-fingered punch. Being down 1 isn't going to do much to stop them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, both support ults, that's fine. Fischer still runs it down. Avery will have the grab for this next fight. Can play it around the ult from Stone to try and find any sort of momentum in this map so far. Even though, yes, 30% already on this flashpoint due to the early cap. It will help the damage a little bit, but a long ways to go.
Destroying Slice from Stone. It says, nope, goodbye, Talisman. Choose through that bubble like it was made of wet paper. And there you go, Vendetta diff, but he ints. Again, that's not great. But on the plus side, Fischer Iron was isolated from the rest of the team. So Bellevue will get a firm capture after some interesting tactics.
Yeah, I understand. Tally's like, oh, I have bubble. I can just chill here, wait for somebody to cross, and just the perfect timing from Stone, waiting for that bubble to expire right as the slice goes down. And it's a great bubble. This is aggressive.
I like it though, because that is going to force a final fight out of Fischer, and if they can get another stagger here, that'd be great, but yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone's sticking around.
No, everybody backed up fairly quickly. And yes, you do lose one from Bellevue, but it is Regime who, if anyone, you know, Reddit Lucio-esque style, Regime can just slide on in. It's fine.
Yeah, but it won't deny the touch from Fischer.
Oh, Stone left.
So much mobility. Stone at least lives this time, so that's improvement for Bellevue. But you don't really have a firm win condition on this fight. Ivory almost an override protocol, but will need to stay alive in order for them to use it. But it's a Graviton Surge. That grabs 3 players all sucked on in. And Iron says, hey team, how's it going? You're not winning this one. Yeah, worst part about this, Stone, yeah, you get a couple. But Ivory lost the ult through all of that chaos, Jesse.
You know what? Ivory popped it and just got sucked back to the earth right as they were trying to go up for the ult. So, you know, the big advantage with that ult is how you get to fly around just like Alari does during Captive Sun. When you don't get to fly around, it's a little bit of an easy pickings if you're a Fischer. So all of a sudden now it's going to be Bellevue who needs to play this very quick, and that'll be why the rush is used.
And you have to. Kiwi doesn't have a rush up yet. And that can work out in Bellevue's favor. He's got to live through Hydron's protocol override, and that will sound plenty of health to go ahead and do it. Now, a lot of these cooldowns are burned. It's going to be on these Vendettas to see what's happening. And Talisman will get burnt down. Thought he was safe, but Avery's like, oh, I can just look down. I have the high ground advantage, but peeks it for too long, losing their own life. Suddenly Bellevue, a point that has looked so much better for them. They had the answer, they had the macro. It's just falling apart. Kiwi managed to build up to that Kitsune rush after all, and Iron free range Zarya is what we're watching right now. Nobody in Bellevue can do anything about it. So it looks like we will be going to point number 3, with it being Fischer's last.
Yeah, Fischer, just one flashpoint remaining from making it to the lower semifinal, and they will await the winner of our next series, but it's not done yet. Bellevue, again, Vendetta ult online, but that's really about it. It will be the only ultimate to start off this engagement, but considering how quickly Iron's been farming up these grabs, it could get a little sticky pretty quick here for Bellevue if they cannot find an opening pick, but it's the other way around.
I mean, Hydron again, if he has this priority positioning, it's just been disastrous for Bellevue. Trying to push into these grenades. Stone, they're doing a decent job of trying to trade this out, but I feel like Hydron has become much more of an issue here. And map number 3 is Fischer. We're gonna get first cap yet again.
Grapes, that was a little rude. That was. It was like, oh, you killed my Vendetta. That's fine. I'll take the 1v1 against a lady with a giant sword. No issues at all. Graviton Surge still available here now for Fischer. Can pair it with Talisman. Can pair it with Hydron. At least for Bellevue, you got some of these ultimates building up as well, but you gotta make sure you get maximum use.
Well, it's soul grab onto Avery. Stone thought people were there. Unfortunately, knocks on the door. No one is home, so he's gonna let himself into the back line. And it kind of helps. There's a 2-for-2 trade, but Hydron again wins a 2v2 with Grapes at his side. Oh, this duo is just so dang good. When they have these synergies, Hutch narrowly avoids getting staggered.
They didn't even get hit with beat, by the way.
Yeah.
They were in their own little corner, just having a little bit of a 2v2, ends up winning it, and now 1 fight remaining. Ivory trying to save it.
Ivory gonna do his best. Their mask managed to dodge out of Talisman, and Stone flips them off with the extra secondary fire. There we go, Bellevue. They'll have the cap, but it was a costly fight for this team, and even then, still not out of the woods yet.
No, still the mini reverse sweep to start the reverse sweep needed for Bellevue. So a long ways to go. Advantage for them, though. They do have ult advantage going into this. Kitsune Rush, grab both ready. nobody from Fischer's even remotely close to an ultimate other than Kiwi. So it'll be up to hey, can they shut down Hydron during this early fight where he's really been shining?
They have to get him off of this high ground some way,
Oh
somehow,
my
and
God.
Hutch, and he got the ult off. That's something, but just putting a Kitsune rush in Hydron's face, that's not gonna stop him. He still gets the main support, and I don't think Bellevue can even attempt to push it. Yeah, you gotta commit the grab. It's close to final fight, but yeah, you get Iron. Kiwi still can run it down. Hydron still alive and very much a threat, and it Grapes in the backline with Talisman. Regime's like, uh-oh, I don't want to be here anymore. Well, good news, they're not. But bad news for Bellevue. You're fighting a 3v4 against Fischer Esports. It is final battle, and Talisman already pulls the Suzu out of Hutch. Little survivability available for this team, and Iron coming back fast on this Diva. We saw how much of an issue it was before, but Grapes overextending makes a window of opportunity for them. They just need to get Talisman, peel them off the tank. Yes, that will work, but a touch has to happen. Bellevue narrowly get it. Avery back on the point. It should be a Bruins objective, but it is so close.
It is so close. Talisman will not be back yet. Grapes just running back from spawn. And now you can see Stone already going in, trying to disrupt a little bit as Hydron pops override.
Well, apparently, Hydron allergic to the ceiling there. Avery making sure he becomes nice and familiar with this. He takes him out. Fischer Esports going down on this objective. Bellevue fought tooth and nail, Jesse, to keep themselves up in this series, in this map. And they managed to do it just barely.
Just barely, and it felt like Fischer there for a second had this series wrapped up, and poor Iron, who probably isn't even going to stay on the Diva, which is why they're just going to run to spawn instead of jumping off. We'll just return to the Zarya now that the stall is not needed. There it is. Didn't really lose much ult charge as well, if I remember correct, so not that big of a loss for Fischer. Sound barrier available here for Grapes will maybe be counteracted by Regime, but still almost 5 ultimates on the board here for the Bruins. You just can't use it all at once, Molly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's not press every button at once. I know we can get trigger happy. Not the time to do it. Stone actually got trigger happy.
Oh,
Off the map, Regime, you animal! Oh my goodness, the hero that Bellevue needed, a triple kill for the Lucio Regime. Oh, they love this Lucio. You don't need a beat if they're just gonna become the bloodthirsty support.
That was perfect. Like, that's exactly how you need to start off that fight from the support who just made it to the next phase of the Overwatch World Cup with Team India overnight, and now an early wake-up call for this.
Yeah, Regime been grinding it out all night, and you can tell they are not about to lose here if they have the opportunity, but I think the trigger pulled a bit early on that Kitsune rush, Jesse. Everyone backs off.
Again, Fischer, if I will say one thing, very disciplined about just backing out and not wanting to go against those fights.
Yeah, there's the Graviton Surge. We don't have the Sundering Strike to combo up, but the nice part is you have the preferred sound barrier to work with. Regime running it down, but everyone hides in cover. Ivory can't get anything. How in the world had Fischer managed to survive this long? Finally, Ivory will break through, but the pick from Hydron, much more valuable. Fischer have to get to the objective. They at least had the touch guaranteed, but Grapes in no man's land, caught out by Ivory. And Fischer may not have this as easy as they thought. Ivory keeping himself up much longer than they really should be allowed to. But it's not all for naught. Bellevue will lose control after all.
And the issue is here, Molly, 0 ultimates on the board. They didn't use them all at once, but it was within 2 fights or so. And now the ult advantage swings back into the favor of Fischer. Both DPS ults, either one can pair with this grab that Iron has soon to come. The one, shining light here for Bellevue could be a sound barrier from Regime if it is built up during this fight, if it takes that long to engage.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like it. I think Regime spilling a sound barrier, it takes so long. How close Fischer are to their own win conditions. Cannot imagine. They're gonna wait terribly long. There we go, Hydron. Override protocol up on the high ground. We'll look for the grab. Not entirely sure where that went. The majority of Bellevue is safe. Actually was solo on the Stone in the back. Hutch, Ivory, not feeling it. Bellevue, they're gonna try to get a reset here, but there's not gonna be touch. Look how far Fischer are pushing.
It's up to Regime to get this touch. You can see, I think we just saw them for like a split second.
Yep, there they are.
All the way in the back, but they have been caught.
Talisman says no, slams the door in Regime's face, and Bellevue along with it. Fischer gonna sweep their way through their lower round 2 and find themselves a spot in the top 4 for the Overwatch Collegiate Open.
Bellevue out in the top 6, but still an historic end for this program, at least this season. That was, yeah, the disgusting double boop from Regime. But Fischer, their run continues. They will now await the winner of our next series, but they have a lot on their mind because obviously Cumberland they've beaten in the past. St. Clair, they have yet to beat since all of the new heroes were eligible. So that is going to be a big task ahead for Fischer, but man, they look real good right now, especially with the Emre on Hydron.
I think Fischer, a team that, you know, I have a very hard time seeing as consistent and putting up these strong performances because they seem discombobulated. They relied so much on a hands check in the past, just having so much talent behind their rosters. But what we saw from them now, Jesse, is that this team, they are coordinated, the discipline to kite out a full ult push from Bellevue and come out of it alive is insane. Proceed to win the fight, and it happened so many times throughout today's series. Fischer, if they are going to win, if they are going to make it to this LAN, it's going to be today.
Yeah, it has to be today. Fischer not in varsity, so they need to still win few more games, but 1 down, 2 to go for the Falcons to make it to Orlando. And again, it feels like this is the form they're going to have to do it in, right? Like the way Iron consistent throughout the entirety of this. Kiwi, Grapes in the same. Talisman and Hydron both trading off these pop-off moments on DPS. This does feel like some of the best form they have had, well, other than that moment. This is some of the best form they've had all season long. It is just going to be a question of, can they keep it up for the rest of today to make it into the top 2?
It's a long road ahead if Fischer are going to make it so far, so they'll have a little bit of opportunity for a break as we watch our other lower round 2 matchup. But until then, Jesse, a lot of pressure, I think, on this roster to perform. They'll be watching our next game incredibly closely between St. Clair and Cumberland. And I think for Bellevue, to wrap it up for them, best performance, best placement they've had in the open tournament. They still have an opportunity to qualify for that land through the varsity once those playoffs begin in a couple of weeks. But I think that they are pretty pleased with the performance they had. They know about where they stand in terms of rankings, and they hit the expectations that they had for themselves.
I don't think they should feel bad about how they did it all. Like, they pushed Fischer around in these maps. Yes, there's an 0-3 that'll show up on the scoreline, but they did have some incredible moments. And again, like you said, this wasn't a game that, they were expected to win. Like, they weren't expecting to win this game. So I think it was still a decent performance. And yeah, we'll see if they end up making it to top 8 for OWCC Varsity to make it to LAN. But stay with us, everybody. The one and only Hydron is joining us for an interview right after this.
And that will wrap up our first matchup of the day. Fischer taking the sweep over Bellevue. They're going to continue on that path to a potential LAN spot, but it's a long road to have to get there, and we got to take a bit of a pit stop to talk to one of our Fischer players. We have Hydron, the menace on Emre, that we've gotten to see for these past couple of days. And Hydron, first of all, how is it feeling for Fischer? You made it back to the top 4 again, beat Bellevue. How are you getting ready for what is looking to be a long day ahead?
Yeah, just trying to do what we do, just only get second place, and that's all we can hope for.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough going out here right now, but obviously yesterday, fall to Fischer, not Fischer, fall to Winthrop in the upper semis. What were some lessons that you guys took from that game yesterday that you're trying to bring in today to make a lower bracket run?
That we need to try harder. And, like, you know, there's some potential there. Like, it was decently close. It wasn't a sweep, so I think we proved that we kind of do have what it takes to play with the best teams, but we got to fix up a couple things before we actually beat them.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels like at least some of those pieces started to get together here in this series against Bellevue. Outside of round 1 on Lijiang, I feel like you guys were in the driver's seat the entire way. Is there anything that, even going into this next series, playing either against St. Clair or Cumberland, is there anything you're looking at in that series that you have to take into prep for later on today?
We got to make sure Tread doesn't carry the entire lobby. Honestly, I don't know about Cumberland too much, but we got to worry about Tread, because I think St. Clair will probably beat Cumberland. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, expecting to be St. Clair, I know you have had some mixed results. I think you're 1-2 just this semester against St. Clair. You know that Tread is, as you said, Tread can kind of put the team in his backpack if he has the opportunity to do so. How, like, in your mind, is that something that, you know, the team's like, we're watching Tread this whole time? Is it kind of an adapt on the moment? Or do you have, like, a very specific plan for how you're going to approach a potential St. Clair matchup, having played them a couple times?
We're gonna try and shoot them harder than they shoot us, and that includes Tread.
That includes Tread.
Especially Tread.
Yeah.
Especially Tread. All right, we're
Especially
not
that
going to discriminate. Okay, we're going to keep up the consistent pressure. Okay, then Hydron, any final words for you on the broadcast here that you want to say about Fischer, about the run? What do we got?
We're gonna try and win the whole thing in the next 3 hours. If you guys want, you guys can watch my POV over at my Twitch, ttv/Hydron. So, GG's.
Awesome.
GG's.
Well, thank you so much, Hydron, for taking a bit of time to come out and chat with us. We look forward to seeing Fischer in your match later today against the winner of St. Clair and Cumberland. So we'll see ya in a little bit.
Thank you, guys.
Alrighty. I confidence, like, to a degree there. I think they are recognizing the real threat that St. Clair is in this bracket, which is fair, but, and Jesse, the form that Fischer is in now, I think it can set them up very well for a matchup against St. Clair, especially since they'll have the warm-up.
Yeah, they'll have the warm, and they'll have, obviously both of these teams have been able to watch each other's games, but St. Clair also have a game ahead still that they have to worry about. Fischer can now kind of just sit back and look at how this next series is going to go between St. Clair and Cumberland, which has its own just kind of weird and wacky history in itself.
Oh yeah, we have so much to talk about for those two teams as they get ready to head it off. But first, we got to talk about where these teams are all playing for, or rather where they are eventually going to play, as it is a LAN yet again for our Overwatch Collegiate team in 2026. The first time since post-COVID that we will have an official OWC tournament there. And it's going to be at Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida on April 25th and 26th. Our top 8 varsity teams and the 2 from our open tournament that will determine today to join Northwood down there in Florida. And you know what the best thing is about all of this? Oh, it's free, people. You can enter this tournament completely for free. Feel the energy of the crowd, all of the cool stuff that goes on down there. See your favorite collegiate Overwatch players compete for the biggest event in the collegiate Overwatch scene. So a really cool tournament. We do hope to see all of you there, as I know a lot of the 4 teams that we have remaining are hungry to get that spot to play in person.
Yeah, just that feeling. It's just different on LAN, right?
Oh, yeah.
It just always is. It's different on LAN. It's a different environment. It's a different feel, and it just feels better to get that win, right? Like, it just, hey, you got all your guys with you, and it's the best. So that'll be, again, next month. It's very quick here. Like, it feels like, oh, you know, it's late April, whatever. You know, it's fine. It's going to feel like it's right around the corner, especially with OWCS starting next week. I think Japan starts tonight. So yeah, it's going to be quite a busy stretch, and it's going to happen just like that. But now we have our other lower round 2 game here in this bracket. St. Clair and Cumberland, a rematch from the final round of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, this is a banger of a matchup. Went the distance last time. Can Cumberland manage to do it again against the St. Clair, who has looked in the best form we have ever seen from this team? Well, we're going to find out after this break, so stay tuned. Much more Collegiate Overwatch to come. And we are right on to our second matchup of the day. Cumberland University versus St. Clair College. And Jesse, the story between these teams is fantastic. We have so much that we can talk about from each of these rosters individually, not to mention the history that they have together.
Yeah, there's just a lot here between these two teams. It was one of the best games of Swiss Stage between these two in the final round, and it was Cumberland pulling the upset at a 2-1 over St. Clair, which earned Cumberland a top 4 seed here in the playoff bracket, sent St. Clair just a little bit lower into the seeding than they would have hoped. But St. Clair now looking for revenge, maybe knowing their foe just a little bit more heading into this one. As two teams, again, very unique styles. Also, two who have a lot to say. I don't think that's totally out there to put. But yeah, you have Virtual on Cumberland. I think that says enough for them. And then even the support line for St. Clair ain't quiet either. So I'm really curious to see how this goes as we look at Cumberland, Nodi, Cabe, which Cabe, former Fisherman, he now took a little bit of a break. Now with Cumberland, Kerm, Virtual, and Chef rounded out.
Yeah, and Cumberland has had a rocky road, you have to say, through this school year so far, and a lot of it comes from having Kerm being put into this roster fresh at the spring semester. It's very rare that we see roster changes at this point in the year, and with how centered Cumberland's identity was around this Junker Queen comp from Ginger, since he was just a mechanical god at it, it was a huge shift and almost an identity crisis that Cumberland University had at the start of this semester. Yet Kerm has been such a notable player. Cumberland have become the kind of niche team. They pull out these strange strategies that you're not going to see anybody else. And even if they might not have the hands to match some of these very top teams, the fact that they have the team play, the communication, and overall the surprise factor to come out, they can surprise some of the top teams just like they did to St. Clair back in that Swiss stage, which they said themselves was their biggest achievement so far in the spring semester.
Well, for the longest time for the Phoenix has been, can they actually beat somebody in the top 5, the top 6? And they finally did it. They also avenged their loss against Fischer Navy, who was their only loss in Swiss stage, swept them in the upper quarterfinals. So this is a Cumberland team arguably in its best form right now. They said to me last night, like, hey, that Northwood game, just forget about it. That was kind of an exception. They said it's probably one of their worst performances actually of the year. But now, full steam ahead, hoping to regain that form against St. Clair, who will be hungry to replay Winthrop near the end of the day. They almost pulled the upset yesterday, Molly, against Winthrop. Weren't able to get it done. They are hungry for revenge. But first, they got to get revenge on Cumberland.
The St. Clair roster, I mean, we heard it from Hydron himself that Tread is, I think, the star of the show when it comes to this team. Coming into play for St. Clair now for the second semester has been fantastic. Wherever we have seen him, the Zarya, the Diva in particular, both of which incredibly strong right now. The tank for DSG, there's OWCS talent all over the board. But the thing that stands out most is how coordinated this roster is. They know where they want to put their eggs. They spread it out between their teams. They're willing to experiment. And all of those are so incredibly important against a team such as Cumberland. The preparation, I can only imagine what it looked like, because that is what we coined to be one of the things that the St. Clair Saints struggled with. They discounted Cumberland University in their last matchup, didn't prepare accordingly, lost the game. And I gotta say, Jesse, there's no way they're making that mistake twice.
No, there is zero way the Saints will let that happen again. Honestly, this is some of the best form I've seen Noxious play in years. Like, he was kind of just a sub for a long time on this team. Didn't even play that much. He was more Razor and Juice were the DPS line for a while, but then started getting back into the game more recently, playing over in Face It, and now has really started to rack it up here for St. Clair. Maybe Noxious was the return that they needed, and we'll see here if they can get it done. We do already have our map and bans to start us off here. It will be Lijiang Tower, and it'll be first ban since Cumberland is the higher seed. They ban out the Vendetta. Juno is the answer from St. Clair, which, if you don't know these teams very well, it's like, well, Juno's kind of a weird one, but against Cumberland, that's pretty spot on.
Cumberland allergic to Lucio. They don't like it a lot. They can play it. It's just never been a favorite for this team. They love their Juno Brig comps, and especially on a map like Lijiang Tower, it can work really well on these closer quarters points. You know what these teams are expecting, and you can already tell St. Clair, they did their homework, especially since Cumberland played on stream yesterday with their match against Northwood. And as a reminder, lower bracket matchup, winner will go on to play Fischer to keep their hopes alive of making it to the quals, whereas the loser will be sent home.
Yeah, the loser may have their KD to blame, but InTouch Credit Union can't boost it, but it can help level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by the NCUA, but I don't know who will need it quite yet. Cumberland, again, we've seen some creative looks from them over the years. Not even with this roster iteration, but with past. I'm just, there's a lot going on over there right now. St. Clair, for the moment being, actually running their Amatra, because a lot of times Cumberland has ran Domino. So that is something that's a good matchup. You can punch through the shield, and eventually the bait was almost believable from Kerm does swap over to the Domino.
So pretty close to standard for Cumberland. I gotta give him credit. We called him the oddball team, but all it takes is the extra range. Cabe is another player we didn't really talk about. As you said, came from Fischer, a grad student at Cumberland, has been lighting it up on this hit scan and brings a whole new level of coordination when he's in this roster.
And it's kind of that veteran presence that this team really needed, right? You have a lot of young guns on this team, and having a veteran like Cabe is doing wonders, and already finds that early elimination on the Red X.
Yeah, it gets Cumberland to the plate, but it doesn't really secure them to fight. The Ramatra from Tread, you can't really sit here. If you're Kerm, and I guess you can for a bit, if Nodi actually ends up getting Noxious in the backline, don't want to know. Probably an accidental blink off the map if you had to take a guess based on his positioning. It's a 1-for-1, but one that Cumberland not too thrilled about because Cave got chunked so low. Noxious returning from the spawns actually poked him out with a stray primary fire, and St. Clair will eventually get that first capture they wanted.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there with Nodi, but, you know, I have a feeling he wants us to bury it, so we will. St. Clair, this will be a good spot now, because this Domina is great for defending. It can be a little rough at times if you're trying to push into that space. So, Trey, that's why you see him playing a more up-front position than you would typically see, not wanting that shield presence to get up too far.
Yeah, and already has the Annihilation, by the way. And this is the superstar Tread tank that has seriously started to become top 2, top 3 tank conversation in Collegiate, let alone NA. Annihilation popped, running it down with the Kitsune Rush. Cabe didn't stand a chance, turning player after player into his own personal punching bag. St. Clair, swift win, fight 2.
Nodi will get staggered out as well. Big kill there for the Saints after both Kitsune rushes were traded. And you can see already, again, Cumberland not comfortable on the Lucio a lot of times. Chef still 20% behind Red X, who's been holding onto the sound barrier for a little bit of time, and now can pop it for Cabe with this override protocol.
Yeah, that's ideally where you want to see it, making sure he isn't picked out of the sky, but it honestly might be your best way to get into this fight. And Cabe definitely agrees with that. Noxious, that's the sound barrier, and that is when Cabe will respect. Kerm just didn't have the opportunity to see his health bar melted into pieces. And St. Clair, and they're proving they are the team to mess with here. They've barely lost any players outside of that first fight.
Yeah, they've been pretty much flawless so far. Cumberland scratching for any sort of answers early on as the Panopticon and sound barrier to maybe try and have some sort of chance during this fight, considering St. Clair have used all of their resources so far.
And St. Clair, neutral fight for them, but the positioning, it's so difficult for Cumberland to work with. You almost have to tempo beat to engage, and that is the best way. Picks Red X off with the stray grenade out of Cave, and Cumberland will get that flip back over, and only needing the sound barrier to do it.
Yeah, so holding on to the Panopticon, and already, there you go, finds a Noxious, and finds the kill.
Yeah, I don't think Kerm wanted to do it, but seeing Cabe go down, you didn't really have a choice. You didn't want to risk St. Clair coming back in to flip that fight around. And if anything, it guarantees extra percentage. These staggers onto Redix and Noxious are going to be helpful.
Yeah, you only lose Nodi and they can just blink back into this fight. So not really a bad fight there from the Phoenix, but now these ultimates start building back up for St. Clair. And it's just, can they push through the defense from a Cumberland? Rushes both online, they use them both pretty much simultaneously. Up on coast, now it looks like both will get used by White Room.
Yeah, St. Clair have the setup, and we saw how deadly this combo was with Alex and Tread's ultimates combined. I have a feeling St. Clair will want to replicate that success here. But Tread for now only going to use the Annihilation if he needs it to stay alive. And look at Kerm isolated from the rest of the team. You can see the call and St. Clair pounce onto Cumberland's tank. A stick on it. Tread gets him incredibly low, but he has the armor refresh to stay on his feet. The sound barrier from Redix was just the cherry on top as the Saints are going to close out round number 1 of Lijiang Tower. Once they clear off the last couple of stragglers out of Cumberland, and they'll have a decent touch. Virtual over to Jetpack Cat and Kerm on the Doomfist. I mean, there'll be more of a chance, but a very, very small one that, like, you might need a microscope to see it based on how the kills are going. And there we go. Saints close out round number 1, looking as consistent as ever.
Yeah, that is a perfect start for St. Clair. Just do not let Cumberland get set up. Do not let them get into their flow, because that is when they become a real dangerous threat. And yeah, Tread is like, oh yeah, it's not the Diva, but the Ramacha's still pretty darn good from them. And you can see here, 16-1 through 1 round. That is an 8,000 damage. That is just a little crazy.
Yeah, and it's been okay, I think, for Kerm and Nodi, but, I mean, Cabe, 3-5. I think that's a very rare sight for somebody of his hit scan caliber, and it shows the focus that St. Clair have been putting onto him outside of the couple of picks. We've seen in the kill feed. Very similar comp this time, though. Cumberland special, Nodi's May.
Yeah, this is one of the things that, if you don't watch a lot of Cumberland, you don't understand why. But yes, it is going to be something we see a lot here from Cumberland. I expect it to get banned later in the series, but it does force Tread to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, but Nodi stuck up in the Disruptor shot plus the Vortex. And it just means that Kerm is the only one in the front line. He's like, wait a minute, I don't like this. We'll have the shield up and ready. But there's the pick you're looking for. Razor shut down on this off angle. Bit of a concern since Cumberland won't have a Tracer to directly match him. Proving it's not an issue, and even then, watching this May, Nodi, all he's done is struggle to stay alive. No one from St. Clair goes in. Redix was on a mission. I guess didn't expect Tread to get slowed as much as he did. Looks like a feed, but it wasn't. Cumberland get the first tap.
Yeah, Redix full sent it, and that's something we'll also see throughout the series. A lot of these supports are very aggressive. Redix, Alex, Virtual, all the same. Chef is usually a little bit more tame, but no, we're gonna see a lot of plays like that throughout this series.
Ooh, well,
wow, that's brain freeze.
Ice between the eyeballs. Goodbye, Noxious. And I think that is the best thing Cumberland could ask for, too. Because with the Razor swap over to the Pharah, I think that poke damage, it's going to be even harder to kind of close down this off angle like they were doing before. They're just a team that wants to bunker on point.
Yeah, they don't need to really push out that far. Just kind of naturally take some poke, build up the support ultimates like this rush.
And there's a blizzard right in the middle of it, so anything Alex want to do is shut down. The 2 players frozen up, and Tread barely manages to stay on his feet with the help of Alex. Virtual, though, overextension from him. Razor, rocket to the dome. Triple stun, though, from Kerm. Panopticon is out, and Tread not in the healthiest of places with all the healing being denied. Fantastic focus fire from Cumberland despite losing Virtual in that fight. It buys them more percentage, but it doesn't feel like they're fully stable. This Razor Pharah is going crazy, but he bites off more than he can chew. And it still means St. Clair will get that flip and guards the barrage.
Yeah, this Pharah swap has done a lot of damage, and that's why Nodi will swap off of the May. It's just a little bit too much to deal with right now, even though that was a fantastic Panopticon from Kerm. Shut down the Annihilation entirely from Tread.
Oh, it starts getting a little crazy, but Noxious blinked and he's dead. Well, that's unfortunate for St. Clair, because even the sound barrier Couldn't get there in time to save him. Cave chunking through Chad's health bar, but the Suzu, fantastic timing from Alex, denies that stun, makes sure Kerm's the one that falls. Cumberland do get the flip throughout all of this. It's gonna be short-lived, but it's nice St. Clair, a lot of much-needed time.
Yeah, very quick turnaround. Is actually Kerm. Well, you could tell they wanted to go for the coast-to-coast rollout, but not worth it by that point. Eventually goes back to swap over. That would have been a little even creative for Cumberland standards with that. Only one fight away, though, for Cumberland to lock this down and send us to a round 3. Razor Pulse Bomb nearly in their hands and has had a target on Kerm a lot of the time. Wouldn't be shocked if it was Kerm as the target once again. Yeah, this fight. Just wait a little bit longer now.
At least Lucio's fast, I guess. Cave, not so much, though. St. Clair, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. And Cumberland, I don't think realized that fast enough. They tried to back off, but I think that's the worst way that this play could have gone for them.
Yeah, because you don't even get that much ult charge. Ooh, Razor. A little bit of a rubbing shoulder to shoulder with the Kiriko up top. Maybe not the guess they thought they were going to see.
I don't think Razor expected to see anybody up there.
Yeah, he's like, wait, what?
Like, it didn't even fully make contact, just like, wait, my health bar's low, I'm getting out of here. Totally understandable. Goes for a bit of revenge. Virtual's hitbox far too small for that. And Virtual said, you pesky Tracer. I brought my fly swatter today. Cumberland, they want to get to this point, but again, without Kerm, it's been so difficult for him to move anywhere on this Domina. But this is where those aggressive DPS plays comes in. You shouted it out before. It's Virtual, it's Redix firing back and forth to St. Clair. Get to overtime. Tread trying to zone players off with the Annihilation, but he's out of range. Virtual happy to continue poking in and out, looking for a second div onto this Tracer player from the Saints. And look at this, everybody wants this Kiriko, but elusive as ever. Kerm denies all of the players who are attempting to chase him down, but can't do the same for Chef Alex. Back in the fight now, and it's been so difficult for this team to pinpoint where the focus fire are. It gets chaotic in these overtime scenarios. I think Reddick's down, buys time. You don't have the sound barrier, but Tread being back on the Diva, he's basically Thanos. The flip comes back through, and the Saints will get themselves map number 1.
Yeah, after just chaos over here on Night Market, St. Clair win Cumberland's opening map pick. And now we'll move on through the rest. As Tread, yeah, only saw the Diva near the end, but still one of the most impactful players in the lobby. Yeah, this Kitsune Rush Annihilation combo. You know, we talk a lot about, Nano Annihilations when that was kind of in the meta. This is still a fantastic combination for the Ramachu to go crazy. Had those buffs recently. Not necessarily in top of play right now, but in a very counterable spot, especially against a team primarily wanting to run the Domina like Cumberland.
St. Clair did their homework. Said it first, said it again. And this team, they underestimated Cumberland last time. Didn't think they needed to prepare, and it dealt them their loss. 1 of 2 in the Swiss stage. The other, of course, being to Northwood. And it was a lesson well learned and one that's countered. I don't think we're going to see this comp from St. Clair at any other point in their run through the bracket, should they continue to move on forwards. That is how dedicated they are, knowing their strategies, knowing their opponent, and it truly paid off in this sense between the Juno ban and shutting down the Mei with the Pharah.
Yeah, that, especially if Cade cannot keep the Pharah on lock, this Mei, which is usually the kind of the go-to for Cumberland, is going to have a lot of issues later on in this series, and they're going to have to find some sort of other way around it. We're waiting to see right now what the map pick is going to be from Cumberland. If I had to put my money on it, it's probably Midtown, just because that's kind of been the map they've leaned on a lot as of late of where they wanted to go. But let's see here what the Phoenix have in store.
I do worry for the Kerm Domina going forward.
Yeah,
it's kind of the second time today that we've seen, you know, if a team can close the gap against this Domina, that shift is out, well, there's not much you can do. You're just a sitting duck. You don't have any mobility. And if your shield's out, you don't have any protection for yourself either. And that happened several times. The Ramatra doesn't even care about the shield. St. Clair cooked up the perfect counter comp for what Cumberland have been wanting to run. I think the one advantage that we're really going to see Cumberland pull out here is that first ban. Do they point it? If they do pick that Midtown, I think that Ramatra has to go. First and foremost, if it's not the Lucio. One of those two things has to give, and I would think that the tank is going to have a higher impact in the long run for St. Clair, should this May from Nodi make that reappearance that he's known for.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know. And I think at some point, like, the D.Va or Lucio bans also have to, like you said, the Lucio. D.Va, Trez had D.Va banned against him at least once, I think, every single game through this tournament. It's just because it's such a known factor, and D.Va's also in such a great spot right now, that it's not a shock that the D.Va ban will come out here and there. We do have the pick and ban ready to go, and here we go. It is going to be Midtown for our second map, and it is going to be that Pharah eliminated. So maybe not the ban they thought going into this series they would do for this map, but it's an adjustment they have to make.
Yes, Pharah ban. That is a pick of all time, but I think it makes sense with how much of an issue it is, and the one thing that can single-handedly take down Cumberland's comp, especially if you can't get Cabe up and ready. That's the best pick you can go for, but the support targets will continue to happen for St. Clair. You can tell they are not afraid of this Domina at all. They are confident in their strategy to fight against it. All they know is they have to keep this Lucio Kiriko going between Redix and Alex, and the same from Chef to keep this on. Like, I think it's just Cumberland's one thing that they're like, we can play whatever they want. If supports are going to be banned, it's Lucio Kiriko. Well, that would matter if St. Clair didn't already have a peek at your playbook.
Yeah, this is not the first time around the sun for these teams. They actually did play this exact map in map 2 of their series in Swiss. And it was actually a D.Va ban from that time. So you can see maybe where the changes are already coming. But I think that Pharah ban also, it helps protect the May. So the May can't be banned like it was last time when these two teams played this map. So different bans across the board. Let's see if it plays out any different in Cumberland. We'll start on the defense. St. Clair electing to start on attack. Ideally, if you're St. Clair, a lot of poke. Try and find an early pickoff onto somebody like Cabe or Virtual, and then move on from there. If you're Cumberland, you just want to stall this out as long as humanly possible at this choke. With the walls, shields, grenades, anything. Try and delay as much as humanly possible. Tread, I think, just going out for some scouting, and now we'll come back to go on to the Ramatra. Or the Star. Yeah, okay.
All right, hey, I think this works too. There's not a ton that can be done against the Vendetta. Like, Nodi is more survivable, but hey, Razor, look at that. Free damage in onto this Domina. Once those repulsors are gone and you don't land the stun, well, that's a, 10-second cooldown that you have to wait for to come back up, and Razor's like pushes in and out are much quicker. So it's just a timing. It's these small pushes from St. Clair, draw out the resources, but the Maywall uses a backboard for the repulsors, forces the Suzu out of Alex. St. Clair, they got the positioning rotation they want over into the fire station, and Kerm in a rather sketchy location, but same with Cave, tried to leap away. Razor brings him back down to earth at rocket speed. It seems that St. Clair, they got themselves to the objective. We're gonna get the percentage up and taking it. It seems Cumberland still can't find a way to make this May work.
Yeah, it just seems like they can't kill Razor either, right? If you can't kill Razor and you can't kill Tread, any other game plan you have is still not going to work, right? It has so much damage, and you can tell Cabe was just sitting there like, what do you want me to do? There's a bubble, I can shoot the bubble, but it's not like it's going to immediately blow up. So St. Clair, 5 minutes going into the second phase of Midtown, and already on the right foot.
Yeah, Noxious is continuing to fry. We shouted it out at the start of this game. This is the best we've seen from Noxious in a hot minute since he's been on the bench for St. Clair, at least for a part of fall. Between Alex kind of swapping between flex support and DPS wherever he has been needed, and him coming out with hit scan, Jesse, is phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it's been kind of a renaissance for Noxious, and it's been fantastic to see. Shooting rush blocked by wall.
Oh, not quite. It still got
Not
through.
quite.
I saw the vision, Nodi. You were almost there, but it's just not enough. And because Kerm struggling with its mobility, especially with the Lucio, Chef won't get him out of these sticky situations. How quick Redix, Tread, and Razor are engaging on this team.
Yeah, as soon as that shield goes down from Kerm, it is just full steam ahead from St. Clair. And it feels like there's nothing Cumberland can do about it right now. Yes, some ultimates to go into this. Kitsune Rush, they should have a touch, but will it actually work? Let's see.
Well, Redix is down, and that means the sound barrier won't be a factor in this fight. That is the best pick Cumberland could have asked for, and they've only used the Kitsune Rush so far. St. Clair realizing, you know, we don't have beat to keep this going. We're gonna back off, and that makes sure Cumberland will have the beat to match.
They will, even though it does keep treads charged, which is at least the one big factor there. And yeah, 4 ultimates for Cumberland, 3 ultimates for St. Clair. Got a feeling a lot of overhealth and a lot of damage pumping through during this next fight. And it's not like Panopticon could be used to cancel out overclock like it has been sometimes as of late.
Here's the combo that we've been looking for. Graviton Surge on to 3. Not even committing to that Slundering Strike, but that's because Razor's dead, and you can't really do anything to help him out. Tread, it wasn't that with the Panopticon. My goodness, this guy is running amok. You know that you have to focus him down first in order for St. Clair to go through, because he just came up with a triple kill. It's fine for Cumberland. That's much closer than it could have been.
Yeah, Kerm, I thought he was dead to rights. I can't lie. That was a fantastic play there from Kerm. Why not just add another one onto the mix? Starting to feel himself now. The former Cumberland Acad player who actually transferred over the summer from, I think it was North Texas. Wasn't expecting to be the starter on this team, Molly. And now playing for a spot in the top 4. Kind of a weird how life happens sometimes.
But he's making it work. We talked about Cumberland needing to find a whole new identity, and Kerm been that main molding factor around it. And like with the changes, the coaching staff, Louis coming in for this roster too. It's been fantastic from Cumberland. And Cade now gonna make a bit of a dent in this kill feed. Redix will be burned through with the override protocol up in the sky, and Tread's health bar suffering with the lack of support behind him. It seems like Cumberland managed to put their foot down and stop the poke from starting things off wrong.
Yeah, they've been a little more passive on some of these angles, which has helped. It's not allowing Noxious to find some of these opening picks, and they're also playing a little more compact. Razor has not found the value that they did during the first phase. So St. Clair, 3.5 minutes gone already on this push, and 90 seconds to go to try and find something, but some of those key ultimates are starting to build back up.
Yeah, it's been a decent rotation for Cumberland. We haven't seen these crazy ult dumps so far, which can be a weakness of these teams, and I don't think I've ever seen it from St. Clair. So the fact that they've been as consistent as they have, never over-investing their resources, especially in fights that look like they're lost. The Maywall from Nodi will deny the support coming in onto Curd, but it was broken through. Suzu makes its way over to Tread, plus the bubble. They'll be A-okay. The concern now is Noxious on this high ground. Razor looking for a way to strike somebody down. I believe that only landed onto the Maywall and help finish off Nodi, who was using it as protection for himself. Razor locked up in the bubble and denied the sound barrier because of it. Redix couldn't get the extra overhealth through. Make it a 1-for-1. Virtual falling though for Cumberland. Something has to continue to be traded out, and that's where Nodi has done his best to come up, swapping over to the Tracer to get back fast. St. Clair just having Tread with as much health as he is making this real scary. Even if the trade's coming through, there's no way that St. Clair managed to lose this fight with Cumberland. Just coming back from the spawns, they have the advantage. Nodi returns. Razor can't get through because Kerm shoves him out of the way. They hold it.
Kerm just never dies, and neither does Chef, and they hold the line now with 5 seconds left. It is going to be a mad dash to the point from St. Clair, and it will be denied at the final breath. Cumberland hold on at the end of second phase.
Wow, that looked like a Cumberland lost fight and a half. I don't know how Kerm lived through that.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
What?
We saw Virtual die, and we're like, there's no way. There's surely not that Cumberland managed to keep the tank up, but no, he lived long enough. Cabe and Nodi came back into the fight, and they just denied Tread at the very last second, and by very slim margins. I gotta say, I'm very impressed with Cumberland managed to hold through, because it's a decent marker for them, Jesse.
Yeah, you needed that kind of hold as well to kind of raise the spirits. Because that first map, yeah, it was a little rough. Like, nobody's going to say it wasn't. So now you have that kind of performance here on your defense. But now you have to make sure you still have a good attack. And again, that's not always necessarily a guarantee when you're playing a team like St. Clair, who no reason to change anything too crazy, especially here in this first phase. Tread will remain on the Zarya compared to the Ramatra.
And it will depend, too, on just the way Midtown is. This is a very common spot where we see full holds.
Yep.
The first point, that tunnel under the subway, try to go through the subway, those aren't options. You have to find a way to rotate your team all the way to the fire station. We'll see Cumberland, I'm assuming, getting the same scouting strat that we saw Tread pull with Kerm's Wrecking Ball. And then we'll see what they're actually ready to pull out.
I see a Widow as well from Cave. That was you. Maybe a little bit close, and now yeah, Emre, Kerm, there we go, a little bit of a slide back. And it has to be Juno Brig. So this is what they were hoping to run in Lijiang, but that's when the Juno got banned out. And this is kind of the go-to comp as of late for Cumberland.
Yeah, it's really worked for them. It's hit at that point where I think they've struggled with the Lucio Kiriko against some of the other top teams that we've seen, most specifically the Lucio. The Juno Brig has felt comfortable. I think the defense capabilities are solid against the Vendetta. The only thing is when ultimates come up, it might get a bit dicey. But for now, it ensures a safe rotation over to that fire station. Never mind, it was almost safe. It was fake. Cave will fall. The giant laser beam of Tread tracks him down. And Cumberland, they're sitting ducks out here. 4v5, and unless they can get a trade right now, it might just be a longer, staggered out fight. Currently under a ton of pressure. The stun onto Razor signals his end. But yeah, no, Cumberland eventually will be forced back.
Yeah, and nobody just gets ditched in Firehouse pretty much, and Virtual does make it out. And that pick off onto Razor won't mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. And now Cumberland will have to think of another way through, as Cave never really made it across, and by the time he got back into the fight, it was pretty much over. These May walls, yes, I think they're more trying to target Razor than they are Tread. But I feel they may just needed just to get in these rotates to make sure nobody gets picked off.
Well, they tried, but Chef actually ended up getting poked out by Noxious, and Razor leaps on in, and he's just farming. He's putting Cumberland through the blender, and unless you, again, you have to get that wall stun set up. Otherwise, there just isn't an answer to this Vendetta.
No, there is zero answer to it if you can't find the early punish. And already 2 minutes gone. No real answers from Sinclair and from Cumberland so far on the Sinclair defense. And now you can see, obviously, overclock ready for Noxious. So as soon as this rotate happens again, it looks like maybe on Subway, that is just shooting fish in a barrel for Noxious.
You know, the one thing we say about Midtown is never touch the subway. Like, maybe you can send one player through there, not the whole dang team. And Cumberland said, you know what? We tried everything else, why not give it a shot? Well, this is why. You are now funneled for Noxious's overclock. That's 2 down for him. Looking for a third in Cave. They'll skirt on out. But St. Clair, they're like, all right, you tried. Okay, go next.
Yeah, it's like, that didn't work. It's like you can't have overclock again, right? It's like, so maybe they go up there.
You got
Good thing is for
time.
Cumberland. Yeah, obviously they didn't use any ultimates, but the thing for St. Clair, and they only used the one, so plenty of firepower remaining.
But you don't have a way around this Graviton Surge. That's the hard part with this fight. And Shep looking for where it's at. It is Virtual. The orbital ray, I believe, still made it onto the point. No, it got canceled. I couldn't tell the Rage Axe from Cumberland. That is worst case scenario, Jesse. Those are their 2 biggest win conditions between those ult and Noxious. My goodness, this guy's cooking.
This guy, we're going back to the early 2020s, maybe the late teens. Like, what in the world is happening right now with Mr. Canada? 20 seconds remaining. Cumberland, Symmetra now just a TP to give themselves a better shot at touching.
Well, you can't touch if you can't move. The Tread says, halt! You are not moving past this point. Panopticon, last-ditch effort from Kerm, and Cave up in the sky. Couldn't get much done with protocol override as St. Clair find themselves up to match point once again. They are prepared. I think they deserve an A on their homework so far. Just match point on the horizon.
Yeah, match point for St. Clair. Again, they're on a revenge tour. Like, this is not something that is any sort of surprise. And the first one is going to be against Cumberland. And you got one more map to at least sign part 1 of 2 of that deal. And even though, again, that defense looked great from Cumberland, but on offense, just could not get anything going. The May didn't get as much value as it needed for the lack of firepower that it can have. And now St. Clair, one map away from a guaranteed top 4 once again, and eyeing up a rematch against Fischer.
Yeah, and for St. Clair, revenge tour, you said it best, and the way that the seeding panned out because of that loss against Cumberland, Jesse, that is the reason why St. Clair ended up having to play Winthrop in round number 1 of this double elim stage. They have had to fight through the entirety of the lower bracket, and now with Cumberland being in their path, it would be the ultimate to completion of the revenge tour to see if they can make it past Cumberland and perhaps through Fischer to play Winthrop once again and find a spot in those LAN finals. And Noxious might just be the guy to do it. It was fantastic on Midtown, shutting down Cabe and almost the entirety of Cumberland on their defense.
Yeah, no, Noxious was just unleashed during the final during these final few fights. Like, the man could do no wrong. And it felt like for Cumberland, again, just back to the drawing board. What can you draw up now that either St. Clair haven't seen, or you feel like can counter out the pop-offs right now from this Vendetta Soj on the other side? Because it is just, we talk a lot about Tread, and he's setting up a lot of these plays, but it really has been the DPS of St. Clair who have won this series so far. We'll take a look here to see if we have our map picks and bans. At least we have a map but not bans yet, so we'll wait and see what those end up being. But I don't even know here, Molly. Like, what do you have to ban out the Diva depending on what map you want to go to here? Do you have to ban out the? Well, you already banned the Vendetta, so you can't do that. I don't know. It's a weird spot for Cumberland to be in.
Yeah, Cumberland, as of now, they're in a position where we're basically watching the Noxious and Razor show. I think Tread has played a fantastic supporting role to that, don't get me wrong, but I think the counter comps have been too much for them to handle. They're used to playing against what has been meta for so long. The Ramatra was a big challenge to the Domina. Even the Zarya Vendetta now, it shuts down this May, and Cumberland's reliance has been on Nodi's May to catch teams off guard. St. Clair has proven to be, we are not that team. We know how to go through a wall or just break a single pillar and get the team around it. And I would say New Junk City would have been the choice, but after the results of last map, well, we're going to have to find out. Because it seems like we have everything set to go. And it'll be Shambali's Monastery, the brawliest of our escort maps, and the Kiriko will be gone.
Yeah, Kiriko gone. Again, maybe trying to force whether it be double flex support or even like a Lucio Bap. And it's Sigma banned on the other side. Sigma is another hero that Kerm has played a good amount of. So taking that away, and I wonder if that's just St. Clair being like, we know how to counteract the Domino right now from Kerm. Let's not overcomplicate this, and we can just run Ramatra and run over the Domino once again like we did in map 1.
It seems like a very similar strategy will be employed by Cumberland. I think they're of the mentality right now that this isn't a hero problem, it's how we're playing the heroes. I can agree. I feel like this comp can work. It has the potential. But St. Clair have been doing such a great job at drawing out these resources early, and most importantly, shutting down Cabe, so he doesn't have impact while the fight is actively happening because he gets poked out so much. And Shambali's Monastery is another example of kind of poking at that specific Cumberland soft spot. But it's really up to them. Is this May strategy going to continue? Do they have something else that they want to show us on what could be their last map in this open tournament?
Yeah, potentially the final map. I'd be shocked if they went off the May now, but with Farga also being back in play, maybe they do preemptively, knowing that, hey, if the May is seen in one fight, St. Clair are just going to swap over to the Farga regardless. So let's see what Cumberland want to do. Both of these teams are actually in OWC varsity as well, so regardless of the results today, pretty high likelihood that we'll see both of them in Orlando. It is the top 8 from varsity that'll make it down to LAN. So we'll get to see more of these teams down the line. But obviously Cumberland wanting to show that that upset was not a fluke against St. Clair during the Swiss stage. But I don't know, man. It just feels like that game, I don't know if it was a reality check or I just lit a fire in St. Clair. But ever since that result, this has been an unbelievable team to play against. And I have a feeling, at least if the waves continue as they have been right now, St. Clair are going to book their spot in that lower semi.
St. Clair, an unstoppable wave that I think has taken over collegiate Overwatch as a team. For the longest time, we're like, all right, Northwood, Winthrop, everybody else. Well, St. Clair, they are edging their way into that conversation, and it was really shown in that Map 5 series yesterday when they lost to Winthrop, and they want to prove that they can fight with the top dogs and that they are a top dog. It's like a fraud check for this team, and so far I'd say they're passing. It's now up to Cumberland, and they too themselves got to get themselves checked out because they beat this team before. Yes, it was a really close match, and now that the Saints know what the Phoenix have to offer, there's no more surprises, there's no more kitchen sink being thrown out of like, ooh, what's this? They know every single comp that is to come out of Cumberland, and that won't change as they set up on the defense.
Yeah, just all reliable here for Cumberland with the Juno Brig and the May Domino. So, again, St. Clair, they know this is probably coming. They do have the Hanzo's and Yadas early setup here to see if, somebody is peeking their head out just a little bit too long in this opening choke point. They'll get their head taken clean off, but let's see if it actually does happen. No. I think everybody's kind of used to that one at this point.
Yeah, nobody is taking that risk, and understandably, nobody wants to die to a Zenyatta in the age of 2026. So, yeah, St. Clair sticking with what worked last time, except they're going to pull out the Baptiste, and something at Alex. Again, DPS player at heart for the St. Clair roster. Pretty happy to be on a form of hit scan, whereas Cumberland sticking with this Judo Brig that they attempted on Midtown with little success. St. Clair doing the classic thing of we're just going to push the payload and make Cumberland come to us, which is absolutely not what Kerm wants to do unless you can get Cave set up on this angle. Finally, he is allowed to play the game, and St. Clair facing the music of what can happen when he presses buttons.
Yeah, Cave has been eerily quiet during a lot of this series. He's had his moments here and there, but if Cumberland are going to start this reverse sweep, he is one that needs to, it doesn't need to outshine Noxious, but at least needs to be able to trade with him. Deny that big win condition from St. Clair and let the rest of your team at least have a chance. And Alex, this is, well, that's a rotate.
It was a choice, but you have vertical mobility. That works out. What doesn't is Redix kind of hugged the cart a little too tightly. The virtual peeled him off. So, yeah, Cumberland, they know how to play their angles on this point. Again, Cave using this extra jump height to get him to the fight, albeit a bit too close to said fight. With Tread going down, you're not all that worried if you are Cumberland University. That's half the time bank essentially gone. You might have more worry, actually. Noxious is doing things that should be illegal for Sojourn at this point in the battle. It takes Nodi diving in and burning all of his cooldowns to do it, but Razor can just jump over that wall and almost stat check him.
Yeah, it's going to be this car continuing to move as Cumberland is not able to clean up the kills cleanly. And now St. Clair make it to this corner, but granted, we all know how hard this can be.
Yeah, the Matrix that is immediately walled off and a stun bash onto Redix. It's like, nope, gonna turn him into a pancake. Alex shortly to Fallen. This is the first time, Jesse, that we're seeing as much of a Jampener put on Tread.
Yeah, we have, and we do have a pause queued up, assumingly from St. Clair, but we'll see here in just a moment. But yeah, Tread's kind of been shut down for the first time this series. The Zarya did not work. It hasn't been working out so far. I didn't quite hear from our wonderful producer what the issue was.
Yeah, we had an unfortunate player mouse death on the team, so we're gonna do some CPR, get that thing back up, and ready to play the game in a couple of moments. But so it shouldn't be too long of a pause.
No.
The anticipation is still there, people. I promise.
Yeah. And so you know that feeling, Molly. You've actually kind of been the victim of
I broke my mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yours was maybe a little bit of a different scenario on that line.
Yeah, I know. I was playing a competitive match with my team yesterday, and my mouse flew out of my hand, flew across my room, and smacked into the wall, and I cracked the top of it. But so thankfully, it's not that bad. I can't really put a Band-Aid on it, although I feel very bad for my mouse. This one, you can just plug it in, everything will be okay. So
this is why we're losing in ranked, huh? Is that why we're losing in ranked?
I mean, okay, I'm kind of washed now. I take that back.
I would say, hey now,
washed.
I'm on the up. I got winning trend recently.
Ooh,
So,
really? I thought your support
yes.
was down to gold. Isn't that what happened?
No.
Or
It's up to plat 1. Excuse you.
I thought
you.
you told me something was down to gold. and
It
you were
almost
like,
was. It almost
Alright,
was.
alright,
And then it's up now. It's up now. And just
It's
like
okay.
the lobby's back up now. Look at this, everybody. We're just stalling for a little bit of time, get you all a little bit more drops, right? That's all we're trying to do. We're, for the people.
Yeah, planned mouse death for sure. I was saying Clair though, and they're gonna probably look for Graph. I think it's their biggest win condition. On this point, you don't have a sound barrier either. Not that that really matters for the Sundered Strike. And with the repulsors missing from Kerm, Noxious will zone Cave's overall protocol override entirely. In fact, rips his head off Cave. That was gutsy. Do not hand check Noxious with how well he's been playing today. Pays for his crime. Cumberland looking to recover with an orbital ray. Chef absolutely melted. I don't know how Cumberland are going to fare in this fight. Trent still has the Graviton Surge, pops it out onto Nodi, and everybody else struggling. Current on an island. It's so difficult for Virtual to try to get anywhere close to him. The Panopticon uses an attempt to buy them the space.
It's Alex.
But Alex can't break the barrier in time. Virtual, though, just forcing Trent to play Aim Trader off the map, and it's even. Support for support. Cumberland have 30 seconds left to solve this point for a full hold, but they're not going to have Kerm to do it.
Yeah, and Cave is stuck. Look, Chef is in no man's land. Shield bashes out. Nodi will be the stall. Has the Blizzard intact. Kerm already going to the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, Kerm will be back for this fight, and it's just not where you want to fight with a Wrecking Ball. The Blizzard is fully used as a zoning tool to make sure a fight happens, yet Tread and Redix walk into it for some unbeknown reason. Guess they want to feel the storm inside. Fair enough. And Cumberland, over time, they've managed to get it there. They are down in numbers. You're banking on Kerm to stall this out, and it's just not going to work. You don't have kill potential, not fantastic point presence. St. Clair will get their way to second point.
It took a long time, but they do eventually get there. The Shambali special. And how long that took, as now we'll see some trade and some swaps up and around for Cumberland, going right back to what they were running for majority of that first phase, but they do also lose a lot of ults during that. So Alex has the window, and again, with that new sub-roll passive with certain supports, building up that extra ult charge, so that next amplification matrix will come just a little bit more swiftly.
Yeah, Alex has been putting up numbers on this Baptiste, and actually uses it to make sure that this wall won't be stunned. It's weird to see how much play from Cumberland, sending Nodi and Cave into the back line while Kerr pressures the front. St. Clair, they didn't know where to look at the start, but now they do. They realize, well, Dominant can't really go anywhere, so let's just walk at her, mow her down, and suddenly Cumberland don't have a front line to work with, so it's easy pickings from here.
Yeah, as soon as Virtual is eliminated, that fight is over. Just because Chef could only do so much on the Brig, and it wasn't worth throwing in the rally into the mix. So now Cumberland, again, some of those ultimates at least building back up, including the rally. Orbital Ray could be a saving grace, but Trent's grab will probably shut the solo down before it even starts.
Yeah, the problem with not running the Lucio here is you don't really have an answer to this or the grab, and
Rally's gone.
Silence as soon as it starts. Razor playing a bit of Fruit Ninja, jumps on down to the Graviton Surge, bolts the portal, committed by Cumberland, and for a fight, it looks all but one. St. Clair, they're gonna get away their third point, and have actually managed to grow the time bank with how quickly they finished second.
Yeah, that's a rarity. Gaining time in between phases on this map, yeah, that's a bit of a shock. Cumberland will actually make an interesting swap. Chef is on the Wuyan instead of the Brig, realizing, hey, the Brig just isn't doing a whole lot. There's just gonna be more passive healing going on. So now the makeshift waterbender enters the fray. but Nox just looking to shut it all down.
Another Ant Matrix up here for Alex. Everyone's trying to get out of the blizzard. Reddick's the only one that was caught and has an immortality field from his good buddy Alex. Keep him nice and healthy. And there's the amplification matrix down main. There's nowhere for Cumberland to hide unless your Cave goes into the sky. That's enough to help burst through too. Looking for even more tread. Goes kablooey. And there's Cave lighting up the kill feed once more, giving Cumberland the necessary footing.
A much needed band-aid on just the mass bleeding that was going on from that defense in Cumberland. Tread makes a little bit of a swap over to the iconic Diva, realizing that, hey, there's no break. All right, no flail I gotta worry about. No shield bash. Perfect.
Everything's so easy, right? Yeah, no, not if you're Curb. Curb is fighting for his life out here. Throws the Panopticon onto just Razor, I believe, which thankfully Gabe has the angle to burst him down with the Siphon Blaster. And that's 40 seconds still left on the clock. And St. Clair, you can tell they kind of wanted to wait for that fight to start, maybe buy some time since Vendetta's fast, but losing Redix there, it's going to be full reset.
Yeah, that'll cue the reset. Everyone jumps over the wall just to chill out. It will be Razor with the ultimate. That'll be about it. Maybe a late sound barrier here from Redx. On the other side, both support ultimates from the Phoenix about to be up.
And this orbital ray, if that goes off, Cumberland
Could be
it
game
feels
over.
so good about this fight because Redx shouldn't get a sound barrier up in time if they can play this fast, but you can't really afford to lose so much. Curb taking down to 1 HP, but Virtual waited so long to pull the trigger. There's no tank. Razor is one shot by Nodi with an icicle to the dome. Sound barrier's up, but it doesn't do much to help Tread. Frozen into a popsicle and taken down poke after poke as Nodi frying away with this May. Cumberland finally will put their foot down on Shambali, just short of a full completion.
They hold the line, but is too much damage done for Cumberland to surpass? That will be the question. Because we thought this a little bit too on Midtown, right? Where great defense near the end of second phase, but then the offense just couldn't get going. Let's see if they can do it this time around on their map. And if they don't, their playoffs are over.
Yeah, not much time left for Cumberland too. And you know, when you look at this team with how far that they've made it through the season, I think they're very happy with themselves. Having the roster change, especially in a tank position, which has become one of the most prominent with the current state of Overwatch. As soon as it was in the semester, you were at a massive disadvantage compared to other teams who already had several months playing with their main roster. And they've done a fantastic job in integrating Kerm. And it just seems they're close. They hit that peak, Jesse. They want to see how far they can push it in top 4. That's their goal. With how strong St. Clair is, with that being the opponent you have to beat to make it. I don't know how possible it's going to be. St. Clair, they're set up on this defense. Same comp, Noxious, just going over to the Emery.
Yeah, Noxious will start on the Emery. Again, a little bit more of a range advantage, but you can at least do the ADS. Distance from and aim from range will be a little bit better, even if you don't have the disruptor shot anymore. But I think it will help with Cave, who again is starting to warm up. And we said that's one of the things that Cumberland desperately needed to have some sort of lifeline in this series. And for now, they won't go on to the Wuyang. It'll be back over to the break for Chef.
And I think that's okay, because this team wants to brawl, and they want to do it on high ground. You kind of see the team hanging out on the right side. They can't really push the point all that much. I think using the May wall, not in sight lines, like Trent's like, wait a minute, something is too quiet. Gets run at by the entirety of Cumberland with the help of Virtual Speed Ring, and Razor gets melted from a primary fire out of Kerm, and he's like, you know what? Job well done, team. Back to the payload. Flip the map onto St. Clair's. They're kind of just waiting around. They don't want to engage without the Vendetta. Whew.
Yeah, and the wall almost catches a few members of St. Clair off guard, but just a miss. But already 75 meters and counting. Cumberland could get a good time bank here in the second phase if they continue pushing.
Yeah, it's a lot harder for Tread to take space, or rather hold space into a Domina than it is when he was on the Ramatra. saw back in number 1, and he's constantly holding that SP, choosing moments to strike since these bubbles are going on to Razor. With his resources expended, it's on to Alex now. The Amplification Matrix forces them back, and Nodi can't get away using his wall, just trying to protect the team. A hero's exit, to say the least, as Cumberland has to give his first point another shot.
Yeah, will not be a one-and-done push for Cumberland. A little bit more work will be required. A little bit of an extra push there from Razor, trying to see if Kerm was low, but already was back up to full from Virtual. But due to how good of a start that was, Virtual, Orbital Ray, already there, Panopticon, Blizzard, all available. So will so will the beat, and the grab from St. Clair.
It'll be a fight of shiny buttons and a bunch of lights going off. And for now, it's Noxious starting up, looking for Cave, and Razor sets that up perfectly for his hit scan player. Protocol, override protocol, get all the value that is needed, and it's only one ult that is actually committed by St. Clair for the one of Cumberland.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. If you can just use one there, 1 to 2 this next fight for St. Clair. By the time the following fight is up, Amp Matrix will be back online for Alex. So this will be just a beautiful rotate of ultimates for these final 1 or 2 fights in the time bank. Cumberland, yeah, would want that Orbital Ray back, but on the bright side, still got 3, soon to be 4 ultimates to work with. But again, this is a really rough spot sometimes to push through.
Going for the shutdown on the Embrae, and Cave gets caught by Razor. Playing a bit of Fruit Ninja in the sky there. It's Cumberland. Look at him keep pushing on forward with the Graviton Surge. Will hold all of their movements. Noxious and Alex, it's easy for them to move in. They wanted to commit the Fence Blizzard. Would have been great, Jesse, if they had players alive to clean up the kills.
And nobody left standing to clean it up. 3 ultimates gone for Cumberland. And that is a fight they desperately needed to win. 30 seconds left in their Overwatch Collegiate Championships Open playoff run. But they got to make something happen. Panopticon's still there. Been waiting a little bit here from Kerm. And what a flank!
And Alex, the move! Nobody expected the Baptiste to be with Noxious in the backline. They deny the final fight before Cumberland even knew it started. St. Clair, they're looking to complete their revenge tour as Cumberland scramble to get a touch on the point. It won't be Nodi. It's all up to Chef now. He'll get there with Cave in the sky. Panopticon on to 2. But Razor still kicking, wasn't hit, and has a giant sword to slice right through the extra damage. St. Clair turning around, denying the space, and Jesse, stop 1 on the revenge tour has been completed. They're going to move on to our lower semis to play Fischer.
St. Clair move on. Cumberland bow out in the top 6. Still a great end for the Phoenix, but St. Clair brush off the upset in Swiss and put on a dominating performance here in the lower quarterfinals. Just what a great game. And again, Noxious continuing how he did yesterday, right? Fantastic across the board. We saw a little bit more from Razor today. And even though, yes, Tread was maybe a little bit more subdued at times, still popping off when needed. And just a great game from St. Clair, who will now play Fischer, who actually knocked them out in the fall playoffs. So this, again, revenge on revenge up on the menu for St. Clair, and the first dish has been served.
Yeah, Phoenix have been wiped out from this tournament, and I think St. Clair, drawing it back to, they lost to this opponent once. If St. Clair loses somebody once, Jesse, we often don't see them do it again. Like, those are the kind of steps, the time, and the dedication that this team will take. Make sure they learn from their mistakes and put up a better and better performance each and every time. And I think it's only now, at the end of this tournament, that some of our top teams in Northwood and Winthrop are starting to realize how powerful this Saint squad can be if you aren't prepared for them, for Tread, who continues to lead the charge, and their DPS, this entire team having the best performance we've seen from the Saints. It's only up every time we watch them take the battlefield.
They just keep getting better and better, and that is a worry for any team, right? Like, it is going to be rough when you play St. Clair, because not only are they improving with every single series, but even within these maps, they are making the necessary adjustments. They're having the right comms and scouting reports. because that was, compared to what happened last week against Cumberland, an unreal turnaround for St. Clair, because they knew exactly what the game plan was, and they countered it to perfection.
Yeah, they knew what they were getting themselves into, and I think for the sake of Cumberland to wrap up their story for our open bracket, they didn't get that top 4 marker that they wanted, Jesse, but they showed that this Cumberland roster continues to fight against circumstances, having these last-second roster changes, getting Kerm into this roster, and it's a real testament to the fantastic the culture is at this program. I heard it from their manager silently last night about how Coach Claypool, their director, has really helped lead this team towards success, bonding them together and making sure they are dedicated every single match they play. So even without that result, I think the Phoenix are happy that they ended on an upwards trend and can still prove themselves in this varsity tournament.
Oh, 1,000%. They will get to prove themselves there. But for now, it is all St. Clair. After the break, we have the one and only Tread joining us for an interview. Stay with us, everybody.
St. Clair College have continued their revenge tour. Stop 1 is complete. Cumberland swept and thrown under the rug as they will move on to play Fischer for the lower semifinals. And I always love to hear from the players because it gives us a bit of an insight. We can talk about it. We can frame the story all we want. But they're the ones that experience it behind the scenes. And to give us that inside look, we have Tread here with us for a bit of a chat. And Tread, we kind of chatted before the interview started. I heard you have some words about how this last match went. So I want to hear from you. Just first and foremost, going to give you the floor. Talk me through what the preparation and the execution was for this match against Cumberland.
Honestly, coming into the match, I kind of just woke up like 30 minutes before the match and got on my PC and started playing. I can't say for everyone else, but I think we had a look at their VODs and they do the same thing pretty much every time. I think the skill level of that team is quite low compared to the amount they type. So...
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's, hey, you can say it all you want because you're here talking with us. We were talking about it a little bit. It's almost like a pseudo revenge tour that has been set up for you guys. You obviously lost to Cumberland and Swiss to end it out, and then now a potential rematch against, not potential, but a rematch against Fischer, who knocked you out in the fall. What was all different, I guess, tonight and today with Cumberland after the loss last weekend?
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I spent a week shouting at Noxious and Redex on how to play the comp right, because all Cumberland do is shoot B, and if they don't play the game, we can't win. So they just do very basic Overwatch, and then I showed Noxious and Redex how to swing, and with Zay's help as well, it all just worked out in the end.
Yeah, and it definitely showed. You guys were firing on all cylinders today, and now a matchup against Fischer, who you've played twice before this season, 1-1, but obviously one of those games was before basically all these new heroes jumped in. How are you guys feeling going into that matchup?
I mean, we beat them most recently, but I feel like they might try a bit more now, but I'm still very confident that we'll win the match. Like, because half their players are retired or don't play the game that much, and I think on a roll to roll, we're better in the most part.
And then to touch on this, because in our last interview with Hydron, the only thing he really told us about, he was expecting to play you guys in that lower semis. The only thing he really said about that match is we cannot let Tread play the game. And I just want to hear, do you have any answer to that at all? Are you expecting to get focused? It seems like it's something you're familiar with based on what you just told us.
I think with the work we put in this week, it'll be quite easy. If they just shoot me, I'm pretty sure we'll win the game. But I don't think they'll do that the whole series. Because how our last series went is that I pre-fighted one of their team every single fight because no one looked at me. And if they're all looking at me, now Noxious can do that.
Fantastic. All right. Well, now we know the Tread cannot be focused. I mean, even if you have a fantastic team around you, and it sounds like you've really helped them get into this top performing shape that we're seeing for St. Clair again, pushing towards a potential finals appearance here in the open bracket. So we look forward to seeing you in this next match here, Tread. But I want to give you a second. Any last words, any shout outs you want to make before we let you go get ready for Fischer?
Shout out to Zay. He's put in a lot of work this semester and the last week to help everyone get up to scratch. That's about it.
Yes. Hey, you gotta appreciate the coaching staff behind the scenes. They make it happen. They herd all the cats together to play the video game, and it all works out. So thank you, Tread, for taking the time to come chat with us. Let you go, get prepared, and we'll see you in just a little bit as you take the stage against Fischer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, confident as ever, Tread. It feels like he's like, oh, if they shoot me, all right, Noxious, go off, like just pop off. There is no real worries right now for St. Clair, and a team like this that's kind of just, I don't want to say like stress free, but you can tell they're just kind of in their own game. They know exactly what they're going to do. Can be quite the scary opponent.
Yeah, and I think there's very few players that I won't look at you and be like, I mean, you could say you're confident, but it's Tread. I think it's Tread, and he's a top 2, top 3 tank right now that we're seeing, with the exception of like Infected and Painkiller from Northwood. Yeah. So he's really been like the breakout player of Collegiate for this 25-26 season, in my opinion, and he's had the play, he's had the numbers to back it up. And next up is Fischer on this revenge tour. Desi, we got to figure out who is going to take that direction, have a shot at Winthrop to even further their chances at a LAN spot. And speaking of that LAN, there's a chance for you also to attend, as for the first time in several years, we will have the official Overwatch Tournament Collegiate at the 2026 NACE Grand Finals at Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida. So if you're in the area or not, make sure to come out April 25th and 26th, because guess what? Entry completely free. Get to feel the energy of the crowd, see your favorite collegiate Overwatch players, and the best part, you get to witness the biggest competition for collegiate Overwatch and the title being claimed. So we hope to see you there in Orlando on April 25th and 26th. But we're going to take a break from seeing you for now, as we are going to prepare for St. Clair College to take on Fischer College right after this. And then there were 3. That is the amount of teams that we have remaining in our lower bracket, and only 1 can find a spot to our LAN finals at Full Sail University in April. Jesse, St. Clair Saints going against Fischer College, a well-familiar matchup, and one that has been traded both ways.
Yeah, it's gone. It's 1-1 across all competitions this semester. St. Clair looking to repeat from Swiss. They beat Fischer 2-0. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fischer beat them in a separate competition, but that was before the new heroes unlocked. That was, I think, right before, in a 3-2. So these two have really traded games back and forth. Both looked great earlier in their games today. So time will tell who is on top. But the winner goes against Winthrop in our lower bracket final with the last bid to OWC Grand Finals on the line after Northwood claimed it yesterday. So this one's going to have a lot. Obviously, we just heard it. Tread pretty confident. Hydron felt like, hey, if we play better, we put a lot more effort in, Fischer can also pull the upset. So let's see here what's at store.
Hydron was a man of few words on the interview, but the few that he had, very centric towards Tread and the St. Clair roster. And Fischer Esports, we talked about it before. This is also some of the best form we've seen them in. They talked about how at the very start of the season, they had a weird loss to Bryan and Stratton College. And since then, it was a huge wake-up call for this team to start learning these new heroes, to really come back together and play this disciplined style. And in their match against Bellevue earlier today, they really did show how if they can communicate, have these rotations on point, and most importantly, get Talisman online, they can be unstoppable.
Yeah, once like Talisman and Hydron get going, it just helps the entire team play better. So that's going to be the big thing, especially Hydron against Noxious. I think that is the giant circle, at least in the game plan for me as we look at St. Clair's roster. You guys are pretty familiar with them. We just saw them on our screens after they swept Cumberland, but it's going to be those hit scans, man. Noxious going on against Hydrons, 2 of the older players in general.
Yeah.
In this series, both very seasoned in the scene, going out of here for at least a top 3 finish.
Yeah, both kind of took a little bit of a break from high-tier Overwatch competition and coming back now and in as good as form, if not better, than what we've seen from them previously. And I think, too, for having the staple of Trev. I know we've said his name so many times, but there's a reason for it. He's one of the players in Collegiate that is part of a roster on the tank player for DSG, as OWCS and A will be starting up in just a little bit here. And, you know, I think they've really centered around the fact that you have such a strong, flexible tank pillar that they can maneuver this team around him. And Tread said it himself. He's kind of helped guide Noxious, Razor, Redix, and Alex into a position to play around him, but then adjust to what other teams might be doing, knowing the threat that he can be on this tank.
Yeah, it's like everybody knows how big of a threat Tread can be. So it's like, hey, we can either, if it's working as still, even though they're all targeting me, cool, let's run with the game plan. If it is working, play around me, right? Like try and have, okay, more Noxious is going to pop off. Razor is going to pop off. Like there's different ways for the Saints to really play around it. But obviously it's a little bit more out in the open now of what that game plan is. So let's see if Fischer can capitalize. We do have our first map pick of this series ready to go. We're going back to All Reliable. It's going to be Lijiang Tower. It will be the Zarya ban coming out first. Emre ban is the answer.
And that Zarya ban is from Fischer, too. So, no Zarya Vendetta to start us off. And I'm assuming that means Vendetta won't be played at all.
Probably
so there
not.
isn't a Zarya. So perhaps a pit that fits Tracer, Sojourn, and Diva, I think, is where I'm leaning for the majority of this map. Exception being Control Center, as it can be a bit more brawly. But Iron and Tread, again, similar tank pools in terms of what they prefer.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a change because obviously, yeah, like you said, both of these, again, leaning towards the traditional off tanks in their hero pool a lot of the time. It's not like, you know, whenever we see Infected later today, he's the opposite, right? You're going to see him more on those traditional main tanks, plus the Zarya. The Diva's kind of the only real hero he can't do. But we'll see a lot of the off tanks here in this one. But you know what you can do, everybody? Get in with In Touch Credit Union. It can't boost your KD. I wish my brother could use that to boost his. But we can help level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by the NCUA. I know he's in chat, so Jacob, sorry. But you could help a little bit more in the ranked games.
Calling out your twin like that, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
How could you do that? In the live chat, but hey, Hydron called out Tread earlier. Tread called his bluff, and we're going to find out who's all bite and who's all bark here. In map number 1, it is the D.Va versus the Ramantra out of Iron.
Yeah, so it will be Iron. Again, Ramantra feels like more traditional main tank, but still getting played. And already Hydron, he's not waiting for this series to begin before popping off.
Yeah, this is what we've seen from Hydron, is he has gotten so many first picks. But wherever Hydron is, Noxious will be there to respond. No Lucio for either team, and that's going to hurt Fischer more. Iron needs the speed to get around this map and was left a sitting duck to be turned in mid-speed by Razor. St. Clair will get themselves to the objective first. Now first cap.
Even though they lose one early, it does not matter when Noxious has the answer. It is going to be, I feel, this back and forth. If somebody will get an opening pick, but it is, hey, can they get the second, or will there be an answered pick by one of the other DPS? And it's going to be kind of this sway, especially as Tread just maneuvers around the point. We kind of almost pestering the back line here of the Falcons.
Yeah, it's typical to see the rotations of like Grapes and Hydron, maybe Redix and Noxious together, but it is a turn and burn, and that is the best way to deal with the Vendetta, especially when there aren't any bubbles to go out. And what St. Clair's been excellent at is even if they lose one player, they know immediately, we need to find a trade. We need to find some way to make it worth it. And because of that, well, you're now up a player in terms of this fight. You still have control of the point. Now the only thing that says your path is an 800 health, very angry, punchy man named Iron on the objective. And it will take down Tread enough, but without the cooldown, there isn't really much of a way for Fischer Esports to stay on this point. Alex wins the race to the Kitsune Rush. Iron just gets shredded by Tread with the accelerated fire rate, courtesy of Alex. And St. Clair, they're going to keep their hold.
Yeah, holding on strong, and as much as Iron can stand there and throw punches, right? Like, Tread's just getting the healing, right? It's going to be always just Alex pumping a lot of the healing into the D.Va, making sure that a lot of that front line can stay solid so that their back line remains unscathed. And now Fischer will have some of these ultimates popping up, but so will St. Clair. We got a lot of Qs about to get hit, Molly.
Oh yeah, it's about to be pure, unfiltered chaos on this screen. Unless Talisman, woo, almost got ran down by Tread, and instead it's Hydron finding his Sojourn counterpart. And this guy, he's showing up today for Fischer. And on the days that Hydron is on, it is scary for anyone who has to come in to his line of sight. And I think St. Clair, they didn't even want to fight it. They got 96%, they're happy with it.
Yeah, they know it's one fight territory, no reason to feed extra ult charge or do anything is stupid. And now Trent kind of just feeling it out, already gets the up from Talisman drawn out.
Now be the overclock is stained. Noxious though, under pressure from Iron. So many ults being pressed, but it's Hydron worth the first blow. Goes through Reddick's overhealth like it was made of wet paper. And suddenly St. Clair, they are just as done and out of this fight. 4 ults committed from their side, or each actually, as Fischer will hold on.
Yeah, and Tread just decides to end their fate their own way. So, you know, honorable way to go out. Kitsune is still available here for Kiwi, who probably will get used before Alex is able to build up the rest of his. And if it does, probably just forces St. Clair to relax, try and take a little bit of a soft fight, and then move in with a self-destruct as a backup.
Fischer, they're playing passive here. They want to make St. Clair use their cooldowns and then pop Kiwi's Kitsune Rush as sort of like a second lifeline and overwhelm them. I'm pretty sure St. Clair, they're aware of this plan. They're playing this safe. Look at that. They waited for Alex to get his own Kitsune Rush, so it's there to match. But the health got real low. Hydron almost took out Alex, but you don't need that. Iron, they're so much better in this ultimate than the likes of Tread, who has been D-necked and dealt with. Fischer Esports now in Final Fight territory of their own.
Yes, held it out, and even though it kind of played into St. Clair's playbook as well, they're still able to get that opening pick off because the defense matrix does nothing against those Nemesis form punches. You know, Fischer, because of that, no ultimates available. Maybe a late sound barrier from Crepes, but it is even a worse situation for St. Clair. It's going to be straight vanilla for this fight.
Entirely in the neutral, and the one who has thrived the most in that situation is Hydron. He's gotta look for one of these picks. Tread up in his face, denying any sort of shots he can output. There's Noxus firing right back. It's like, if Hydron's not here, bet I'm gonna fry. That's a triple kill for St. Clair's Sojourn player, as he has continued with this fire that came alive in last series. And Fischer Esports, they tried, they almost had it. And St. Clair, though, giving him a taste as Noxus is running the lobby.
Noxus has awoken, everybody. It's a scary sight, I think, for anybody going against St. Clair right now. And again, we'll see if this continues, but this was something we wanted to look at. We take a look at the standings. Hydron 8-4, Noxus 12-3. So right now, he is winning the duel. And you could say, yes, to a degree, it's because of the diva for St. Clair. It's a little bit easier for Tread to kind of shut down Iron. Has that defense matrix. Rather than Iron. Iron can just put up a shield and act as a battering ram up front. But it's still Noxus taking advantage of that opportunity in finding those eliminations. And both teams just going to keep on keeping on with those same comps.
Yeah, and I think this works a little bit better for St. Clair on this map. The diva in the open, being able to close the gap super fast. It's fantastic for Tread, especially in just moving players out of the leg, physically shoving them for Noxus to get these shots off. They're struggling to find charge on this bridge. As Iron's Nemesis form forced out for the time being and kind of cluttered in this corner. He doesn't have the health, barely gets it up in time. More so as a defense tool for Razor and Tread's relentless barrage. St. Clair like, all right, St. can't do much, let's just take the point.
Yeah, flip over point. Try and stall this out a little bit longer, knowing that it's on Fischer to make a move.
Ooh, Noxus had some fancy footwork there, but if Talisman will have his number at the end of the day. Fischer coming right back into it, and all it took was a little bit of a jump scare with Talisman on the Vendetta. We wondered if this hero would be played without the Zarya. He's making it work decently well, all things considered. St. Clair, though, still have control of this objective. Fischer taking their sweet time in finishing it off, and that shouldn't have happened.
I'm guessing that was maybe a boot from Redx that didn't register as that. But regardless, St. Clair won't complain, taking the 5v4.
Yeah, we can just walk right back into this fight like it's nothing. I say it's nothing. Fischer are about to have 3 of their biggest ults on the table. The Kitsune rush, Alex just gets it up now as St. Clair are starting to back off. And Razor, he's A-okay with that. He already had the angle, used his dash to get up into the sky, sliced through Hydron. Iron uses his annihilation. He's done with it. He's like, St. Clair, get away, back off. I'm using my ult. Well, they did that. Iron, no more ultimate. They actually pull out. Sound barriers exchanged now from either side. The Noctis has this overclock up and ready to go. Bell before Hydron, looking for a great, peels him off the wall. Not before he gets the poop, as well familiar to this particular Lucio player. Fischer managed to surpass the percentage of St. Clair, and they still want to try to fight this out. Talisman picked out of the ult by Redx, sniping him out of the sky. And Hydron, he's a defense matrix in his face. This overclock's getting nothing.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, now the pinch comes through. Iron is now on the diva, which is a little bit of an unwelcome sight if you are the Saints. Wasn't necessarily expecting that. And just as quickly as it flipped back, it will go right back over to Fischer control. So, yes, the questions asked during the end of that fight initially, like, oh man, they're putting a lot in here, Fischer, for a fight that seemed to be done. But eventually, the counterpunch is found. And all of that work for St. Clair only earns them about 10%.
That is a rough turnaround from them, but hey, there's sunshine around the corner. Kiwi is down, and Razor much freer to go on in. Has this onslaught charged up and ready to go for this team. Iron out of mech, and that'll be a swift retake from St. Clair.
Exactly what they needed after such an elongated fight just minutes before. And again, continued back and forth here between these two teams. It will be the Kitsune rush from Kiwi built up first. Wouldn't be surprised if St. Clair just told Tread to walk on forward a little bit, take some damage, so that the answer could be attained, but also beat advantage slightly in favor of Fischer. if they choose to play aggro.
Temple beat territory, very real here for Grape. Razor, look for the Sundering Strike. That one goes wide. The South barrier is there. St. Clair, Renix needs to get it up now, but Alex is down. He has some 50 HP. It's just not worth it in this fight. No, he is abusing it.
No.
The Ajax. That is worst case scenario. You could have waited. It could have been final fight territory. You could have had another fight, but you're not going to have the best ult to do it with.
That cannot happen. Just point blank, that cannot afford to happen if you are St. Clair. And yes, you still have overclock. You still have the self-destruct to kind of stall it out, but it is going to be an extra ultimate for Fischer from Talisman. And you also got to worry about somebody getting on this point. It is Noxious to start up.
And Noxious, overclock is up. He had to use the slide backwards just because the pressure Iron was putting onto him. Tread, self-destruct aggressively, and just stands in front of Hydron as Baby Diva. Well, that's not going to end well for you with 150 frail shot charge. Does have to fight for the 1v1. But he'll be A-okay. The rest of Fischer on the point, regrouped, ready to go. Hydron eventually takes his Sojourn counterpart out of the equation, and Fischer Esports are going to get us all tied up here on Lijiang Tower and force us to control center.
Man, that just some interesting plays from St. Clair, I'm not going to lie. Whether it be the aggro, self-destruct in the face of an overclock. And I get what Tread's trying to do, like trying to kind of disperse Fischer, find one of those eliminations, but you also don't get back in mech, so it leaves open even more value from Hydron with that ultimate as Fischer really turned the tables around during that one. And Noxious only went 5 and 4 during that round, shut out by Hydron in round 2. So it'll go over to control center, more favoring, admittedly, kind of what Fischer was running in round 1. With the Ramatra, it's going to be the best sub-map for it.
I know, I saw Gardens, I'm like, oh, St. Clair, this is your opportunity to close this out. And they try to run this on control center. It works, but it's just much harder against this Ramatra with how close quarters it is, and it's easier for Iron to close this gap and deal the damage, have the presence that he needs to on the tank. So far, it's just been an exchange of vendettas flying across the battlefield. Almost like they're getting launched like a ceremony or something. But St. Clair for now, though, they're kind of chilling. Never mind, they're not chilling. You let Hydron be set up for too long, and Renix tried to test his aim and found out the hard way. Be a swift reset for the Saints as Fischer, again, just leaning on the Hydron in these neutral fights.
Yeah, when Hydron is able to get this first pick off, Fischer almost winning it every time. Like, it's a little crazy, the conversion rate that they have had so far. And this was the right call. You play up close. Don't allow Tread to kind of open up the map with some of these rotates. Try and play up close and personal and force more of a brawl.
You just can't really do it much against this Diva. And, you know, Iron, he's just kind of chilling. And whatever choke he decides to see fit, and he's almost Hydron's bodyguard at this point. You want to keep him in this white room, away from pressure, or on the opposite, high ground, because otherwise, you didn't check your 6. Noxious was lurking, had Renix at his side to speed him, and look at these rotations. That's the other thing with this Diva. You don't need Renix to speed you around as much. He can stick to Noxious's side, hold his hand, and continue to fire away, but it's only been that pick onto Hydron until now. Talisman will fall down. Fischer Esports, you know that St. Clair wants to run them over. They're just struggling to move through Iron. Kiwi and Grapes punching so much sustain into this player at the Annihilation and the sound barrier at his back. Somehow hanging on for dear life. It's now Tread that has to use self-destruct to stay alive. Not just like, all right, fine. It's been too long. Gotta pull the ult. We'll die using it. St. Clair, though, they'll finally get what they want, and it's a solid point control.
It's a great conversion, especially considering they didn't even have sound barrier during that fight, Molly, so they'll have it for whenever probably Hydron uses this overclock during this next engagement. Fischer tried to kind of push back in just after St. Clair flipped, so St. Clair even get an extra 20% or so of point percentage.
Yeah, and there's that overclock we were expecting. Hydron won't get the Ajax this time around, right? Make sure his team is nice and healthy, and you don't want to take any risks when it comes to Hydron, as you see the entirety of St. Clair just dogpile on top of Fischer's Sojourn player. Not having it with him so far. Talisman Sundered Strike. Won't find anybody, but it definitely forces cooldown. Zones the corner as he jumps for free. Up to this high ground. Fantastic boop out of Redix. Will keep the supports alive. It gives Tread the room to attempt these trades back and forth. Now it's Razor's turn. Doesn't find anyone at the corner because Hydron, he's back in the fight. He's like, you can jump on me all you want, but I can get these kills in the neutral the second I don't have pressure.
Yeah, the second you're not looking at Hydron, just pop shot after pop shot, and it at some point is just going to be too much for St. Clair to handle. Just flipping over now into the, or at least to advantage of Fischer, but not many ultimates left. Iron will have this annihilation, more probably just used to stay in a fight rather than anything else. It'll be the same for Tread with the self-destruct, so all eyes are on Alex.
Yeah, Alex has to get this up in time for St. Clair, but Razor goes down. Hydron is in the spawn right now for St. Clair. No idea what hit them. And it's got to be a 4v5 for final fight on this map, and you don't want to be anywhere near that Kitsune Rush with Iron's Annihilation, painting it purple. Talisman comes back, takes Redix down, and is still going. If it's not Hydron, it's Talisman. If it's not Talisman, it's Iron. There's so many threats on this Fischer College roster, and it's going to get them through map number 1 as soon as they can manage to deal with Tread and the last man standing, and Alex, who was staying alive a lot longer than what he would have bargained for. But this map is as good as done. Fischer denied the map 1 and will take Lijiang Tower as theirs.
Whew, we're in for a good one, huh?
yeah.
That is a banger of a first map here, which ends up going Fischer's way, but not by much. This man had quite a lot to say about it on the other end, but Fischer hold the line, and you know, so much talk about Iron and, you know, especially Hydron for Fischer, but Talisman was the one that really saved that last fight, just bouncing all over the map, finding those critical hits with the overhead strikes, and it sealed the deal here for Fischer, and they steal away map 1.
Yeah, and honestly, when we look back at this map too, it was close from every turn, but I'm thinking back to Gardens, Jesse, and the massive glaring errors that St. Clair had. The overextension when Iron swapped over to the Diva, the Ajax committing sound barrier to a fight that you were already down 3 different players. It was so many things that could have been turned around, could have been corrected, that came back to fight St. Clair on the map that they were most favored with their composition and going to Control Center. I think it just becomes harder. I think Talisman looks so much more comfortable on this Vendetta compared to how Razor has been performing. It's comfortable without the Zarya bubbles, and we can really see the difference in that.
Yeah, the fact that, especially even without the Zarya bubbles, Talisman is able just to pop off is crazy. Like, Razor didn't even play that bad. It just felt like the punish was definitely a little bit more swift from Fischer whenever Razor tried to go in, especially, God, that play set up everything. A little bit late on the rotate from Razor, able to get capitalized on by Fischer, and this is just when Talisman went all over the place, right? Finds a few eliminations here, finds a few eliminations there, and ends the fight and the map on a high note for the Falcons. And, you know, we heard it from Hydron earlier. We just need more effort. That was all he said that they needed. With the more effort, there was a chance for them to get it over. And it sounds so simple, right? Like, oh, wouldn't they be giving it everything? Like, isn't that just kind of like a bare bones, like, minimum? But sometimes it is just on the day, your effort can get you to that next level compared to the day before. And so far, it's looking that way for Fischer.
Yeah, Hydron quite literally said, we just need to hit our shots harder. I mean, he's done that.
Hit the shots.
This was his map. He's like, well, we just got to hit our shots. He's hitting his shots, and that's not really something that is specifically countered. Like, you could kind of tell, too, as the map went on, that St. Clair were like, okay, Hydron, he's cooking a little too hard. We got to send him back down to the dungeon, and they would heavy commit to that, to the point that even if they got Hydron, they're still losing 2 to 3 players to get to that point, because then Talisman is unleashed. Fischer know where their strengths are. You can't just focus on one threat, because there are so many that are around you. And this series, genuinely, Jesse, I think is going to depend on these maps and ban picks.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on, can these teams capitalize on their map picks? And can they capitalize on those bans? Obviously, like the Emery ban, yeah, it's nice for St. Clair. It kind of limits Hydron a little bit, but I don't think it's the end of the world here. And it obviously wasn't for Fischer. They still stole away the map. Now that Zarya is back into play, I want to see how this goes. If we end up into a Zarya mirror, can Tread really take that much of an advantage over Iron to kind of fill in that gap? Because obviously Fischer don't feel comfortable enough on Li Zhang to allow that to happen. So let's see if that, as the series goes on, where it goes. We do have the map, and some of these bans are coming in, so I'll make you guys kind of hold out for just a few moments here. I know it's teasing, but no, we'll wait here a second for the map. But it's not a shock considering how well St. Clair did against Cumberland on this map. I guess I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's a map that St. Clair might have very recently played. So
just a little bit.
We'll give that information. I don't know what it is either. I'm just kind of going off.
I was saying I will lie. I'm cheating this time.
You're cheating.
I'm cheating this time. I'm looking at the admin updates channel.
Wow.
In our server. Just a little bit of a cheat this time. I had it up, and I kind of forgot I had it up. I'm like, oh, that's a map, and that's a ban. St. Clair's ban is in. Still waiting on the ban here from Fischer, but this is a weird one because, again, these teams have been 3rd and 4th in the rankings pretty much the entire semester, and they were 4th and 5th for the most part in the rankings last semester when ISU was still around. So it's not like these two teams have really been that far apart. They've been in lockstep the entirety of the school year, but somebody has got to lose, and right now it's looking like St. Clair, but you can never count this team out. We've learned that before.
They've been very
Is that? Oh, I hope that's not. Okay, well, we have maps.
But,
there we go. Sorry.
we do have stuff.
I froze there.
I
froze.
RIP, Jesse.
RIP,
Hi
I'm
again.
back.
Welcome back. I didn't even
We're
see
back.
that you froze. I was so like locked in on my phone. But, hey, we can talk about that later because we have more important things at hand. Shambali's Monastery is the pick for St. Clair, and they're going to take away the Kiriko, which I gotta say, this is quite funny because we just saw this be played in their last series against Cumberland. They had Kiriko banned against them. They're like, you know what? It worked out for us. Let's just do it again.
Yeah, why not? It's like, oh, that maybe worked a little bit better than it should have. And now that the Zarya is available, this is actually a map, again, that they've played relatively recently as well. I'm just confirming right now. I thought they played it against St. Clair, against Winthrop. Yes, and this was actually their pivot after they lost Ilios. And they won it 3-2. So, very familiar in how they want to play this. If you can beat Winthrop, on this kind of map, I'd say you got a pretty good chance here.
Yeah, I think this is a comfort pick for St. Clair. The Zarya is back into play, but because you didn't protect the Vendetta, it will be gone as a result. And it seems that Fischer want to avoid that combo as much as possible, and I think that is totally understandable. The question is, what DPS do you pivot to? Like, we've seen, like, Echo a little bit, Tracer has been a common one. Razor pulled out Pharah, but I think that might have just been for a Cumberland-specific matchup. So we'll have to see what they have in mind, because I think the Vendetta, a very defining factor for both of these teams.
Yeah, and here, as this series goes on, right, these teams, again, they know each other super well. So it's not like, these two teams are, like Fischer, Navy, Bellevue really hadn't played each other very much until they played yesterday. These are two teams that know each other, play very well. They even like some of these players, whether they've played on OWCS teams together, they've played on international stages together, are preparing right now for Overwatch World Cup. A lot of them, even Talisman is playing right now for Team Puerto Rico. So it's a little bit funky because they know each other so well. It's just a matter of fact of how it actually goes down in the server. So it's been an interesting one to watch here between these two sides. The winner again plays Winthrop for a chance and for a spot in the grand final next month, which I won't lie, it's gonna be a little awkward. I don't think we've ever had that big of a break from a lower final to a grand final, and a whole lot can change. We'll have a new season patch at that point. So that's a later issue, but that'll get interesting as we get through kind of this break between today and the grand finals next month.
I know. It's like we're doing all this talk about how Fischer, they've consistently been top 4 since 2023 or something like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
In these tournaments, they have not won a single one. They have made it top 4 every single time, with the exception of maybe one event. But they're there. They know how to get to the top, but they've always fallen short. And there's honestly a good chance here, too, that with how consistent St. Clair has been, last map was incredibly close. I don't think it's fair to discount St. Clair after one map loss at all. They want that top 4. They both want to get and push those limits. St. Clair made it to the varsity finals in second place last time, and Fischer Esports, well, they were second in the open finals. Now with no ISU in the fray, things are much more open. I think the teams know it. There's an actual real shot for them to get to this LAN event, and for the sake of St. Clair, they have 2 chances, also playing in varsity for Fischer. They're only in open, so this is their kind of big test against St. Clair. Again, the most recent loss was against this team, and we'll find out once we kind of roll out here on to the break. But I did get an inkling of May from Razor, and that is one hero we didn't really talk about for St. Clair yet.
Yeah, I think even Talisman was teasing it there for a moment, so maybe we have a May mirror going on, but it is a hero that is in Razor's hero pool and has been very good in the past, which is why I wasn't like totally shocked, but a little bit that they didn't just match Cumberland in the last series. But I have a feeling they either wanted to hide that as long as possible, or just because of the way that Cumberland plays, you almost have to adjust to it a little bit differently. It sounds like actually the lobby maybe not playing the nicest with some of our players. So you may have to have just a quick little lobby reset, everybody. Hopefully nothing too crazy. We're just letting the tension build, letting y'all get the drops. I know we've been seeing it in the chat. People are asking about how long the stream's going. How long do we got left? It happened. It's kind of ridiculous, actually, how many of those messages are just, how long do we have left in stream for drops, please? This is your best case scenario here, as lobby reset. Yeah, but there we go. We're already back out of it.
We just had to wait until it was daytime. We were in nighttime Shambali, now we're in daytime Shambali, which feels so strange. I'm so used to seeing this map in the dark, so maybe it was just a time of day switch to get the ping back at a reasonable spot for both of these teams. And St. Clair knows Zarya. In fact, they are going to keep tread on this diva, and I don't hate this at all.
No, I like this a lot, at least for now. See what Fischer is running and try and adapt from there. The other thing here, it is May. Okay, so it was May in the FAR. Hydron has swapped back over. I will say that would have been a fun one to play around. But yeah, pretty much a mirror, just with the exception of the tank. And even with the Kiriko ban, it is going to be the Baptiste forced out from both flex supports.
And then we kind of run into this thing again where can Iron close this gap and survive kind of this dive of Tread? But Tread this time won't necessarily have the same amount of support. You're vulnerable to this May if you stick around too long. The diva, though, as you're kind of seeing now from Tread, just kind of flies up and over this roof, goes to the payload, stalls out this time. See if Noxious can get a pick off. Eventually, he's going to end up dropping down, peeking the corner because the Maywall's there. Everyone disappears like, ooh, where'd they go? Oh, found them, all 5. Tempting to rush up onto Hyden. That's not going to work for them. As you said, Maywall at the backs of Fischer. Talisman just couldn't get it off in time and because he used it to block off high ground. Bit of a misstep from Fischer, missing their most important cooldown for that push.
Yeah, it's like you put that wall down because you try and create a little bit of distraction, a little bit of mystery, right? Like, oh, are we just chilling by point? Are we rotating over to high ground? St. Clair called the bluff. They rotate early, and Razor has a beautiful wall to set up those eliminations. And already, just because of how long these fights can go on this map, a minute already off the clock. No ultimates to be seen, but Razor can't get the wall up early this time.
He's going to look for it now. No supports from what we can see. But it's a Baptiste. Kiwi can jump up on over should he need to. Close to a Blizzard out of Razor, but won't really even need it. Iron, I think, was cut off long enough from the rest of his team because Tread was in the backline. They couldn't get the support that was needed. But Redix, again, does Redix things, which sometimes works, but other times it gets you a bit of a feed. I'll help Fischer in a bit, but not for the moment.
Yeah, and it seems like Razor cannot be shut down right now. We hyped so much about how the hit scans are really going to decide this, but it's been Razor, a big X factor in this map. Talisman has not been able to match kind of the Maywall value and utility. You know, yes, that time the wall just goes up, allows this card to reset back to where it was, but what now?
Great question. What now? Well, I see about to be 9 check marks on my screen. So this is where it gets a little sketchy. St. Clair, massive advantage in terms of the ultimate economy. And they don't have payload. Fischer completely flips the map. The Blizzard is chucked in from downtown. Razor made sure Fischer couldn't check the radar on that one. St. Clair, Roaron in Dread looking for a target. The boop is fantastic, but it just redirects him right towards Hydron, forces him to a headshot. Obnoxious. And this D.Va will continue to fry as there's only a minute plus change left for the attack.
That cannot be right. I just saw 25 kill streak. That
It's still bugged. It's bugged. It's bugged.
Oh, I was say I thought it's been bugged. I've been getting like quintuple kills out the wazoo in rank. That should not be happening. Sound barrier available here for Red X. It'll either be against the Annihilation or the Blizzard. It depends on which one actually lands. Some value here from Fischer. You gotta hold out. You cannot allow this to be eaten up by Tread.
Talisman almost looked like he was about to break Tread's ankle. That's the Blizzard. I'm like, we're doing a 360 Blizzard now. What's happening? But no, you can tell with the D.Va right there. You don't want to pull the cooldown. But this Tread is on the payload. The rest of the team's kind of up for grabs. And Iron took advantage of that. Tread out of the mech. St. Clair, they're going to end up committing nothing to this fight. And Fischer, they didn't do anything either.
Yeah, it's at least if you're St. Clair, nothing got used for Fischer. Now you can at least snowball this a little bit more. You will have that sound barrier from Grapes here in just a moment. The only ultimate you're missing is the Ant Matrix, which Kiwi has been building relatively quickly. But it's going to be, can Noxious build with this overclock from the high ground and shut it down? But they actually just move down lower. It's real fast.
Yeah, everyone trying to store in and catch Fischer Esports off guard, which almost worked because Grape didn't have the sound barrier, but the pressure from the Blizzard and Overclock was too much. They couldn't confirm an elimination on that push, so all they needed was Grape to help them stay alive, but even that doesn't seem to be enough. These trades are going back and forth. Tread has an extra life with the self-destruct, assuming he can get back in mech, and Iron is getting pinched. It's only Grapes that is fragging out for Fischer. We're used to seeing the Sojourners or Talisman. No, it's the Lucio as Grapes plays hero for Fischer Esports. They're going to continue their attack on second point.
So close there from St. Clair, just holding it out. But like you said, Grapes, some nice little boops. And the Lucio is able to keep this push alive for Fischer. But yeah, holy ult central during that one. Noxious, we were hyping it up. Maybe he can save that fight with the overclock. Didn't even get to use it, but now is the only ultimate currently on the board for this fight.
Woo! Hydron, I definitely just flinched at Noxious hitting his shoulder so close to his head there. Everyone will back off. And Fischer, I've been so good at seeing these fights like we're not winning them out.
Yeah, no, it's been very quick, but now this could get awkward.
Oh, yeah, there's no way out of that one. It's only Talisman, though, that got frozen. It's just not salvageable. Everyone's in a small joke. Dread's like, don't mind if I do. Cleans up the whole lobby, and Fischer Esports, they thought they had it. Nope.
Yeah, thought they had a reset and turn. They actually just stepped right into the trap of Razor, and Tread is able to clean it up. 80 seconds remaining for Fischer. This verticality, especially this phase, is where Tread is really going to shine on this D.Va. It can just basically pester Hydron and Kiwi non-stop unless they stick with the rest of the group, which is not what Hydron typically wants to do in this kind of comp.
No, and it's a lot harder for Iron, too, to move. You gotta take like 10 extra steps just to get where Dread can get with a press of a single button. So, you've seen Fischer Esports, they actually get to the position they want to fight at this hairpin corner. But there's a sound barrier available for Red X Grapes in the same zip code, but not quite up to his. So, St. Clair, if they really wanted, they could go for a tempo beat. Or perhaps the ult tracking may not be on point, or instead opt for the safer option in the amplification matrix. Turns out to be more of defensive than anything else. Fischer easily able to kite around the corner.
Yeah, just enough of a kite, and now Kiwi will counter punch.
Yeah, Razor, you blink and you miss it. He's as good as gone. Sound barrier's there from Redix. It only hits on him and Noxious. Dread didn't even get it. Alex was already dead, and it went from bad to worse for the St. Clair team. Gonna go Jetpack Cat to see if the stall is there. It seems like it's winnable. But the self-destruct doesn't deny the remech onto Tread, but he's gonna be frozen up. All this does for St. Clair, it gets almost every ultimate out of Fischer. instead of forcing a later contest. Annihilation on target as Noxious looking for the shot but finds nothing but a big ol' ice wall. 90 seconds now for Fischer to continue their attack.
And immediately Kiwi has the swap and Hydron finds the finish onto Noxious for the team kill. Fischer, look at this positioning already, Molly. All the way up into the final corner. Obviously can't stay here for super long considering at least one of the supports is further back. But again, just kind of feeling this out up front, knowing that no ultimates are available. Everybody just threw what they had into that final fight, so you gotta go back to the basics.
Oh, Kiwi almost seemed like he got shot through the May wall there, but just on a half HP, has the cover to be A-okay. St. Clair, they has nothing to work with. There were so many buttons pressed in that last fight that we likely won't see an ultimate, and if it's any, maybe a sound barrier from Redix, but even then, Jesse, those have been pretty lackluster so far.
Yeah, they haven't really amounted to all that much. Tread almost just teasing a little bit like, hey, Kiwi, I'm here. Hello, hello. But just wanting to back on out immediately. It will be Redix. First for an ultimate for St. Clair. Kiwi's about to get hit, but has to live.
Yeah, has the extra mobility with that second perk there, had the sideways jump, and that'll keep him alive. The Matrix are like, whoa, what's going on here? And now that's a sound barrier I am pretty happy with. Redix turns the flames around, sets up his team perfectly, and now it's on Talisman. Got two with the Blizzard, but a fantastic immortality field thrown in from downfield. Gets Alex and St. Clair to be in a fighting position. Noxious Talisman looking as he awaits his fate of this sojourn. Kiwi on Jetpack Cat just to get Iron back to the fight faster, and even that is short-lived. As everyone sent 6 feet under, St. Clair put their foot down at about the halfway through third point.
A long trek ahead for St. Clair to avoid going down 0-2, but a possible one at that. They at least are able to stop Fischer before the full cap comes in. And that'll be a question, can they keep it up on the attack? And I think, honestly, the D.Va is better on the attack on this map, so let's see how they can play around it. But if you look at the eliminations, Molly, it would feel like, hey, St. Clair is winning this. Talisman is only 6-6 during this map so far. Has kind of not had to do a lot of good damage onto Tread, but not a lot of times followed by an elimination onto him. So it's been a back and forth, but favoring St. Clair in the kills, but Fischer have taken real advantage of their map positioning to really push us all the way out to that 66-meter mark.
Yeah, Fischer have been playing, I think the ult fights have been significantly better from Fischer. And a large part of that, Grape sound barriers have been pretty flawless throughout all of that. Iron has so much extra sustain. And overall, I think St. Fischer do better in those types of situations than St. Clair. And it comes back to bite him. Like St. Clair, they'll take these neutrals. They're happy with that. The D.Va gets a ton of value. Noxious has been, I don't know how he's 20-3. We're going to be totally honest. Like, so many things are going the way of St. Clair, but the few fights they're losing have been terrible.
Yeah, it's like when they lose, it's rough. But let's see here on the attack what can change. As Fischer, they will need a pretty significant first point hold here if they don't want to allow St. Clair to have a ton of time entering the easier phases of this map. But again, it's an uphill battle, literally, for the attack on this map, so anything can happen.
But there's no May wall for Talisman. He used it defensively. Got to block off this high ground. Razor knows it. Goes for an aggressive push. This is where Iron can shine. He can just chill right around this corner and hold left click. Punch anyone who dares to step over the path. In this case, it was Tread. Overextend plus some. Without a D.Va here, St. Clair, there's free pickings for Hydron. Woo!
The Hydrons don't mind if I do a little bit of aim labs to end out the fight. And that's the thing here with St. Clair. If they cannot earn some value from Tread going in, disrupting the backline, if Fischer just basically, you can't ignore Tread, but keep your main attention still on the rest of the four trying to push height, then there's only so much that Tread can do when the rest of their healers and their healers can't look, but when Talisman gets caught out like that, it is the perfect entry.
Yeah, this has been a rough map for Talisman so far.
Really rough.
You pop up on the Vendetta, I just don't think he just doesn't like this May nearly as much. It's hard to have that pop-up potential on the hero since they're so team-oriented. Fischer Now realizing that, without that May, it's kind of easy for Razor to run us down. Slide up from Noxious, looking for Kiwi. Timed that regen burst perfectly with the rail shot, so it basically looks like he took no damage. St. Clair, they get through the hard part of point 1.
Or at least part 1 of it. And Matrix blocked by Shield, and now this is gonna get trouble.
Yeah, Fischer, like, you know what? Let's just use everything that we have in the tank. We'll have DPS ult. Soon, Iron paints the field purple. Does get frozen. Immortality field just does too much work, though. St. Clair can't finish off any of the kills despite the commitment and the quality of the Blizzard Razor had.
Yeah, it was a good Blizzard, but there was no follow-up left at that point if you're St. Clair. Nobody was there to even follow up on any of those eliminate and the freezes, including on Iron, which would have been massive. But it is a 2-for-3 trade. Now St. Clair having more ultimates going into this next fight. Tread already trying to gain some positioning out coast for Noxious.
Maywell there to cut off any support for Tread, and Hydron's like, I'm going for the Diva with the Salt. That's not something you typically say when you use Overclock, but this time Redix again, Ajax, Hydron, the culprit in the ultimate crime against St. Clair, and this is one they're not recovering from. Everything has gone from bad to worse for this team. They've had great fights, Tread popped off, but all it took was one rail shot.
That is an unbelievable shot from Hydron, and that stagger on Alex is just flat out disrespectful. But that single shot changes the entire trajectory of that fight, and Fischer go from maybe now defending second phase to one fight away from a 2-0 lead in this lower semifinal.
And only 35 seconds for St. Clair to work with. They'll get an amplification matrix, and it's gonna be about it here. It's gotta be down to the neutral, and Hydron, the king of these neutral rail shots, has an old rail charge battery and Tread, and he's already out of mech. Doesn't have to self-destruct. You are not gonna have a tank for this final fight, and you already used the amplification matrix. St. Clair, you're struggling to get themselves going. It's such a good first part of this attack. The only thing they have going well, Iron overextended. There won't be a tank on either side. Tread returning on the Doomfist, but Hydron, he's still ready. He's still fired up. And I don't know if there's anyone who can put the brakes on to this Sojourn player. He'll be pushed back, takes out Tread for the road. Fischer Esports, they're looking to deny St. Clair that revenge sweep, and it might just do it here by going up 2-0. The fights are relentless, but so are these rail shots. There's another for Hydron. This guy cannot be stopped. 2 overclocks in the span of 2 fights. And that is the message Fischer will send St. Clair back to the drawing board with as Fisher College move to match point.
Where has this Fischer been all year? Can I ask that? Because, my goodness, this is the best they've played in this entire school year. And they're peaking at the exact right time that they need to. It feels like, Tread has been an X Factor, so has Noxious, and they are shutting down both concurrently, which has been viewed as nearly impossible by any of St. Clair's opponents, and are now one map away from St. Clair being denied the revenge possibility against Winthrop, but also Fischer and their own revenge from Swiss to beat St. Clair, and they would like a little bit of revenge on Winthrop from knocking them down in the playoffs as well. So Fischer Esports, all of a sudden, I won't lie to you, I had St. Clair favored in this game. Going into it, you and I were talking about it in the green room before this series started. I had this as a St. Clair 3-1. Right now, it's looking like a Fischer 3-0.
If this tempo doesn't stop, then yeah, I'm right there with you on that. It's just, Hydron in particular is having the time of his life, and Fischer has been one of those teams that if they start to do bad, I think they boom really fast. But I don't think there's a time today, Jesse, that they have actually fallen over and felt like that they were failing. Hydron is leading the charge, and as long as that mentality can continue, I can see this continuing to go and be a full sweep for the Fischer roster. And if you're St. Clair right now, the one thing you can have in mind is we will have Zarya Vendetta available from this point on unless you ban it yourself.
Yeah, and I doubt they're going to do that. I would be shocked if they banned it out themselves. But it is a lot of questions. Again, that was their map type, and their map pick, I should say, and they got full held. And that's kind of the opposite, actually, of what you want during this. So, yeah, it's going to be a rough road here. St. Clair now needing the reverse sweep to earn a top 3 placement and a spot in that lower final. But now, again, the power returns to their hands on what they would like to do. No news yet. I'm not going to cheat this time. We're actually gonna think this one out.
I like that.
Flashpoint, push, and hybrid are those remaining. And no King's Row, no Saravasa in this map pool. Gonna see some maps that we typically don't see in Collegiate.
Variety! Woo! That's great. I love that map pool for that specific reason, because it tends to be like Lijiang into King's Row, into Saravasa.
Yeah.
Into Rotosapi. I feel like that one's been a pretty common one that we've seen a lot lately. But with these two teams, and I said it before, it's gonna come down to these picks of maps and these bans. The Zarya Vendetta is the best look that St. Clair have showed us. And it will probably continue to be that way. Fischer banning out those two heroes already proves that they are not confident in that. They think St. Clair have the upper hand. So from this point onwards, you will have to fight into it. St. Clair can pick whatever map they think will be best to set themselves up for it. And I am so curious to find out what that is going to be, and if anything changes in other areas of this team comp.
Yeah, you gotta think something big has to change here from St. Clair.
Yeah.
Whether it even be like their execution, their game planning, it doesn't always have to be the roster composition that you are loading into this game with. So I'm really curious how they want to approach this, because obviously we heard Tread very confident going into this game that they were going to get the job done. We do have the map though for map 3. Let's see what St. Clair have elected to go, and it is going to be Esperanza for our third map, and they will ban out the Brig, but that does leave the Diva ban open. So Diva is banned out in a critical game here for St. Clair.
I think they want to run the Zarya Vendetta. You know that the Diva is like the one main thing that you can take away from Tread that is going to come back and hurt you, and now I think it makes sense. Esperanza is this kind of divey-ish map of push that we can have, but it's all because of the way that the bridges are structured, the high ground control. This is like Hydron and Noxious farm territory if you can get them set up. And I think the idea is we're going to send Razor to try to deal with it, because we know the Diva won't be an option.
Yeah, Diva at least gone. That just allows everything to open up for Fischer. But also, yeah, like you said, Razor, if it's going to be a time of, hey, they pop off, this has to be the map where they start turning it around. Now that for the first time this series, that Zarya Vendetta combo is available. And obviously, yeah, it is still meta. It's not as meta as it was a month ago before all the changes. But St. Clair are going to have to play like it is, because it feels like the only comp they've had at least a decent amount of success of so far today.
Yeah. And it feels like there are certain pain points. It seems like Redix is having a bit of an off game too. We're not used to seeing him go down this early. 2 AJXs now on the day. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is we have seen him have fantastic plays on the Lucio. He's not traditionally a main support player. If he plays for like another Faceit or OWCS type roster, he's playing off roles. So having to come back to this Lucio, I wonder if it's just a bit of a skill check. Hydron has had his number for the entirety of this series and beyond just that last play on Shambali's Monastery. And I think the time now is, especially for St. Clair, not to get in their own heads against this Fischer team, because we knew how confident Tread was and the rest of the squad going into this matchup and knowing what is at stake as they are facing elimination going out in 4th place.
Yeah, it would be a rough pill to swallow for St. Clair. It'd be back-to-back semesters of a 4th place finish. And again, that's just rough for any team to swallow, but it would be at the hands of Fischer both times. So let's see here. How much gas does St. Clair have left in the tank? Or will the Saints fall so that the Falcons can rise to have a Battle of the Birds in the lower final? Loading in here. And again, Fischer, they really don't care about this Diva ban, obviously. It's from their side. And it's going to be a match of the Zarya and the Vendetta that St. Clair, well, I was about to say that's been wanting. But right now, Razor is
There's
not
no
on
way.
the Vendetta.
There's no way. Surely not.
There's gotta be
Surely not. We're getting baited. Let's not fall for the bait. We'll wait till the next 9 seconds come out, and we'll get a full idea of what is going down. But for Fischer, this is what's
There it
been
is.
working so far. Talisman is back in the game, no longer on the May, and Hydron in the best form we've seen him in Collegiate at St. Clair, ready to mirror.
Hey, let's get this.
Yeah, Razor, having a little bit of fun with maybe teasing us with some heroes that we could see later on. But again, let's see here. St. Clair need to get on a good start. Like against Cumberland when they lost this map in Swiss, they had to play from behind for 80% of it. They cannot fall into that hole again as Red X already getting his shoulders clipped a little bit.
He better be giving Alex the biggest cookie ever after that. That Suzu is the only thing that was keeping him alive. And you just cannot be crossing in front of Hydron like that. He will find you. He will hit those shots. The same goes for Noxus. Talisman overstays his welcome and is punished accordingly. St. Clair now feeling much better about moving on forwards. Razor, FHP, but seeing if there's anyone else. Spot somebody in the back line to go ahead and get stagger on.
Yeah, like, Chief, what are you doing back here? This is not your spawn side. As, yeah, obviously Grapes can get out over there, but that's because Egan is right on the wall.
Whoa.
That is some crazy tech from Razor to bunny hop over for the overhead slash, but St. Clair, they avoid what we said they could not do and fall early, and now almost already having that checkpoint unlocked.
Yeah, Fischer should get a good contest on this. Talisman sending it up to the high ground, but a great boop from Redix. Keeps the supports and Noxus safe, but he's going to reposition down to the low ground, sees that Fischer is already there, flipping the map once again. Because of that, you give Hydron a bigger priority, and that's not what you want, especially if you're a Dread. He's getting sliced up by this Vendetta, and that'll be enough for Fischer to turn it around to deny these forward spawns.
That is a big win there for Fischer, because once those spawns are active, it can really snowball quickly. So, yes, it's 2 minutes. St. Clair already pretty much get there, but it's not the worst case scenario. Is because of how long that fight went, Fischer actually has the ult advantage, shockingly enough, even though St. Clair have such a lead because of how much sustain Fischer had to do just to stay in that last fight. So the rush we used here from Kiwi will be answered by Alex, assumingly,
Ooh.
but already some very lit up DPS on high ground.
Yeah, this is like the hardest point in the map to contest on both sides. Moving from this low ground up to the bridge, very few characters can fit there, so you rely on Poke. It'll be Noxus who finds Grape first, just short of the sound barrier. There will be a line on line for Redix, but he's not going to opt to commit. Knows that this is a 3v4 favoring St. Clair. They're going to hold the ult, and that may be a call. You know what? I think you're okay with that. You got Iron.
Yeah.
We're chill.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Because I think both grabs got used simultaneously during that one. Which, yes, maybe Fischer could have used one of those DPS ultimates to finish it off, as both Zarya's kind of sat there in each other's grabs, just staring at each other. But it will be tick unlocked here for St. Clair. Forward spawns are now active, and they still have a sound barrier in their back pocket for whenever Hydron and Talisman want to go on the offensive. Grapes does have his as well, but that'd be more probably used aggressively or to deal with Noxious.
I guarantee this is going to be for the overclocks that we're going to see. There's a good Suzu on the Razor. He saw his life flash before his eyes there. And exactly. Down barrier. Answer to Hydron, and Talisman done up with a whole lot of nothing on his last swing. Wants this dip onto Razor's Vendetta. He'll get it. Sent back to spawn the hard way. St. Clair, they just couldn't make it happen on that push. Noxus didn't have the angle and never even wanted to pop overclock first.
And I think that's honestly a safe hold, because Fischer already used the sound barrier during that fight. Now you get a free one during this next engagement. There is no Diva to eat it up. You get just free real estate. Talisman scouts out. St. Clair playing on the outside.
They'll be ready. Get a couple of shots overhead. In fact, it's Hydron now. Happy to be on top of this bridge. That'll be two for the Fischer Sojourn player. Again, we've seen what happens if this guy gets cooking, leaves carnage in his path. Fischer Esports, again, deny Noxious the opportunity and make it forward spawns off of it.
Yeah, forward spawns will be achieved here by Fischer and turns us into a one-fight game to at least gain the lead for the Falcons. Noxious, again, a lot of attention will be on him, and of course it will be Mr. Canada himself. has to be the hero for this fight in St. Clair. They want to hold on to this lead as we hit the halfway mark on Esperanza.
Yeah, flipping the map once more on Fischer, and we'll see what they're able to do with it. Hydron has a full charge shot. Was eyeing up Tread there. Gonna have to hold on to it. Here's this overclock that we've waited so long from Noxious, but he's afraid of the Kitsune, putting respect into it. As long as the ultimate hold has a rather anticlimactic ending, everybody still nice and healthy on the side. Both teams, actually. St. Clair, the closest to a Graviton Surge. Tread could be the thing to pull this together, especially since no one will have a sound barrier in any time soon. Just the question is, how do you get around this corner? Tread has every tool to deny it. You have the bubble advantage with everything, all the resources going into Talisman. Tread waiting for the opportunity, knowing the high ground. Where is the contestant is at, as we are in a tense standstill between these teams. Graviton goes in, catches Talisman on his engage. Iron spawns to the Graviton's own Hydron, flanking into the backline. Overclock is popped up to the high ground. Can't quite get the shot up there that he needs. Looking for another one, but evasive as ever. Noxious makes him work for it. But St. Clair will manage to hold on. It is the heroics of Razor that managed to make it happen. Hydron, he wanted to have the play. Alex will just be not in the end. Yep.
Yeah. Not shocking between these two teams. Just being honest, not a total shock between these two. We said before this map started, Razor really needs to step up now that, hey, this Zarya Vendetta comp is available. They've done just that. Holds on to the lead, and now St. Clair need to continue this momentum back. Do not let Fischer regain a foothold.
And free sound barrier now for St. Clair. Nothing in particular that you want to use against it. And this could be really good, especially against a team that doesn't have the best engaged tool. Redix sees that there's no Kitsune Rush to respond, goes back in, boops Hydron into no man's land. Fantastic play to stop the flank. He's really feeling it, and somebody needed to come back into life here. It is this Lucio player and Razor together. The devastating combos of Tread, Razor, and Redix are here to stay.
What a boop that was. It actually took Hydron out of LOS from Grapes, so the sound barrier does not land, and that changed the entire inflection of that point, of that fight for Fischer. And now St. Clair can rebuild this lead up to 16 meters now. Tread is on the flank.
Tread is in there, and he's okay with it. The rest of his team is ready to pinch. And Noxious, I thought that was Hydron for a second based on his positioning. Ooh, in fact, speaking of Hydron, he's no more. His head's rolling somewhere in the streets of Esperanza. Noxious is ready to roll. St. Clair, they're approaching the final turn.
What a gutsy play call there from St. Clair, but it works out. And now, entering the final stretch already, Razor goes in, puts some pressure into Iron, forces out some abilities as well, and now St. Clair can afford the reset.
All the cooldowns too out of Talisman for the Vendetta trade. A little more time to work with the Zarya's. Graviton Surge will be available. Tread knows that the value often comes from the first one that is popped. The faster he gets this up, being at maximum charge, the better. Goes on out. Iron has one to respond now, but he will get the chief. Uses it on the payload and pulls a couple players in. But Redix has found two. The boop on a Talisman. This guy is all over the map. And St. Clair, he gets a pat on the back for that one. They're walking the final couple of meters. They don't need another minute and a half. They want a full completion. It's only Hydron standing in their way with an overclock. Gets a couple players low, but no final blows to come in, favoring Fischer. Be a 1-for-1 trade. Noxious set up on this Hydron. Tread deep in the spawns. That's going to signal the end of the push. St. Clair overextended, perhaps a bit overconfident in this time. And there's one more chance for Fischer to turn this map around.
St. Clair trying to wrap it up in the backline. Just cannot find those final kills, but practically has finished this map and forces Fischer to do the same. 45 seconds left. Already, Talisman trying to play a little aggressive, but cannot get punished like he has a few times during this map already.
Why? I mean, the bubbles have been helpful, but a lot of times when they are used, there aren't many players around. Redix, speaking of which, needs to get the heck out of there. And it's Hydron! He's so aggressive on this map, and it's coming back to bite them. His positioning, his overconfidence. might cost Fischer. They have the Alligator sound barrier, and Tread is removed from the fight, so the attention he drew, maybe enough for the clutch. Couple players chunk low. Talisman, one slice to finish off Reddix. Looking for Noxious, down he shall fall. Forward spawned, only there for Tread, as the rest of the team has one more fight to win.
Fischer needs 2, arguably 3 fights in a row to stay alive here in this map and keep the potential of a sweep alive. As you can tell, just trying to stall is Talisman, knowing that a full 5 is not going to be here when this fight starts.
You want to take advantage of this high ground positioning because the bot needs to be contested the whole time. Having Hydron where it can't be stopped is the best case scenario, even in St. Clair also holding around the corner, and that's exactly what you wanted. Hydron picks off Reddix in the back, who attempted to contest him. Iron almost up to another Graviton Surge here. Fischer, this is starting to look winnable. Kiwi lays out the red carpet. Iron running through, microwaving through Tread, and it's his sights on Alex. Has the Graviton Surge, but he's gonna save it for the next battle.
1 fight down, 2 more to go here for Fischer to pull off what feels impossible on this map at times. Like you said, Grab already back online here for Iron. Hydron, close to a Hydron of his own, just cannot be picked off by Noxious during this early fight. But Alex, because of the fact they're a little bit slower to get to this Kitsune rush, will have it here for this potential final fight.
Razor opening it up, looks for the Sundered Strike, chops it down. Iron sliced into, no tank to come in, but the trades are even. Grab, no, where to be seen though for St. Clair. Tread died before it could come up. Hydron and Talisman, this 2-man duo of the DPS are the heroes, but the spawn advantage for St. Clair, it can help them out, but not if Hydron removes every single player first. Iron swapping to the Doom Fist to get back to the fight faster. Kitsune rush from Alex. Tread with the grab. This is payload mere meters away from getting to the finish line. But St. Clair, they are going to slam on the brakes of a Fischer comeback. They're going to take a sigh of relief, as my goodness, was this close. The Saints stay alive and will get themselves a map in the lower semis.
Oh man, that almost happened. That was eerily close to a ridiculous comeback from Fischer. But it is a win for St. Clair, and they do survive for another round. What, my oh my. That was the type of series we were kind of expecting here between these two, and just could not clean and catch up from the lead that St. Clair built themselves during the first 60 to 70% of that map. But man, Fischer got to be feeling at least pretty good about how they ended it. Just couldn't find that last fight to change it all.
And that was all that it took. And honestly, the fact that St. Clair, Tread dying with the grab, Alex dying with the Kitsune rush, came back in their favor. The spawn advantage was just too much for Fischer to handle. And I don't think it could have gotten any closer than that, Jesse.
No.
I'm going to be honest. All of our maps, with the exception of Shambali, have come down to the wire. And it shows that if St. Clair can be on this comp, they very much hold a candle, and it almost seems that Fischer's lack of confidence going against St. Clair in this particular mirror was misplaced, because it took a matter of micro decisions to decide who won map number 3.
It was just the tiniest of things, but in the end, St. Clair, that was the big kill that sealed the deal from Razor. But a whole lot of work is still need to be done here from St. Clair if they want to still have that game against Winthrop. It is 1-2. It is just 2 map types remaining, Flashpoint and Hybrid. After this break, we will see where St. Clair is sending us for map 4. Everybody, stay with us.
reverse sweepable? Maybe not. I don't know. That Esperanza game, Jesse, that was like one of the closest games we've seen. 139 meters is how far each team traveled, which is ridiculous to think about. Considering the series so far, it was Fischer 2-0, and St. Clair in the final hour came back. They got their one map and a chance at turning the series around.
Yeah, still need 2 more to get that reverse sweep, but they have to start somewhere. We do have our 4th map of this series locked in, ready to go. It's going to be New Junk City, so saving a hybrid for the final map type, potentially, of this series, if St. Clair is able to win it, and they will ban out the Reaper. And Fischer will ban out the Reaper, I should say. St. Clair banned the Ramatra. Hasn't played it very much. Iron's been leaning on it a lot, so not too much of a shock there from St. Clair on that ban. Probably seeing more of this Zarya Vendetta.
Highly likely that we're looking at that for New Junk City. It's very close quarters. It's fantastic for a Vendetta. The only thing I could think that may come up is, well, May. Didn't really think about that, but there you go. May is an option on this map. St. Clair, I think, has had better luck on it than Fischer. Even then, I don't think you want to do it. If what worked, even if it barely worked, it isn't broken. Don't try to fix it. So we're likely looking at the same composition for the remainder of the series, as most of these heroes have been out, or the ones that haven't are heroes that are vital to both teams' success.
Here we go. New Junk City. It's a little bit of
I love this.
That looks like it's outside my house right now.
Team sledding.
Yeah, it could be. Here we go. Yeah, Zarya, Vendetta, back on the menu. I thought there was a chance Hydron would go Emre here, but I think due to the fact that Vendetta is, you know, such a potent threat here, staying on the Sojourn might be the better call.
I am definitely with that. You've one of the best mobility usages in the entire game. Or you could just explode Razor. He just went over, didn't have block vulnerable during the overhead strike, and we are right back to Talisman Hydron time.
Yeah, no, that was pretty fast. Talisman's okay. I had a bad map or two, guys. Relax. I'm back, ready to go. First point, Cap will go over to Fischer. Yeah, that was about as swift of a fight as you could probably get on this map. Razor's not even at 10% ult charge.
Yeah, he went super fast into that fight. I don't even think he did any damage, I'm going to be honest.
No.
He probably has 0 damage right now. And that is how quickly he was blown up on that dive. The bubble popped just as quickly and kind of felt the danger again in that moment. While the cooldowns expended, Tread does have a decent amount of charge as a result, so that helps St. Clair in one area. Now even the matter of Talisman is in the back line, spots out Noxious, is like, wait a minute, I gotta get back to my team, but Talisman throws them through the blender, comes up with 2. And it is looking just about done for St. Clair. They are being tossed around by Fischer.
Yeah, St. Clair keep trying to set up for some of these fights, and then whether it be Hydron or Talisman or Iron, somebody is there immediately with a very early pickoff, and that time Talisman 2-for-1 special on the slice and dice. So now Fischer 1 fight away from earning Flashpoint 1, and Razor already positioning on low ground to ensure a touch.
And the Razor gets there, but 1v1 against Talisman will have the advantage of the bubble, and there we go. Redix soars in, boops him back. That'll be Vendetta down. Point over to St. Clair. Rest of Fischer still hovering, and this is the best case scenario for St. Clair because we know they are struggling in the ult charge department.
Yeah, no, it's not been the best start in that regard, as Razor's only still 60% to theirs, but everybody else still making up some room. Fischer, knowing they only need to win 1 fight, they will have everything, Molly, ready to go. St. Clair, at least 3, maybe Noxious is able to get the overclock. Again, it's going to be a matter of maybe an elimination before some of these ult charge and ults are even popped can decide this fight.
Yeah, Fischer, they'll have the harder job of getting through just because of how well St. Clair have these chokes locked down. It's going to be on this Graviton surge. Tread pops it first. Sound barrier from Grapes, and Razor isn't there to follow up. Responding grab from Iron. The sound barrier, yeah, it hits, but the timing is off for St. Clair. Fischer played that perfectly, waiting for St. Clair to use their cooldowns, and they're going to get the arena off the back of it.
Arena goes their way, and now the game of rotates begins here in New Junk City. As, yeah, 3 ultimates used from both sides during that one. So it's not even like St. Clair got the benefit of the doubt.
Whoa!
But Noxious, this is real early.
Usually you don't take fights until the point is close to being unlocked, and that's when you want back. Fischer Esports learned a point that they can disengage easily.
Yeah, very quick disengage. Yes, St. Clair does get point control theoretically, but now
Yeah.
Hydra can just walk back in.
And this position for the ult, in theory, should be better. And yeah, there it is. Red X pulled out of the sky. Looks for Noxious. That shot won't quite land, but, you know, here we go. It'll be enough to satisfy him for the time being. Never mind, he's just going to clean up the whole lobby. That's chill, too.
He's like, all right, Hedron, I see you. Unk still got it here for
You
Fischer.
should not just call him Ugg.
He is, but
Isn't he younger than you?
Is he? Oh god,
think so,
I hope
yeah.
I did not just. Well, I will science. Well, I'll science this. Give us a sec, everybody. But for the moment being, again, Razor, after again being one of the main reasons why St. Clair was such a dominant force last map, eerily quiet here so far.
Yeah, St. Clair is dominant team presence, especially in the Zarya. Nowhere to be seen. It's all Talisman right now, and it's under strike, coming up with a whole lot of nothing. Best St. Clair can do is hide away from this Kitsune rush, but it won't be enough. Razor again getting caught out. This has to stop for St. Clair to have a chance.
Yeah, it's, at some point, St. Clair will have to put some of these back-to-back fights together and get some value out of these ultimates, right? Like, that just gets completely nothing. Fischer now hold on. 1 fight remaining here to earn this second flashpoint. St. Clair really have no initiation tools. They will not get Russian time.
I mean, you got a vendetta to go to the point, but it's really about it. Mid-fight rush, best case scenario now for the Saints. So Noxious is already down. Will be traded. Talisman punished for his drop dive. The flip is there, and so is the Kitsune rush. But it's only 2 players. Iron has the Graviton Surge to make sure nothing too scary happens. And it'll secure Fischer their second flashpoint.
1 more to go for Fischer to gain their spot in the lower bracket final. St. Clair, if you're going to regain some momentum, if you're going to find it from somewhere deep inside of Canada, now is the time to do so. They will have beat and the overclock soon to come. Grab later from Tread, and they do have early positioning here on the point. But as we saw last time, that early positioning doesn't always guarantee a fight win, especially when Fischer have ultimates up of their own.
At least this time, St. Clair aren't paying a hefty price for that positioning, and you're happy because it's not coming up on the return you wanted. Hydron again in this neutral, such a valuable asset. Will land these shots if you give him the chance to do so. Fischer, take first cap.
He is playing unreal.
Yeah.
Like, I know we keep saying it, but this is like carrying, not even carrying, but just like X Factor performance right now from Hydron. Early positioning up, and again, St. Clair, it feels like every time they try and set up, throwing the bubble on a Razor, having Razor go in, Fischer just back up. It's not even like there's a super hard punish right away. Yes, they're keeping tabs on Razor, but it really just has been, they don't even give Razor the opportunity to pop off.
Razor was on the angle, but Hydron alongside Graves, it's just too much for St. Clair. For Razor, the handle, and this is the big old fight that they wanted to take. You're doing it down a player. At least you're evened up now, and even then, though, Talisman has remained uncontested. Look at Iron running down Tread. Knows he doesn't have any bubbles left up to protect himself, and it's his final fight. If St. Clair go down now, it might be their final bow.
It's looking like you're right now. Redex is going to get staggered out here on the side, or at least Alex is. Redex stuck in a corner. They know he's there, but there should not be a finish quite yet, but there is.
Kiwi with the final shot to St. Clair's chances in this open bracket. They again fall to Fischer and are denied a 3 as Fischer defy the odds. They get the upset once again and will move on to fight Winthrop for a chance at LAN.
All this is about revenge, revenge, revenge for the Saints, but it's actually revenge on them near the end of this one. And a lot of it is this man right here, as just pops off left, right, center, doing it for Fischer. They gain their spot in that lower final. St. Clair, 4th place again for open back-to-back semesters. Not a bad result, but not the result they were obviously looking for considering how confident they were entering this weekend. And we've talked about it. Hey, it's going to be a lot of Hydron versus Noxious, and how much can Tread do? Tread silenced during a lot of these maps, and Hydron won the duel, and that was the perfect setup here for Fischer to earn that spot against Winthrop coming up.
Esperanza, it made us think that St. Clair had a chance to come back, and Fischer silenced any hope that this team had going into a map 4, and it was the Hydron show. This guy is having the best performance. Fischer is a very boom or bust team. Either everything is going right for them, and it's fantastic, Hydron's popping off, Talisman hangs his place, or they lose a map 1, and then they can never come back for it. It is a very sweep-heavy team that we see, or at least close to it, and I think that with Fischer, the amount of positive momentum that they're going to be carrying into these lower finals against Winthrop University, that is their biggest asset for them.
It's scary. It's going to be really scary for Winthrop, who have kind of just had to sit here all day waiting for this game. Stay with us, everybody. We do have an interview with somebody from Fischer coming up after the break before that lower bracket final.
Fischer College have pulled it off and find themselves in the lower finals against a St. Clair team that we expected, along with many others, to make that full run back. But it was halted. The revenge tour, no more. As Fischer, they got the revenge themselves, Jesse, on to St. Clair. And we have Iron here with us to break down what was happening behind the scenes. And Iron, I want to start off with, you've already played your first game today against Bellevue. You got to watch the previous match between St. Clair and Cumberland. What was it feeling like before you went into this game, knowing you were going against this St. Clair that just got the sweep and took Winthrop to a game 5?
I mean, we were pretty confident. We've played against St. Clair a decent amount this semester and last semester, and we believe that we're the favorites, and I guess we were right.
Yeah, no, I guess very easily so. I felt like for a lot of that game, you guys were sliding on by. Was there anything that you guys changed from now to the game when you played them just last weekend in Swiss when they took the sweep? It feels like this was a completely different Fischer.
Well, that was actually a calculated loss. We got a better bracket by losing that, so that didn't
All
count.
right.
That was for show. I'm just
All right. And now you go in. Winthrop is your next opponent. It would be the final of the day. Obviously, a team that a lot of people have eyes on. Lost a close one to Northwood yesterday. How are you guys feeling going into that?
We're pretty confident. When we played them, we were trolling, and we were a little bit rusty. I haven't played the game in like 3 months, but getting warmed up. So we're pretty confident. I think we could beat them.
Okay.
All right.
And this is something that we've talked about quite a bit too, is Fischer between even the end of last semester to now has looked drastically different. It was before, it seemed like it was a lot of hands check, which you guys definitely have the hands to do that, but now just seeing you in your 2 games so far today, you seem very cohesive, very locked in on that. What has kind of been the main motivator behind this change that we're seeing from your team?
Obviously, Tensa. I mean, he's a coaching genius. Tensa elevates every player he works with. But yeah, that was a joke. But seriously, Kiwi and Tally have improved so much over the past couple months. They've been playing in face of Masters and whatnot, and the ODCS qualifiers, and they've gotten a lot better.
Fantastic. Well, hey, it's always a treat to see Fischer bring this level of competition to the battlefield, and the top opponent is ahead. And Iron, I want to give you a chance. Any final words you want to say before you head into this match against Winthrop?
Not really. I mean, hopefully you put on a show.
And a show we will look for that. Hey, as casters, we are thrilled to hear that. So, we're looking forward to what you guys have to offer us. Thank you again, Iron, for taking the chance to chat with us, and we will see you in your match against Winthrop in just a little bit.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to see this one because historically, okay, Winthrop favored, but I don't know. There is a feel right now around Fischer that this is the best Overwatch they've played all semester, arguably the entire school year. Is this the time to finally expel the demons over Winthrop? And then, hey, they put themselves in that destiny spot of getting second. Like that, he even said it to us earlier in the green room, like, hey, we always get second. If they want to fulfill the destiny, potentially, they got to beat Winthrop. So I'm really excited to see this game.
And hey, the reward for this game, you get to go to LAN, people.
Yeah.
Our Overwatch Collegiate Open Tournament will be back on LAN for the first time since pre-COVID. It will be at Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida from April 25th and April 26th. And the best part, it is entirely free to enter the event. So whether you're local or not, come on down, see your favorite collegiate players in action, feel the energy of this crowd, because it is something you are not going to want to miss, because of course it is our 2 open teams, but also the 8 that will be qualifying from the varsity bracket in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we expect to see St. Clair there for the varsity, but sadly will not for open finals now. But now we set the scene. Will it be Fischer adding in as well here in this open finals to go against Northwood, or will it be Winthrop and we'll get a rematch of our upper finals in the grand finals in just a month's time? We're going to go on one more break for you guys. Again, gain some of those drops. If you haven't already got all of them, now is your time. Make sure you got everything attached when we come back. Lower finals, Winthrop, Fischer.
one more match and one spot is available between now and the LAN finals at Full Sail University in April. Who is going to face off against Northwood University? We're about to find out. Winthrop University will take on the rising and booming Fischer College for a chance. One moves on and the other ends their run in third.
Yeah, it's a harsh reality as Winthrop has had to sit here all day, pretty much, waiting for this game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fischer has played 2 games already. Today, this is their third. So they've been going and going and going. And even some players like Talisman, I think, in between the first and third game of stream today, played for Team Puerto Rico and won. And then came back and just beat St. Clair in that last game. So it's a lot of games going on right now. But Fischer, they're an underdog in this matchup. But can they do it? I think if they play like they did during that last series, there is a genuine chance of it happening. But let's see what Winthrop have to say about that.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this bracket as well before we head in, because this tells a fantastic story of this current matchup. Because if you take a look at those upper semis, 3-0 over Fischer. Winthrop took that victory and did so rather swiftly, Jesse. That was not a close match, and these teams, they played each other so many times. But if there's one thing we've learned from this tournament is that the competition, the gap between our top two and the rest has gotten closer and closer. And Fischer, even though they had a rough matchup last time, the carrying of the momentum might just be enough to take a map or two or even get the win off of Winthrop, because they've proven they too can bleed.
Yes, we've seen it for Winthrop, right? Like 3-2 over St. Clair, lost 1-3 against Northwood, a Northwood team that Fischer has also taken maps off of in the past. So it's going to be really about, I think, how quickly Winthrop can warm up. I know they've been playing, Rack's been streaming this entire time and just playing ranked for the most part. So we know he's warmed up, ready to go. But I think for Winthrop, it's just how quickly can you get into your groove and can you kind of expel some of those struggles that you had it, it was yesterday. And it's going to be a little bit interesting for Winthrop. Obviously, Zera is just a massive part here. TL with the connection with Infected. It's a disgusting lineup here for Winthrop.
Yeah, OWCS talent through and through, former Overwatch League players, you name it. These names are ones that if you've been around NA Overwatch Esports, they are here. And Winthrop University is a perfect example of how the collegiate scene has been kind of feeding in, even becoming more and more overlapped with the top levels in North America. Because we're not just looking at the best in collegiate, we're looking at the best in the region. This squad, a perfect example of what that can look like and the peaks that are there. But one thing that has come back to bite them historically is because they are on these OWCS teams, it's not as often that they get to practice as this specific roster. And a team such as Fischer, who has been the pinnacle of coordination so far, Jesse, may be able to exploit that.
Yeah, that could be just a small little crack that Fischer could just explode to the seams. As we just saw this roster. Third time today you're going to see them. So pretty familiar now with the entire Fischer squad. And again, we set it up last game of it being Hydron versus Noxious. Hydron was able to win it there. I think it's even more pressure on Talisman, I won't lie, in this one against Zera, because it is more Zera that Winthrop lean on. Talisman doesn't have to have some crazy pop-offs and, go on for 10 to 20 person kill streaks. As long as they can kind of not make any critical mistakes, stay in it, and be there when they need to have those slight finishing touches, Fischer does have a chance. But Winthrop, as long as they stick to the game plan, it is a completely different comp set that they have compared to Fischer, just due to it being infected. That is a dynamic I'm really curious to see as we go out this series.
And Winthrop, only 2 losses so far this semester, both of which have been to Northwood. One of them yesterday, of course. And it's a tough matchup. We got to put it flat. It is a very good possibility Winthrop come out of the gates and they 3-0. Fischer Esports is like the most momentum-based team, like from a mentality standpoint, I think I have ever watched. If this team gets rolled map 1 or even loses map 1 by like a decent margin, it's kind of over. It's so difficult for them to come back. That's been the motive of the past, but we haven't really seen it so far this semester, or let alone this tournament. I think they've made massive improvements. Kiwi and Grapes especially, I want to keep an eye on for this turn. And going against the likes of Ultraviolet and Rack Attack, no easy feat, and they need to make sure that they are doing their best to survive more than anything else.
1000%. And now we have our first map ready to go. It was Fischer's pick because they technically are the higher seed. So we are going to Ilios, the first time we actually haven't been to Lijiang Tower today. And it's going to be Winthrop ban and Winthrop's ban on Diva. Fischer will answer with a ban onto Echo, that's very targeted onto Zera.
Yeah, there's going to be very few players that you're going to find playing the Echo within this tournament. Zera is one of them, and this is by far the best map to pull it out on. So far, things checking out. Fischer, they've had the opportunity to see Winthrop play. In fact, they just played them not too long ago. Their playbook, not so much of a secret either. I need to see what Iron's going to do into this Wrecking Ball. That's the strategy that Winthrop will pull out, and then we'll continue to run it down. I think the craziest part about this is, like, I don't know what Iron's gonna do, to be honest. We don't really see him on the Winston. I can't remember ever seeing him play ball. Like, Winthrop University, this is their map through and through. What the heck did Fischer have to throw at this?
Yeah, and even though, yes, IE, it was 3-0, right, in that upper semifinal, but those maps were relatively close. So it's not like it's out of the question here for Fischer. You know what's not also out of the question, Molly? Getting your credit up, everybody. Shout out to InTouch Credit Union for being a sponsor with us today. It can't boost your KD, but it can help level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. As already, there's not much of a shock here considering the map that it is. Wrecking Ball is already shown by Infected.
Yeah, things making sense here for Winthrop. I'm a little sad we don't get the Rack Attack Jetpack Cat, but there's always next time. It's Winthrop. They know they're gonna have to pull out all the stops. Fischer on a hot streak. Iron gonna take the reins of the Hazard. First time we'll see that hero today. That's his next best option, especially with how Infected is not gonna be a presence in the tank fight.
The Infected just trying to play around high ground, almost knocks off Hydron, fully off the Lighthouse, but now we'll just kind of linger around, forces recall from Talisman.
Infected using a lot of cooldowns. And this Pharah from Zera, a good alternative to the Echo, has still the flying capabilities, and just chucking in a huge amount of chip damage from range. And Hydron, it'll be difficult to poke out this Pharah Kiwi. Woo! Life flash before his eyes there. Will TP to safety. Is Fischer. The nice part about this Hazard that Iron's on, you better point presence. This Infected can't roll in and out, but you also can't get your supports close enough to your Hazard for Fischer. They'll get about 5, maybe 6% for Winthrop get the flip.
But it could flip back relatively quickly here. Talisman wins the duel over Sam with the help of Grapes. And Infected, yeah, it's just a complete chaos agent, just trying to scout, figure out where people are for Zera. But Talisman takes it into his own hands.
Yeah, Talisman also won the 1v1 against Sam not too long ago either. So that's both TPS down at this Tracer's hands. He's gonna keep looking for more. Fischer set up on this objective. You'll have players from Winthrop go in and out. They have great potential. I just keep this point contested. Will end up giving it up. Now, Talisman yet again. Beautiful blink melee. Sam cannot fight this guy alone.
No, Sam's gonna need a little bit of help. And again, this was something we talked about. Talisman needs to step up. He needs to be able to win these duels so that it also gives the rest of their team a chance against Zera. So now, point, and now lead by Fischer. Kitsune Rush in hand. Ultraviolet still about 35% away, considering how split up everyone has been. Hasn't really gotten the chance to build it up at all. And, well, bye-bye Rack. Jesus.
Well, I was gonna say, who hasn't had a chance to build up all? It's Rack Attack and... Oh, Hydron! That's what you want to do. Loses the overall protocol. Doesn't really matter in the long run. I don't think so. The rest of the team seems to have you covered.
Yeah,
What?
so far at least, the rest of that fight good. Iron's just gonna pretty much sit on point. No worry at all. Has the Kitsune Rush as well to kind of just delete the mines. Maybe one Kiwi would want back, but not a horrible one so far. The Iron just like, all right, I'll chill.
Oh, has the downpour. I don't think that caught anybody on the back
No.
of it. So Fischer is going to opt to match or have used the sound barrier, completes a crack attack with a fantastic window to escort his team towards the point. Sam pulse bomb goes on Narnia. Winthrop now close to final fight territory here. Turns out to be a 1-for-1 trade, and there's the pick Sam was looking for. Was struggling against Talisman, linked up with Zera, having much better of a time. Having that connection is will be a triple kill for the Fara.
3K for Zera, Winthrop flip, and avoid Fischer taking round 1. And now that Kitsune Rush is up from Ultraviolet, is going to be the only ultimate on the board for this one. So Winthrop can play this at their own pace. Can have whether it be they play aggressive. I have a feeling it'll be more once Fischer commits, then it'll be a counter punch considering Winthrop, they just want to spread out the game plan a little bit. Have Infected roll around, and some rogue rockets from Zera.
Yeah, we'll put this recall out of Talisman, which again makes Sam's job a bit easier now. And Ultraviolet still holding on to a Kitsune Rush. Whenever Fischer engage and they're looking for a window, Ultraviolet almost sent off the map. He is Kiriko. So plenty of options there. The rush is like 5 feet long, and apparently that's enough to scare Fischer away. Understandable, you want to make sure the core of your team is alive. Hydron, been the main dive target for Winthrop, seeing how much he's been popping off throughout the course of the day today. Another minefield available for Infected too, so it's Fat Fischer to get the cap. Infected's like, okay, cool, I'll lay these down, albeit not on the objective. Suzu almost saves him, but yeah, Iron run under the relentless barrage of rockets. Final fight territory now for both of these teams. They're Infected, getting the clean up. Kiwi still commits to this Kitsune Rush, but there's nobody there. We don't have Talisman. No one takes advantage of it. And it's still final flight. Great. Sound barrier is down. Rack Attack has one to match. It's everybody but Infected. But it's important to survive through this downpour. But even that won't be enough. Iron comes up with a double. Great. All the assists rolling through for him. As Winthrop, they don't get it just yet.
Yeah, that was a great downpour from Iron. It locks down Zera. The Fara, once that threat is gone, a lot easier for Winthrop to go about it. Jetpack Cat is here from Rack to just issue and usher somebody in, but there's still not a touch in time because Infected gets killed on entry.
Yeah, booped back and put through the paper shredder. Bye-bye, Hamster. And Fischer on Winthrop's arguably best map with their niche comp, Jesse. Just lost round number 1.
This is going to be an interesting one, everybody. Lock in.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like, all right. If we take a little bit of a look, yeah, it's not even like, yeah, Zera's 8-3. Everybody, Sam's 6-4. But Iron, and I picked it. Hazard really isn't played that much right now. Like, he's not great for the dive. Diva is just outright better, and even in some instances, Winston is better, but it's working out so far. He leads the lobby with eliminations at 10, and so far, Fischer win round 1, but it'll stay the same kind of chaos comp here for Winthrop. Not many changes at all for Fischer on the other end either, as already Sam has to take a little bit of a hide.
Yeah, I think Sam's been having a hard time engaging on Fischer, and Fischer supports Kiwi and Grapes 1 death apiece, and against a comp with this caliber, that is super impressive. The dives, I don't think have been as coordinated as we're used to seeing. It's more so than putting in this much chip damage. The switch between the Fara and the Tracer will help, or at least you would think. I think Zera more confident in these 1v1s. It'll be a trade out, DPS for DPS. As they'll just cross paths, shift passing in the night. No team really in control of the objective just yet. Iron a bit low, has to use his jagged wall as a personal shield, as a matter of fact. But they'll step off long enough for Winthrop. Get the first bit of capture percentage going. Nowhere safe. Hydron on very low HP. Eventually got healed up, denied the dive, and
Oh my God.
What a pick onto Rack. This guy is just insane. When it comes to these Tracer mechanics, I understand why you had to have the swap to match him. But is that enough for Fischer to get the swap? Question.
It looks like it. A little bit of a bouncy nade. It finishes up Sam, and the rest will fall shortly after. Infected will try and stall this out as long as they can, but it won't be forever. 28%, and it goes back to Fischer control. And yeah, I don't know, man. Talisman is on one right now. This is an incredible performance, and already you can see Pulse Bomb out. Misses that time from Zera.
Yeah, but
Tally
Rack
does
Attack's
it,
dead
though.
again! And he's so on it when it comes to this Lucio. Rack Attack, not allowed to play the game. I like the idea, but not the play. He'll live along the time, especially because the sound barrier pushes him forward straight through Ultraviolet's Kitsune Rush. No fear in the world. It's instead Sam who's had to fear. He's been dead for almost every single fight. Fischer Esports have his name written down first at their kill list. And Winthrop haven't been able to overcome that. Eventually, they'll deal with Talisman. That'll only be his second death of the map so far. But even then,
Still, Fischer control.
Yeah. I think it's going to take a lot more commitment. They're using the downpour, and, I don't know about this override protocol. It forces Sam down. It's Hydron, little below half HP. Fischer almost lost control of the point, but they're still holding on.
I thought he was going to fall in the well there. I won't lie. But eventually, yeah. Winthrop's okay. We have to win this fight. Sound barrier used by Rack Attack, but this still isn't a guarantee. Still being stalled out, but eventually, Winthrop are able to win the fight that felt like it went on for eons. But it is 63% that Fischer gains during that. Talisman will be staggered out, and Winthrop can now finally, it feels like for the first time this round, truly set up how they want to play this over on a well. Pulse and Barrage available here for Zera and Sam, but Sam does not have the moving Barrage, I believe. No, they do. Sorry, they do. So that at least help a little bit without getting bursted too quickly.
Yeah, I was wondering if we'd actually see a Zera Pulse Bomb go out on the Iron there for a second, but that's to keep it in the pocket. Looking for Hydron up in the sky. Doesn't have to use his recall, which is really helpful for this push. Sam's still looking for an opportunity to use this Barrage. This is such a great map for Foreign, yet he's still getting dove by a Hazard. That's something you see often. As a flying character, Minefield out in the main entryway. As Fischer yet to move through, and Hydron taking a dip off the coast, courtesy of Infected Bowling Ball. Winthrop, they might not even need to commit more than that Minefield.
No, I think that should be it. Talisman is stuck behind. But I don't think it'll matter too much. Zera is popping off in the backline of Fischer. Finds Iron. They'll have to swap over probably to a Doomfist or a Wrecking Ball themselves just to make sure there's a decent touch. But Sam won't let that even happen.
Yeah, double kill on the Barrage and to keep your life. That's like the best thing that can happen to you as a Pharah player, especially in this day and age. So Winthrop, 99%, still have a couple ults if they need them. The Crepes, one more fighting chance. But the only one that gets the sound barrier is himself. As the rest of the team still trying to get back from the spawn room. Sombra even from Hydron as a last-ditch effort. And the trades simply are not enough. The Wrecking Ball is too fast, Sam. Too much value in the sky. We're going to take this to a round 3.
Round 3, here we go. Over to Ruins, which Infected is infamous for running this Wrecking Ball and causing just a crazy amount of chaos. So let's see if they can, but Zera, Jesus Christ, 20-3 right now for him, but at least as of now, actually Infected, teasing the swap over to the Sigma, wanting to play this more like a traditional poke/rush hybrid. Same will hold on to the Pharah for now. It will be, again, Hydron on the Emre, trying to lock it down, but so far, it's been a great job from Sam, trying to play around the architecture, not allowing the hit scan from Fischer to have sightlines on them for too long.
Yeah, I think between that and then Zera going over to Tracer, I think Zera's just more familiar with that particular hero. It's the thing he's known for alongside the Genji, and it's done a much better job at matching Talisman. You don't have to commit nearly as many resources to that side as Sam already poked pretty low at the start of this fight, but the Sigma into the Hazard. It's a comfortable matchup for Infected, but it just means you're slow. You don't really have a great way to initiate these points. Force on one of your DPS to get a pick, or just a well-timed accretion. That means Iron gotta feel that tomorrow. That's all Winthrop need at this point.
I have a feeling Iron swapping over to the Sigma here in just a moment. There it is. Maybe expecting the dive was still on the table from Winthrop, but instead it is going to be this poke. And honestly, it's a decent composition for Fischer. Iron, one of his best heroes, is the Sigma. So it opens up the door for Fischer to play a comfortable comp rather than having to have that adaptation with the Hazard. But the better part is for Winthrop is that already Ultraviolet, 25% from Rush.
Yeah, if you can win that race And Winthrop, the quick and easy way to walk on forward to deny Fischer. Another fight infected, under pressure, surrounded at all angles. It'll be Hydron to pick him off. Not happy as a clam on this high ground. Just poking shots where he sees fit, but can't really find the target. Needed. Woo! What a flip onto Zera. This guy's aim is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's nuts. Like, let's just, it's just insane. And I think Sam's going to get, oh, maybe not. That Mega spawned back in just in time for the Embraer to escape imminent death. But Fischer can now just back up. They want to play this as wide as they possibly can. Hydron will set up all the way back here. And your point, like he has these last few fights, that takes out Zera's ability to really pressure him too much.
Shinji Kitsune rushes to open this up. Both Overwatch protocols will come through, yet the only casualty is Grapes. Infected, though, overextends, overcommits to that pick. But even though Hydron gets arguably the two most important heroes that you could want out of the Winthrop Cup, unfortunately, just down to too many. Will be another flip back over to the Golden Eagles.
Eagles square it away. But like you said, yeah, it is both Overwatch pop within a second.
Yeah.
Both find two, and you would think initially it's actually Winthrop that would be hurting more, but they find those deathmatch style kills and get the flip over. Zera, you can tell Hyde waiting for a pulse. Does get scouted out though by Talisman this time.
He's not gonna have that much luck, but well, I mean maybe you won't have any luck. The opposite, in fact, because a straight nade from Hydron will signal his end. Talisman unleashed onto the back line. You can tell Winthrop not too thrilled about that possibility. Iron commits the gravitic flux, but a sound barrier there from rack attack. But Grapes not forced to use his. It's enough to burn through infected. No responding flux. And I'll leave Winthrop short of this point within final fight territory.
There's still a little bit of a stagger running through from Zera. Eventually will be finished off by Grapes, but needing 1 to 2 fights does Fischer to steal map 1 of Ilios. It's going to be a little bit rough because you have the gravitic flux from Infected now without a sound barrier to answer from Grapes. So look for Infected to play this like, pretty early. The only thing that Fischer could answer with is a pretty good accretion from Iron, who's already very low.
Yeah, Iron under pressure here. The other option is, of course, the pulse bomb, but yeah, the accretion gonna be denied. Iron lifted up for Sam to hit like fish in a barrel there. Winthrop will get the final flip back over. An ultraviolet. Sam getting aggressive together. Should be enough to go ahead and seal the deal here on map number 1. It was close. Closer than we expected, but the Golden Eagles, they know this is their territory, and they're gonna start the series off right.
Winthrop start up 1-0. And let's see where the rest of this series takes us. As Zera, again, the farm, we don't see a ton right now, but on this map, it is still one of the best heroes out there. And yeah, it's hiding around, jumping all the way around, and finding these eliminations, even on like a pseudo Goomba stomp there onto Grapes. But pretty even map, all things considered. That is 1 or 2 fights away from Fischer turning it and stealing map 1. So we're going to have potentially a long series here, especially Talisman, during round 1. One of the main reasons why Fischer was able to extend this to round 3.
Yeah, and honestly, if this kept up, we might have seen curtains here, map number 1, but Winthrop, I think, made the best decision of putting Zera on that role to kind of match him. Zera, clearly one of the best racers in North America, if not the best. And Talisman making a very good statement for him to be in that conversation throughout this map, but I think in the end it took a little bit too long for Fischer to find their rhythm on this objective to really get going the way that they wanted it to. You haven't really seen much of the poke from this team, and if anything, it was Hydron that was able to pop off a little bit more. His Talisman was silenced by Zera.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot that was going on from Sam, but when needed, Sam was there to get some of these key eliminations. This override protocol was the finishing touch, but I do think it's been, that was a little bit awkward. Obviously, you're not going to have that kind of Wrecking Ball map for the most part unless we go to like a Blizzard World later on, which I would assume Fischer's not going to pick.
Don't.
It would be, yeah, don't do that for Fischer. And I don't foresee them doing that, but that could be something later on. We see more of that Wrecking Ball, but other than that, I want to see how Winthrop adjusts now, because I don't think we'll see much more Wrecking Ball unless it's It's like Suravasa isn't even here. Sometimes you can run ball there, but that's not in the map pool. I'm really curious where Fischer want to take us, because that'll share a lot of what they're actually comfortable in this matchup. It didn't look bad in the Sigma mirror, but obviously Winthrop still won it in the end.
I think you need the Vendetta, if I'm being honest. I feel like that's the Zarya, one of Iron's best heroes. Vendetta,
Yeah.
well, if you've watched any Talisman today, he's kind of built different. It's where Fischer has been the best. I think it clears a lot more space for Hydron too. And if anything, from Winthrop, I don't think it's their best comp. I think it's something that they've been working on. It's gotten better, but they would much prefer to play something like this ball, this echo, this more kind of dive style as opposed to that.
Yeah, obviously, like, Winthrop are going to love the dive. They're always going to take the dive. Granted, the Diva now being available for the rest of this series from Fischer is also a great thing, because that's easily Iron's most favorable dive hero, and can also help in the counter dive as well. The Hazard, yes, it's nice having the Cactus to throw out there. You get some one-tap potential with the combos, but it is still a little bit awkward at times. When you're going against the ball, but you're just never able to be fast enough to keep up with the Wrecking Ball. With the Diva, you can a little bit, so that could be something, if they, for whatever reason, want to go back to a dive-centric map, it can happen. We do have our map picked. Bans are still being played out, though, so we will wait and see on where that is. Actually, never mind. That final ban just got picked by Winthrop, so we do have that ready for you. New Junk City is where we are going next, and it's going to be the Reaper ban from Fischer, Zarya ban as the answer from Winthrop.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Again, weird pick from Winthrop. Number 2, the Reaper. We've seen both Zera and Sam play it throughout their time in this tournament, and I think they were either expecting maybe a Zarya to go alongside of it, but no, that's going to be taken away, and I'm a little surprised, I think, to see that ban. I think it denies the Vendetta, and that is where you wanted to put Talisman the most based on your past success. I do not want to see that guy on May again. He belongs on Vendetta or Tracer for this particular series. The other big question mark is what is going to happen in the tank department. Do we try it at the Diva here, or are we going back to some Ramatra?
I think we could see some Ramatra here. That at least is the vibe that I'm getting. But I would actually love to see, because both can be played. Right, we've seen a lot of the Diva here. We've seen a lot of more of the traditional Rush, whether it be maybe Orisa in meta's past, or more of the Ramatra and the Zarya in the current meta. But I would love to see which direction Fischer can take it, because I think both can work. Obviously, the Zarya being gone, maybe the Vendetta's not coming out yet from Talisman. I think if you're going to run him on the Vendetta, you need the Zarya on the other end. Winthrop are a team that are going to punish that incredibly quickly without those bubbles to assist. But this is gonna make or break here for Fischer, at least it feels like, because if you win this, turns into a best-of-3 series, anything can happen. If you lose this, forces a reverse sweep as your only option, that can get really tough, because winning 2 straight map picks against Winthrop is a tall task for anybody.
And remember, Fischer Esports, this is a team that needs a positive mentality. They need a huge wave of momentum behind them. The second they lose that, well, there's no wind in their sails. They halt or they sink sometimes. And, you know, this comp can work. I'm just a little fearful. The May was a failed experiment for Fischer. Yeah, they won the map, but Talisman did not have a great time. So Winthrop, we'll see what Zera's going to want to do. In fact, it seems he's sticking on the Symmetra.
But they will get the turrets set up quickly, but I think it's just not quick enough. Fischer get there. Iron just takes a lot of poke damage off Rip. And now the ring around the rosy begins.
But it's a great May wall. There's nothing that Winthrop can do to either answer back. It's really just a disengage teleporter. I think we're going to see more often. It's just a poke. I mean, Hydron going down early, that's the last thing you want to see if you're Fischer. He's the king of the neutral. If he can stay alive, and in that case, we're like, well, there's no damage affected. Let's just treat everything as if it's my punching bag or the first cap over to the Eagles.
Winthrop cap first, and there's a cheeky little TP there from Zera. TP's behind Fischer and catches Hydron during that fight. Talisman does give up to May, but it's Venture.
Yes.
A pretty clear answer to the Symmetra, and immediately Zera has to back up.
Yeah, one of the few heroes that can be successful into the Symmetra is this Fischer. You have an easy way to get in. You have a one-shot combo. Talisman, it does take a decent chunk of damage, though, on that, so disengaging is your best option. But you can see the pattern of gameplay. They want to move through. The problem is, Zera has another teleport ready to reposition this team. Once they get infected, back to safety.
And already the amp out from Rack. And already now it'll be an amp in with that pick.
Ooh, the trade-in from Hydron onto the opposite side. Very common between these two Sojourns. Despite going down early, Hydron equal on arc charge will surpass him since Kiwi finds Sam's head with a kunai. And Fischer Esports, Venture swap was successful already, close to a tectonic shock.
Yeah, pretty quickly building up here is Talisman. I have a feeling Winthrop will go off of the Symmetra here soon. They do have the wall from Zera though, and it's such a good ultimate, you might as well try and play around it to seal away Flashpoint 1. But Fischer, they have the Annihilation. Infected used it in this last fight, but also the sound barrier from Rack Tech if needed.
Oh!
And Talisman is in the right spot at the right time.
You can see kind of the panic there with the initial push with the sound barrier. Will help Winthrop be A-OK, but every ultimate they're going to be committing, and they're not even favored. Hydron lands the shots, and Iron's Annihilation gets them all low, free for the pickings. The ultimate commit that Winthrop needed, it's just gone. It's over. Fischer know how to win these ult fights.
That is such a clean fight. Zera will swap off now from the Symmetra, but the damage is done. It's going to be a touch from the underside, it looks like. Talisman has scouted this out. Look at this positioning. They know exactly where this is happening, but they do get spotted.
Oh! Yeah, that's a problem. Gets half HP by Rack Ultraviolet's like, don't mind it. Badu didn't expect to be walking around the corner. 4v5 now, favoring Winthrop. And they'll have control of the objective, and without Talisman here to be that main initiating factor, there just wasn't much of a chance. The Eagles come back in after the Symmetra experiment was over. And look at Arena.
Arena is there. You gotta wonder what could have happened if Talisman stayed alive during that one. It had the tectonic shock for the end, but Winthrop, great to capitalize on that. Some fantastic shots from Ultraviolet, who now has the Kitsune Rush to initiate in this one. Only ultimate the Golden Eagles have for the time being. Fischer will just have that additional tectonic shock, plus a rush of their own.
Yeah,
oh, but no iron.
Yeah, that's a big issue. I'm surprised we're still committing, even without iron here, but Talisman, you might as well, I guess, perhaps considering switching without there being a Symmetra, especially if Sarah's on Tracer. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, already going to, yeah. This will be a Tracer swap, but Sam is like, I don't care if your Flex DPS is swapping. I want more. Oh, not Tracer.
Okay. That's something, although it's not going very well. Already he's Suzu in the first 2 seconds that he walked out of the spawn room. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Vendetta and Tracer don't really get along the best, but I think this specific point just is great for the Vendetta pick.
Yeah, a lot of verticality you can use. And now it'll just be Winthrop. Have to respect this. They know an Infected can get chunked down, and a DPS can get instant.
Both Kitsune Rushes layered on top of each other. It looks pretty cool, but there's not all that much happening. It's on these Lucios and Grapes and Rack Attack to decide if the sound barrier will be initiated, and they are, one after the other. But only Infected's Annihilation until Iron is in trouble. But there's the pick you're looking for. Zera caught out. Hydron looking for more. Knows Ultraviolets around the corner. Does a drive-by on the slide. Beautiful work from this hit scan. Pops off whenever he hits the Q button. That'll be another flip back over.
And another mass ult fight won by Fischer. Granted, they also did put a little bit more into that one. Pulse Bomb still here for Zera. Sam will have the overclock soon, so there is extra firepower from the Golden Eagles, but those are the kind of fights that Winthrop, and it's not Fischer, pardon me, need to win if they want to try and keep this going. But Winthrop, again, just need one fight to go 2-0 up.
Yeah, and Fischer, look at this. They're taking a rather aggressive approach to this point. Winthrop's like, all right, I don't want to go that way anymore. Let's just rotate through main. While we have the time, almost got the flip back over. Now to Sam's time to shine as the overclock Hydron Cutsy peeking that Sojourn, but don't have too much to worry about. Winthrop, they do end up getting that flip. Fischer step off 1.2 long. And it's enough for Iron to get melted down. He tried to get his health bar up, and no avail. 2-0 now for Winthrop in New York City.
Just playing this super methodically. Our Winthrop, and great job so far. And you almost just peeking their heads out like, hey, you guys spawning in yet? No? All right, let's go. And I think that was that their spawn? That might have actually been their spawn. Yep, okay, it was. It looked a little weird off rip. But you can see already, mass positioning. Zera is just trying to scout out scene where exactly Fischer are, if they're already close. And maybe almost making them feel like the pulse bomb is online, even though it's not even remotely close.
Yeah, not quite. He's making them rethink their decisions, and Poke, I think that had to have been a headshot from either Ultraviolet or Sam. Hydron as low as it did, and it's these pre-fights, these Poke battles in the neutral. Winthrop had been winning every single one.
And that's how Fischer beat St. Clair in that last game, right? Like, a lot of the time it was Hydron or Talisman getting a lot of that chunk damage early. Somebody had to finish, and they would, you know, play out these 4v5s. This time they're on the wrong side of that, and Winthrop have been the one that have really been good about those opening pickoffs. And you know, Rack Attack barely gets out. Good cleanse from Ultraviolet.
Yeah, you really would have liked to use the cleanse there, but Ultraviolet knew what he had to do to keep his support buddy on his feet, and unfortunately won't get the favor returned. Rack Attack just now getting up to the sound barrier, but no chance to commit it as he gets cut down by Talisman. Yeah, much better. As again, Fischer just looks so comfy in these ult fights.
It just sucks for them that like they can't get they can only get probably one ult fight a flashpoint, and that's not enough to win it right now. Granted, yeah, they have the Annihilation, but there's a beat on the other side to answer. They do have Talisman and Talisman's ultimate, but there's also a Pulse Bomb from Zera, who this time is just, again, lurking, wanting to put more pressure on point.
That tempo beat there out of Rack Attack, but it's not enough. The overhealth is caught straight through by Talisman and Iron. With the remainder of the Annihilation, done enough. And yeah, it's all grapes now. He's fried. He loves this Lucio. You give it the chance to run at people, he'll do it. Maybe not Sam. That might be a reconsideration, but this is working out great for Fischer.
This was, again, they just need to start putting fights together. They can win these ult fights, but can they put 2, 3 together? That is what they did right there. Infected now on the Wrecking Ball, which especially on this flashpoint can actually work pretty well since it's so wide open.
It's go time.
Yeah, and it even buys more space for Sam to use this overclock. But he's under pressure in the backline. Will have the 2 slides. No, Hydra mid-air rips his head off his shoulders. What a shot on the last for the overclock. As Winthrop only down 1. They get the flip on the point. Just when I believe Zera hanging around, and there's the pulse bomb on a Kiwi, and no cooldowns to get out of that one. And Fischer, as close as this point was, it seems like they're running short on fumes. They have to come up with kills, and someone's gonna do it. It won't be Talisman. This guy has been the hero for his team over and over, and he'll be the reason they remain hidden here on New Junk City. Fischer will take Junkyard.
Just staying alive. That was all they needed to do during a lot of that fight, and they do. Now, in fact, it goes back over to the Ramatra. The Wrecking Ball experiment didn't work, but honestly, at that point, it's worth a shot. You want to make sure there's at least another touch. Talisman, yeah, that is not a duel I would recommend taking right now.
Yeah, no. Bad idea. Don't touch that guy. Let me use cooldowns first, then you can go back and maybe like poke him with a sword a little bit. So, Winthrop though, have even positioning on this point. Kiwi looking to change that. Ultraviolet doesn't have his own Kitsune Rush yet. Fischer needs to push this advantage, but the disengage from Winthrop is too much for them to handle. And because it was so early, Jesse, they can just come right back into the point. Fischer get absolutely no value from that Ultraviolet. Can lay his down here as the Annihilation comes up and ready. It's plenty to burn through Iron, and it means he doesn't get the overhealth out of the sound barrier. Great. Doesn't mean he can't frag out without a tank. This one is looking pretty grim. Hydra, no. Headshot onto Zera. Perhaps there is a chance in this one, but he's got to get a little more. Look, sees Rack Attack on the side. The rail shot won't hit. At the point, eventually control given over. There's enough time bought that Iron gets back. I'd say a fight is worth it.
Yeah, Fischer should be able to flip this back over. You know, it's going to be a little bit tricky now. As Zera just gets in Hydron's face, and the beat now just to usher Fischer away.
Yeah, that'll work. Great disengage from Fischer. Make sure the overclock is gone, but they never got the point, Jesse.
Yeah, never flips back into Fischer control, so a free fight in the eyes of Winthrop. And now Zera forces out Cleanse, has the pulse.
Could do it without recall. It's a risk to commit that much, but he doesn't need it. Pulse bomb straight out to Kiwi. The supports fruit salad. And Winthrop, there's just not anything else that they need to do. Pulse bomb, and that's all it. Woo.
And oh, that is a critical one. On to Hydron. He will spawn in very late. There is no ultimates on the board right now for Fischer, and Winthrop are just hitting W.
I don't even know if there's a touch for this point. Maybe Talisman sneaks through. Not exactly sure where Grapes is right about now. He's fighting Rack Attack in a losing battle at that. Enough of a distraction will halt the push. And Winthrop, they're moving up to match point. They want that grand finals rematch.
They want their spot on land. They want the rematch against Northwood, and now are one map away from doing so. And again, it felt like Fischer winning a lot of these ult fights, but a lot of the neutrals goes the way of the Golden Eagles. And even though, yeah, Kiwi, I think this is more of just a healing play of the game, which I won't lie, we don't normally see that a whole lot. So I guess fair enough. But no, that was one Fischer felt like they needed, because now you get into reverse sweep territory. They know how it is on the other side, or that's what St. Clair tried to do to them. Got map 3, but fell at map 4. Let's see how Fischer is able to do when prompted with the same situation.
This is where it starts to get a little scary for Fischer. I think it looks close, but they couldn't make it happen. Again, going back to this point, we have not seen the Zarya Vendetta yet. That is, in my opinion, their best shot. I still am not as confident in that comp for Winthrop as other things like this Ramatra with the Tracer that we have seen so far. So it really is going to come down to, because the bans, I mean, Vendetta hasn't been banned yet, to my knowledge. I think it was Diva Echo map number 1. So it could still happen, but it needs to be on Fischer to recognize, especially from a mentality standpoint, how can this still be winnable? How can we keep ourselves in this series? Because it doesn't feel like they're that far off. They're just missing a lot of these more neutral fights. The setup and the poke phase have not been going their way.
Yeah, it's just these early stages of the fight that have pretty much almost always gone Winthrop's way. And for Fischer to try and switch the narrative here, try and switch how this game has been going, that is something that they will need to do. Try and find some of those early picks. Get Hydron in those positions to pop off. There's been a few times where we've seen that, and they have won those fights. But Hydron has been silenced a little bit. Talisman has had his moments, but the same goes there. So right now, it's been Winthrop's DPS winning the duels. They need something to change for Winthrop to get this, and for Fischer to have this series extended past to map 3 and keep their dreams alive of making that land in Orlando. But a lot of pressure here on this map pick. Obviously, Escort, Hybrid, and Push are the 3 map types available here for Fischer to pick from.
I think Escort and Hybrid, I think the variety of comps that you can play on those maps is a bit different, so I'd like to see them think a bit more about that decision, which seems like they will be taking time to do, and totally understandable. Is something that's common between both these teams, Jesse, is they are just short of the spotlight. Fischer, a bit further out, but Winthrop, we're in ISU's shadow. As soon as this college built a team, they've been behind ISU. And now it almost seems like they may be falling into Northwood's shadow once again. They just can't get that win. This team, as good as they are, they've never gotten that LAN win. And same goes for Fischer. And I want to see these two teams in that Cinderella story to take that chance. And Winthrop, I think they've wanted it. They've had it. They've been in that spot time and time again. And Fischer, they're going to give it their best shot. We know that they want to take the chance, but for them, top 4, even according to their players themselves, was where they expected themselves to bow out.
Yeah, so it's not like this is unexpected from Fischer, at least from their camp, if this is where they bow out. But like you said, Winthrop, they were in ISU's shadow for so long. Like, fall open. 3-1, got top 4. Was just unfortunate they were on ISU's side of the bracket. In NACE last spring, 2nd place to ISU. Last year in Homecoming 2024, 2nd place to ISU. Even NACE, that time around, they actually had a really early exit, but they had roster issues and they didn't have their full team. And then even 2024 OWCC, 4th place to ISU. So
Yep.
it's just like they have been just behind every single time to no fault of their own, just not being able to beat ISU in those final games. And like you said, I hope there isn't a shadow in the back of their heads like, oh my God, is it Northwood now? Because I don't think it is. I think it is much more of a close 50-50 when those two teams play against each other than it was against ISU. It felt like it was like a 70-30 ISU favored in those matchups.
Yeah.
Now Winthrop needs to show that, hey, we're still number 2 as of right now. Yes, we may not be number 1 as it stands, but we want to earn that right to prove that we are come next month. And right now they're one map away from doing so.
And even before this weekend, this team was number 1 in the power rankings because they hadn't played Northwood yet. Well, since that time, they have played Northwood twice, lost both times. So they are now firmly in second place. Fischer firmly in third, beating St. Clair in our last matchup. And, you know, we look at this, it's kind of that divide. Who is actually there for that second place team? How close is that gap? Is that a lot larger than we are expecting? Fischer have been putting on the best performance that we have ever seen from them in this tournament, and teams that aren't prepared for their kind of energy, their kind of just slam power. When it comes to these longer fights, if they get the setup that they want, Jesse, it's over for whoever ends up on the opposite side of it.
Yeah, it's pretty much like, all right, this fight's done, and we just go next. It's literally that much of a guarantee. We do have the map here for map 3, and the bans have now just been confirmed. So let's see here where we are going. It's going to be Shambali Monastery for map 3, and Fischer are going to ban out the Ramatra early on. So they want to play the Zarya. They don't want the Ramatra to even be a potential here. And because of that, Vendetta is banned. So again, this Zarya Vendetta pushed away by Winthrop.
Yeah, I was really thinking that would you want Talisman to play this map? And let's be fair, Fischer did win when they played this map, like the multiple times they have today. But even then, I'm just scared. I don't want to see Talisman.
Yeah.
May, please just don't start on the May. That's all I'm going to ask for this map. Regardless of what tank it is, I think it's going to be a Zarya or a Diva. Please no May in this game. That's all. That's it. That's all. That's my point.
It's like, the May isn't bad. It's just, at least last series, it didn't look great, right? It wasn't the best from Talisman. And I think Talisman, the best position for him to be is where he's taking 1v1s. He's in that flanker role rather than trying to be an anchor with your tank. That's just not as much of his play style as it is when he can play the Genji, when he can play the Tracer, those types of heroes. That's just when he naturally is at his best. So let's see here what Fischer wants to do. Massive, massive implications. A win sends Winthrop over to Orlando for the grand final next month. A win from Fischer extends us out just one more map and at least is a kickstart to a potential reverse sweep.
The stakes are high for this Fischer roster, and they've had ups and downs throughout the season, and this has been an exponential climb for this team, and I know they're happy to be here. They're happy to be in contention for third place. They don't expect to beat Winthrop, but all those things considered, Jesse, I think they deserve to have that level of confidence for real. As much as they want to joke about it, these maps, they are played close. Winthrop isn't unbeatable, but it's going to take the best that Fischer has to offer to go against the caliber of Winthrop University's players. They're going to get ready. Winthrop on the defense, and I have a really hard time believing some of this composition is real.
Yeah, there we go. I was like, I would love to see Honoron going in. It almost looked like a OWCS bootcamp comp, right? With all 5 new heroes being mandatory. We were only missing Mizuki there for a moment, but it's going to be, again, this poke with Infected, not running the Sigma, instead with the Domina, wanting that little bit extra range, a little bit larger of a shield to play around, as Sam's doing maybe some trampoline jumps here, as Rack Tech is just kind of watching it all go out. Fischer, let's see here, obviously, they'll want the initial orb throw here, and it actually almost claims Sam. Almost forgot about that for a moment, but they're actually on the Diva, a little bit more of a quick-paced dive comp here from the Falcons.
I think I like this. We've seen...
I do like
I don't
this.
think we've seen a successful Domina today. It's been... if you can get up in her face with no repulsors, it's kind of GG go next, and it will be harder to get close to Infected, especially if Zera assassinates Hydron. Full burst of stickies to his back. And this Echo, honestly, is much bigger of a threat than anything, and Iron has to be the one to contest him.
Especially with D.Va as the tank. Oh, that's just crazy. Spawn camping with the nades already from Zera, but that focusing beam can really hurt Iron's ability to play up too. But you see how passive Iron has to play right now. If he moves up during that position, he's already half, that beam is going to eliminate him in a second.
The confidence to fight a Tracer as Echo is insane. I don't know how Talisman missed a whole clip out of 19 HP Echo. That one's gonna hurt. But everyone's alive. We're a little worse for wear, maybe in the ego department. Fischer, they got the payload to a more comfortable position where they have space, and because of the extra damage being taken, Kiwi has the faster Kitsune rush. They're looking to burn through Infected, and mission successful for the Falcons. They're gonna keep moving on forwards. The Iron D.Va happy to play with the extra firepower.
Never will complain about having just a little bit extra of a fire rate as Rack Attack trying to get out with Sam.
Oh my gosh.
And Sam will not, Rack Attack will. But Fischer has to make sure they don't overcommit here, and they do. Hydron sticks around just a little bit too long.
And there was no reason to do that. That is really gonna hurt Fischer's chances. I mean, they had everything set up. They had the pick to get around this corner, but without Hydron, you got a ton of your burst damage. Plus Talisman gets like a one-off pick on this corner. It's really just buying time for these players to get back in the fight.
And Winthrop are very content. They're going to sit here, player on the shield, player on the corner. There's nothing they really need to commit to until Fischer does. And if Winthrop do, they have all 5 ultimates to do so.
Yeah, if you're Winthrop, you're kind of chilling, especially if Zera, again, fighting Talisman on the Tracer. Not an easy task. Beautiful Suzu from Ultraviolet. I don't know how Infected is still on his feet. It's going to take the sound barrier to ensure his health. Iron almost gets denied the D-Mech, with Sam up in the sky with the overall pro.
Oh my God.
My goodness, Hydron gets the shot. But as cool as that was, Jesse, it doesn't matter. The duplicate onto the D.Va, too good.
Yeah, after he gets a kill with the self-destruct on the duplicate, that's one you don't see every day. It's more users to try and stay up more than anything else. Panopticon's still in the hands of Infected, but that is it. After 4 ults were used by Winthrop, 3 by Fischer. And the Falcons, yes, will feel good that they have that ult advantage, but they need to make sure they actually take advantage of this rush, and it doesn't get shut down by the Panopticon.
You gotta get it around the D.Va Matrix. Will not be easy, especially with the caliber that Iron can play this hero too. Someone's gonna get the payload. If you are Winthrop, fighting the time quite close and perhaps too close in the case of Zera. There's the Panopticon, only lands out onto Grace Infected, looking to finish the kill. And Iron has other tasks that he would like to be attending to. Pulse Bomb goes out, it's nothing but shield. But it does enough from this position. Infected, get that burst on through, and Fischer start their journey on the second point.
Still a workable time bank here as well. Going into second phase, almost, and just over 2.5 minutes. Hydron, we didn't see that, man. It's all good.
Oh, well, we saw that.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. Hey, Winthrop making some changes already. Infected actually going over to the Sigma, wanting that accretion maybe to shut down Iron, getting aggressive on some of these off angles rather than just having the push. And Zera is sticking the sim. I thought this was maybe just a TP out of spawn, but he is still running it, which it'll help Mark, Talisman, and Iron once they try to make their way through these chokes.
Yeah, something tells me Winthrop do not like Iron's presence based on these two swaps. It's difficult now to push through with the accretion, especially being in Iron's face. The sound barrier though, hey, tempo beat, I'll get you through. I don't really like these, but it seems to be working out okay this time for Sam. The casualty for Winthrop as the rest of them hit the S key. They'll have another contest though.
Oh, easily, and the TP from Zera will help as well. Just get the Emery back into the fray, but Fischer, again, great momentum, gets through one of the hardest parts of the map, and still has abilities available.
Yeah, and Hydron, there's the overclock on out, and back to quick to respond, not taking any chances with the overclock. We'll get pushed basically down in the low ground of first objective. But a fantastic kite from Fischer. We've been seeing these all day. They wait for their enemy to expend their resources. Zera overstays his welcome, and suddenly the Falcons straight back into this fight. Override protocol out of Sam, getting peppered down from the D.Va. The flicks over to Hydron. Nothing he can do to stop the self-destruct. And Iron will get his remake after all. Talisman pulls bomb on out, chunks through Infected. And Fischer, a fight they absolutely should have lost, Jesse. Their discipline will get them through to this third point.
They make it on through eventually. But like I said, a fight that did not feel like it was winnable for a good amount of it. Gravitic Flux still on here for Infected, with no beats yet from Grapes, but it should be built up here within the next 10 to 15 seconds. So if Infected wants a beat-free Flux, we'll have to play incredibly soon, and if not, it'll just be used to chunk down that overhealth. Accretion though, and Cleanse already forced.
Yeah, good value from Infected and getting the cooldowns out. As Fischer, it's like the last major choke you have to work through. Little cover to pull around. It will be the sound barrier in response to the Gravitic Flux as expected. And all it does is make sure that Iron can't push into the team with a bajillion health. I wouldn't want to deal with that if I was Rack Attack or Ultraviolet. Making a Rack Attack incredibly low, but close to the sound barrier. If he can get this up, Fischer didn't really stand a chance in this fight. But it seems they don't even want to take the fight with the Photon Barrier active.
No, with Barrier up, they just reset. The iconic reset at this point from Fischer.
Yeah.
Very disciplined in that regard. But now can make their way in. 70 seconds remaining. Rush and beat available for Winthrop.
Grapes almost went down there too. And not having support ults is going to hurt Fischer in this fight. The Kitsune will help, but it's the sound barrier that Rack Attack has diligently been holding, waiting for the optimal moment. Almost, I feel like he considered popping it there, seeing infect his health bar. Another fantastic kite, and Fischer, this is the fight they want to take.
And now they at least have the Consumer. They have everything but the sound barrier ready to go, and Talisman is in a great spot.
Rack Attack almost died to the overclock there. I thought we were about to see an Ajax, but he opted to go to cover, then pop it. Definitely the better decision. Fischer, roar on forwards, great accretion to stop the dive, forces the self-destruct and remech, but it's going to be a fight without Talisman, and unfortunately for Fischer, it's their last one. Overclock now, up and ready to go from Sam, but he's going to wait till Fischer are forced to touch.
Yeah, no reason to pop it early right now. Wait for Fischer to try and commit. Again, big swing and a miss with the ultimate from Fischer. Beat could be a savior though.
Beat almost up here. It won't be in time for the Gravitic Flux, and Hydron out of position with the extra speed that was coming in. Winthrop used all of their ultimates, only one to go down. Grapes has the best tool for this. Iron goes on forwards, no accretion this time to stop his momentum. The dive was onto Sam, the Suzu, the healing, everything out of Ultraviolet. Keeps him on his feet. Photon barrier now up for Zera. Little Fischer can do to kite around it. They have to commit to this payload being overtime. That is exactly where Zera wants them to be. Winthrop shredding through the last couple of players left standing for Fischer. As we're going to find yet another stop here. Believe it or not, Jesse, the exact same spot that has happened every single first attack today.
It's almost like it's so easy to hold there.
Yeah, who would have thought?
But no, honestly, a decent hold from Winthrop. But honestly, that's at least a good enough push for Fischer to potentially win this thing. Right, like that is one that you desperately needed. I'm pretty sure they held St. Clair all the way in that first corner, and I should say second corner of first phase. So let's see if they can have a pretty identical hold here to force us to a map 4. Yeah. But it really has been, honestly, like Hydron shut down. Infected have been playing great. And I would say shout out Ultraviolet and Rack Attack. Silently been doing incredible, just staying alive a lot of these fights. And that's really been the difference maker, just having that extra healing, having, you know, whether it be the boops or the cleanses. It is really starting to pay dividends here for Winthrop. And it's not like, yeah, they don't even have that many kills. No. The highest amount of kills for Winthrop right now is 7. But it felt like they were just able to delay so long in these fights as even like 14,000 healing for Kiwi, actually. I just saw that. That's oof. But I think for Winthrop, now you're on the offense, trying to get some more of these kills. And the Wuyong is an interesting pull, potentially from Rack. But let's see if they actually stick it or if that's just an off-spawn rip.
Just gonna be the Zenyatta volley. And this time nobody will be tempting fate. So Rack Attack back over to that Lucio, in fact. We'll be looking for Winthrop to clear this high ground, particularly with Zera's teleporters in this metro.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because obviously they can just TP around. I think already the supports in the backline are like, wait, we may not want to be up here right now. Like, if we get TP'd on, this fight's over.
Right now, the plan needs to be we need to get rid of Zera. As long as Zera is alive, it is difficult for Iron to do pretty much anything that he wants to do. Deep into enemy territory, separated from Huey and Grape, so gives so much help as a diva and sustain. He's not all that worried about it. Zera, though, that's a TP behind, wasn't ready. Great Suzu from Kiwi. Unfortunately, don't have a second one to save Hydra on his last shot from Ultraviolet. Sends him back to the defensive spawns. Winthrop, they've been on payload this whole time. Fischer, they're scattered around the map.
Yeah, this could get a little dicey because Fischer, very split, needs to A, group up before this cart. We're already entering the final corner of first phase. If you're going to hold anywhere, this is where you need to do it. And well, that's unfortunate. Cart broke TP.
Yeah, well, you know, that happens sometimes. You really need to get up to high ground that badly. Fischer behind you anyways. Iron soars back in just to contest the payload, and the only thing you really can work with is a pulse bomb from Talisman. We know Fischer, they love their ultimate fights, but you're not going to get one. Grapes sticks a little too close to Infected. There does overextend, making this even 3v3 on the objective now, but with Iron being demeched and dealt with, that will be just all there is on this first point. Winthrop break the hold curse, and will move to the second part of the map.
Yeah, it's both supports eliminated from Fischer, and that just seals the deal. Infected wanting more. Wanting hands from Fischer, and so far gets some. It'll be some swaps here. Again, due to the Symmetra, Talisman goes on to the Venture, and Iron is on the Zarya, which can be a decent counter against the Sigma, but that's if you can close the gap. And the Symmetra could make that a little bit more difficult than Iron would like.
Even with Photon Barrier online, you know, at any point you can be cut off, no damage, no healing to pass through it. The Venture, used similar to the Vendetta, will be helpful. There's no sound barrier up to keep Talisman on his feet. He'll be squished into a pancake, and Kiwi just got his back snapped in half because of the rock. So Winthrop, they might deny a final fight, but it's going to depend how far up they play.
I don't think, there's not going to be one. It is going to be an incredible time banger. You know, I think Grapes, he was thinking about it. He thought about the touch over the top ropes. 5 minutes to go 70 meters to send Winthrop to Orlando, and already a great start.
Yeah, Winthrop, they know that they are close. They can smell victory. In fact, Sam's looking at that golden box, the benchmark that the Eagles need to hit, and I'm afraid Jesse Fischer might have hit that boom point in their run, at least mentally for the time being.
Just running out of gas, I think, Molly. Yeah. Winthrop on Cloud 9. This is the advantage of coming from the upper finals. You gotta wait all day. Wait for these games to go. You're not gonna be exhausted. Just like Sam, looking for something from this overclock, but shunned out so far.
Overclock exchanged both ways, and neither sound barrier is popped. Doesn't really have the fear. The Hydron might have needed it, might have done some good. But the only thing Fischer have to work with, it has to be perfect from Grapes, and ideally against this Gravitic Flux. Infected, inching closer and closer to a Graviton Surge here from Iron would be a miracle in the making, but he's still 20% off. And with 4 minutes to defend, Jesse, it's one-fight territory the entire time. There's the Gravitic Flux, only onto the Lucio. The sound barrier comes in, rack attack to match. Infected, going all out on Iron. Zarya forcing him back. Atsuzu to help keep him alive. Look at the overround coming in. Graves overstepped. Talisman goes down. Iron builds the Graviton Surge, but it's gonna take so much to bring them down. Both supports caught up in the mix. Atsuzu perfectly timed. Hydron shredding on through. But Winthrop, they're running low on numbers. It's an absolute bloodbath. But Sam flies through, gets a triple. And Winthrop, they're booking their tickets to Orlando as they have made the grand finals for the Overwatch Collegiate Open.
Bravo to Winthrop. They kind of push away the demons, and now they will have the chance at redemption for not only the falling in Nace last year, but in OWC. Fischer, they will bow out in third place on the podium, but not quite in Orlando. This is actually the very last play of the game, and Sam is able to get another one after that. But Winthrop qualified for Orlando, is probably going through varsity, but now for sure is through this as well in open, setting up one hell of a rematch against Northwood next month.
These two teams, they'll have time, they'll have patches, they'll have whatever else may happen between now and the end of April there. And Winthrop, this is the matchup that we kind of expected. This is another opportunity for them to escape another team's shadow and finally take the crown for themselves. And they look to be in top form. In Fischer Esports, we've said it so many times today, the best luck that they have shown as a squad. And Winthrop made it look like nothing here on this final map. This attack, the momentum, the snowball, anything you ask for. Winthrop had it, swinging at you times 100. It was beautiful to watch, and we know these Golden Eagles, they're ready for that rematch.
They're ready for it. I cannot wait to see how that goes. Because, again, this is a team of superstars. Let's get that straight. And they played like it here in this one. Now time will tell if they get to end up on top as champions next month. But we got a little bit of time before we find that out. Coming up after the break, the one and only Rack Attack will join us for the winner's interview. Coming up right after this.
And just like that, we have our second team confirmed for our April LAN finals. It will be Winthrop University joining Northwood at Full Sail University. And it's going to be a fantastic rerun between these two teams. They've battled back and forth. Both have been in the shadow of ISU. It's time for one of them to break on through to find a new King of Collegiate. And to join us after booking their ticket is Rack Attack from Winthrop University. Rack, first of all, I want to hear from you. We're back on this LAN yet another time. How are you feeling just to make it this far through the bracket?
I mean, I'm definitely happy, more so like content. Our goal was always to make the LAN, and I really hope we would have made it every time. Sadly, we did get the loser bracket. I don't know exactly how it works. We might have to play like, I was looking at the format. I don't know if it's a bracket reset, but sadly, if we come down from the loser bracket, and that's how it is, that will be a mental warfare, but we got it.
Yeah, that's a problem for next month. So far, it was just a great result for you guys today. It felt like everything that you guys had a plan for, it worked out perfectly. Were you guys watching those last few games for Fischer, kind of making a game plan, or was it you're just gonna play your game and see how Fischer reacts?
I think just it comes down to like the veterancy of our players. We are friends and we know all the people on the enemy team, so we know their strengths, their weaknesses, and then of course like we looked on the stream for a little bit, so we do know what they favor, and then kind of just like from there play our own game, like ban the diva on Ilios. We just played ball, so you know we know they can't probably play ball. I mean I haven't seen Iron's ball, but I'll go on a whim and say Infected probably is better on the ball or more suited.
Oh yeah, totally. And now you guys are going to Orlando for sure, probably going there anyways for varsity when that gets confirmed here in a few weeks. But how is it now? A rematch with Northwood on the horizon. How are you guys feeling going into that?
We definitely need to iron out some things. I think they were stronger on the more like strict meta comps, like the Kiri Lucio, Zarya, Vendetta, stuff like that. So going in, I mean, I ran my numbers. I'm a little nerdy when it comes to it. Looks like we're getting a new patch, and it's right after OWCS. So we'll have like a nice 2-week grace period to actually start like buckling down and practicing after OWCS ends.
Awesome. And I think for you guys, the only loss that you have really had this semester has been to Northwood. And I'm again, never ask specific strategy stuff. You don't want to give things away, but when you go up against this team, you know you're 0-2, I believe, on the semester so far. How do you approach that differently, just from like a mentality standpoint, knowing how strong this roster really is?
I mean, we just come in. I think it's a little more like off for someone like me and Sam who don't compete as much in tournaments, because we're just not used to like the atmosphere of like a real competitive match. So we take each game we can, like we try to learn from it. We get the experience and we just pull into the next. Hopefully it's a new meta. Hopefully we're better at the meta, maybe. But we'll see how it goes. I'm always excited to play them.
Hey, it could be a Wrecking Ball meta, and that you guys would love that. We love some effective Wrecking Ball, or maybe some Jetpack Cat action in there too. So, yeah, there we go. Well, thank you again, Rack, for taking the time to chat with us on the interview here. Before we send you off, any final words, shout-outs that you'd like to have while you're on broadcast?
I'm very excited for the LAN. Also, shout out to my girlfriends, and I got this. I don't know if I can like pan it around. Like this is what I'm. Oh, I don't want to knock it over. Like I'm working with this like small monitor. Like, so shout out her for letting me like play. My family's probably gonna come down to Florida and watch. So I don't know. I'm excited, and thank you to the fans for all watching. Sorry, I couldn't make the interview super long for your drops, though. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
I'd say you did a pretty good job. I will give you credit for that. You're very chatty, and we like it when we get it. Are chatty. So. Thanks again, Rack, for giving us a bit of insight on the Winthrop University team. We're very excited to see you in that grand finals match for our open circuit against Northwood in a month, and wish you the best until then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always the best is Rack. What can we say? It's not a shock there for Winthrop, and you can tell he even said like, yeah, there's some things we need to clean up, but also there's going to be a new patch that comes in before we wrap up. So that is going to be the really interesting thing in that series. How much is the meta going to change from now until then for that LAN that he just talked about in Orlando at Full Sail? It's going to be the last weekend of April. Obviously, now we know our open finals. It's going to be Northwood and Winthrop. And then top 8 from varsity could easily see, if I had to guess right now, a mix of anywhere from Winthrop, St. Clair, Cumberland, Bellevue. There's going to be some incredible teams out there in Orlando, and it is free to go. So make sure you check it out. Again, April 25th and 26th in Orlando with free entry. So come hang out. You get to see some of the best in collegiate battle it out.
You can see on the graphic, too, how much fun Infected and Hutch are having when they were at that event last year. So, very well. It's a great time to see these players in person. It's very rare that we get all of the collegiate teams to be in the same place, to have this opportunity to compete on a live stage. So we'd love to see all of you come on out for that. But Jesse, I think that is gonna just about do it for us here on this Overwatch Collegiate Open broadcast. Our open bracket. We'll have our grand finals set, but of course, we will wait to see who our 8 varsity teams will be competing on the LAN in Orlando.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be there's 2 more rounds that'll happen tomorrow and Tuesday. Check out all the teams. A lot of them stream their own perspectives on that to figure out, and then playoffs start soon after. So stay tuned. I bet Nace on all their channels will have it pushed out. And if not, everybody, enjoy OWCS starting off tonight. And starting off this week, we are officially back for one of the most packed years of Overwatch esports ever, with World Cup and this and everything else going on. Make sure you lock in, follow Overwatch esports, the Twitch and YouTube for more. But from now, myself and Tiny Shiny, thank you all for watching this weekend of Collegiate. And have a great night, everybody.